Check, check, 1, 2. was on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Ballsy never gets old.
Hello and welcome to the 6th Invitational. One more day before we send our teams to the live stage at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined by Fresh and FaZe. One more day in this little studio here. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's been an eventful 6th Invitational, I think we can say so far. Even on the talent schedule, I've kicked Leo out, I've kicked Rob out. I'm with you two now. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm like a part of Fresh and Friends now.
Yeah,
so.
But
aside from the desk, I mean, the games have been so amazing. Everything's been so competitive. The underdog story for me, I think that's the most exciting part of this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of underdogs, a lot of upsets we had in general. Let's look at the bracket one more time to show everything that went down yesterday, because a lot happened. We had 20 teams when we started, and we sent 8 of them home yesterday. That's almost half the teams we had at this event. So a lot of teams had to leave yesterday, and a lot of big upsets.
it was a very emotional place to be yesterday, I'll be honest. Like you say, Anne, big upsets. We lost our major champions. We lost 2 of EU's premier teams in Virtus Pro and G2. We lost M8T. We lost Team Liquid, Dark Zero, Shopify Rebellion. So many teams that you could have argued before this event were main stage teams. We lost a lot yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, the upset story and then the matchups that we have up today, it's not going to get any easier. I do believe that the underdogs in every single one of the matchup have the best positioning right now to be able to upset again.
Yeah, there's some friendly fire for NA there as well in that lower bracket today. But I mean, if you didn't watch yesterday, it was a very, very sad day. We put together a recap, and we hope that we have your tissues ready.
As the days keep rolling on, we're living in hell again. But I still hold you in my heart when these days have been and gone. As time goes by, won't we keep heading round the circles, never letting go, never letting go. As time goes by, won't we keep heading round the circles, never letting go, never letting go. As time goes by, won't we keep heading round in circles, never letting go, never letting go.
Videos like this are never an exciting thing to have at an SI, but it's part of the process as well. In a way, we have to get through this if we want to get down to the top 2 teams to that hammer next Sunday. So it's part of the process, unfortunately. But I think yesterday, just in general, it wasn't a great day to be an EU or an NA fan.
Yeah, I mean, I love sad core videos. It was really, really tugging on the heartstrings to see the teams lose. But obviously, it's very difficult for a viewer at home to understand how much weight is on this event. It's what every player plays for to make it to the Invitational. And obviously, when you lose, especially in a circumstance that some of these teams are getting upset in games that they shouldn't technically be losing, it's very mentally taxing the amount of time you put in just to have it amount to nothing.
That's the thing with upsets as well. But so many teams have fallen short of their expectations for the year now, because they will have been targeting, at a very minimum, most of them, a main stage appearance. To go out in the lower bracket, in the round 1, whether that was round 1 or round 2, so many big upsets, so much disappointment in those teams.
Yeah, and teams that, for example, already had to play a game, big happiness after because they won it and then still got eliminated. So many emotions in that one day. But just to recap the day a little bit more from yesterday, we of course have our Monster, a player that popped off yesterday. Unfortunately, will be sent home today, but had a great showing yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those situations. Lawyer earned his respect in their matchup against OXG. Obviously, he played amazing throughout the whole tournament. He was the big reason on why G2 was able to even make it this far, in my opinion. But his matchup against OXG, I mean, he had 29 kills. In the first map, he was the only one that was positive on this team. he was so good, and it's a shame that he had to go home.
I like how you say earning respect, because I feel like there was a lot of upsets about this roster in general, about Lawyer joining, and he's really made his way into this roster, a deserved player to be there. A big upset that happened yesterday as well. The moment from yesterday was Falcons taking down the Montreal Major winners.
Yeah, you talk about earning respect, Fox. I think Falcons did that yesterday. They took down the Montreal Major champions in W7M. They also then went through and beat Dark Zero. And I will say, we have just seen a lot of sad teams. Falcons were over the moon yesterday. They were so happy with their performance.
Yeah, let's talk about the moment, or sorry, the must-see for today as well, because this is going to be a spicy one. You two managed to pull up something that is going to bring some absolute beef and spice into this game.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for letting the North American player go for it, but obviously Unwanted versus OXG is going to be the battle of beef today. I mean, this is the tweet that Hot and Cold put out as soon as OXG was able to get that win yesterday, and obviously you can read it there. I mean, congrats on making your first LAN hat. Time to back up all that empty talk that you've been having for years. And then Hat had his own interesting reply. I mean, you got to go on, your own time to go check that one out. But obviously, there's a lot of tension between these two teams.
And this isn't just fictitious as well. This is like these guys.
Oh, it's real.
Genuinely, this is real beef. At the event, they're shouting at each other just, when they're getting food and things as well. So it's going to be a spicy matchup to watch.
Also to mention, OXG dropped Dream, and now he's on Unwanted. Spirits was previously teammates with Yogg, Diaz, and Gomez, so...
Well, I mean, of course, unfortunately, you have to wait a little bit before that game will start. It's the second game over on the B stream today. Any friendly fire, as we call it, but a lot of firing will be done, I think, in the all chat from the teams and the players towards each other. But this is what our schedule is looking like. As we said, the last day of the playoff brackets here before we go to the main stage. We're going to be starting out on the A stream with BDS and SSG. That is our first game here on the A stream, like we said, and we see our players coming in as we speak as well. These two teams have only played best of ones against each other. The last time SSG beat BDS was all the way back in Jönköping. BDS have come out victorious most recently at the Manchester Major as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BDS are obviously such a high-quality team. It feels almost wrong to introduce these guys time and time again. They've got so much talent on this roster. It's absolutely not even funny. Of course, they topped their group. They managed to get through that upper bracket. I would say for BDS, other than maybe a couple of shock results in terms of the DZ and the PSG game in the group, it's been pretty smooth sailing for them, especially once they got into that upper bracket. They've pushed through, they've made main stage, and now they're fighting for that chance to play in that upper bracket grand final.
They've had a really good season in general, right? I mean, if we look at the events that they made, they're not strangers to making it to the main stage.
No, absolutely. In fact, they are currently the only team to have played every single main stage of an S-tier tournament this year, being the Manchester Major, obviously grand finalist, Esports World Cup, well, obviously they won that one, Montreal Major, grand finalist, and then they have made the main stage at the 6th Invitational. I will put one slight asterisk on this, is that FaZe Clan can also do the same, pending their result later today.
I mean, the expectations for BDS are so high. They make it time and time again, and obviously it was a different story in this tournament where they had almost a struggling group stage. They still were able to make it out first, and obviously they can be the team to make it to the finals, but they just look a little bit more human, and obviously, they have a tough task ahead of them with SSG.
Oh, they certainly do. I mean, we look back at whatever happened before this whole season, before they managed to make those main stages so consistently, these roster changes. We're looking at users being brought into this roster, and each of these players are stepping up.
Well, this is the thing about a super team. Even when you're not playing particularly well inside of a main stage, even when it's going a little bit wrong, you still have the players to make the step-ups. As you can see here, I've detailed out every single one of BDS's results so far. Some of them wins, some of them losses. But look at the different players. The players in the picture, in the graph, are the MVPs for BDS of that game. Brede, Users, Shaiko, Users, Solotov. In fact, the only person who's not been a top-rated player for BDS inside of this SI so far has been Leaky Fact, the guy up on the top left of your screen. But I think we'll all agree here, he's monumental to their success as well. And this is what I mean about teams when, if you're not playing particularly well, you can still have these big players have big pop-off games that can carry you through.
Absolutely, and I think that was the whole idea when the BDS made this roster change. They wanted a team with players that can individually all pop off and show up when the time is needed, especially against the different teams in their matchup. And that's exactly what we've been seeing from BDS. Every single game, any one of those players can absolutely just carry it through. The rest of them just have to do their job. And they've been doing it pretty well so far.
And the funniest thing that in that graphic, we're not even seeing League Effect, for example, another one of these star players on the roster, and they play against another roster full of star players. So talk about SSG. And one thing we talked about for them so far in this tournament is how they have this routine that they do every single day that keeps them going at it. Now, luckily, I had some time to sit down with these players and talk to them about how this routine is helping them.
There's a lot of things we do to help regulate, you know, your anxiety or your nerves and make you feel more in the moment and like calm and present once you do get into those matches.
But you mentioned anxiety and being in the moment. All of the things that you do, especially maybe with the workouts as well. How do you feel like this helps with your confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it's like scientifically proven that, you know, working out makes you a more confident person. It also releases like cortisol from your body.
It gets cortisol out, it's like causes stress. It just, overall, it's like a cheat code almost for performance. Like, and I think that a lot of people overlook that in esports. So I always have a saying, it's like player led, not coaches fed. So it's, you know, always try to give the guys, you know, the accountability and the, you know, I guess you would say the agency to kind of go about and do it themselves, and they hold each other accountable most of the time. Kind of just, you know, they're always fired up to learn about the new thing, you know, what we can do to get better, and it makes my life easy. So I do like, I practice Zen at home, and like I have a teacher and stuff, so it's essentially you just sit there and you're just gonna keep your eyes open, keep your back up straight, you're gonna pick a point on the floor, your eyes are gonna be, you know, partially open, and you're just gonna focus on that one point and what the sensation your breath feels like. So essentially just kind of calms your mind down, slows everything down a bit before the game. We found this is like what's best for us is like the open-eyed meditation, and kind of just repeating kind of just one word or two words into your head while you are staring at the ground, because especially if you don't meditate often, your mind's going to start racing and thinking about a bunch of different stuff, which is not such a bad thing, but it's not ideal for like kind of getting you in that calm state, in my opinion. So, I mean, it's like a huge advantage because none of the other teams are really doing that. Like, maybe you'll have a couple players individually going to the gym, but not something where the whole team's dialed into the point that we are. I would say that's just not a thing, at least from what I've seen. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't think there's an EA game. I don't think there's a team that does it like we do. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's single-handedly kept us in games before. Like, I think our pressure protocol and such, like, we're always competitive a lot of times. Like, we've been down LCQ last year, like, every time, or we're down 1-6 against FaZe, whatever it is. Like, we just keep hammering. I think if we didn't do the things we do out of game, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Great stuff we're seeing from the SSG guys. It was great to speak to them about this routine that they have and so many things they mentioned as well. Whereas their favorite parts of the routine, their least favorite parts. I mean, that leg plunge definitely is one of the least favorite parts of that routine. It's about the nutrition that they do, the supplements they take when they work out. But it's just, you're seeing a team, an organized unit as these guys.
Yeah, I think I absolutely love it. I'm fascinated by SSG and their whole team culture. Everything is done for a particular reason. It's done for that brotherhood. It creates such a healthy environment, and I think we saw it. Call Out said this culture has gotten us through games before, and it's so unique. They are currently the only team that are practicing that culture. I don't think they will be the only team for much longer if their success continues.
And I mean, their play style is exactly like working out. Slowly but surely, they've been able to build up their muscles, and now at this tournament, they're fully flexed out. And obviously, the way that they play outside of game in the gym is the exact same way that they play inside of the gym. They're peaking, the way they play off of each other is very gym bro aesthetic. I mean, you can just see the way that they overly aggressively roam on this top floor on Chalet against G2. Ashen gets 2 big picks, and he's not stressing. He's not even trying to get back to site. He's all about stalling time because he knows Benja is right behind him. And you're going to see time stalled. Ashen gets taken down. Instant trade. But Benja, again, not going to run away. He's the gym bro. He's going to make sure that he holds his position, slowly gets back to site, and that's where SSG's strength is. They hold these aggressive, overexposed angles until they are happy. Most teams just get 1 pick and they run back to site. But even then, it's not always the easiest round to win. SSG is staying there until they know the round is won, and then they get back to site. And 2 big players from SSG stepping up are the older players. These are players that we talked about at the start of groups that needed to step up. We've seen Ashen before, we've seen Benja before, but now we need the back line of the team to be able to wake up, and Fultz and J9 have been pivotal players in making sure that SSG can make it this far in the tournament.
Yeah, both of them, absolutely both of them. The longevity that Fultz has had since winning the 6th Invitational 5 years ago with a completely different SSG roster, but then also J9 as well. I think genuinely one of the most underrated players and slept on players inside of North America.
I've actually went to the gym with the SSG guys before, and they are in there for like 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's not
they
a
are.
joke. I never went back with them again.
No, I get that. I mean, one thing they said in the interview as well is they do everything together. So even going to the gym, it gives them a chance to just have some time together, have some good time, like work out together. And I feel like so many people are saying it helps with your confidence going to the gym, getting that confidence in game, and that's what we're seeing in the clips that you showed. But they have, for the first time, a best of 3 against BDS on the schedule for today. So no beef just yet, but this is on the menu for them. We're looking at the 3 maps selected for this series. What do we think?
Yeah, so Border picked by SSG is going to be a curious one because generally BDS have been getting rid of Border in terms of their map veto. It's not a map that they particularly like to go on, and SSG have picked it as soon as it's available. For Bank, BDS are on one of the biggest unbeaten runs on Bank in a long time. They absolutely love the map. It's by far their #1 preference. They're unreal at that. Skyscraper as well, but obviously that was banned away straight away by BDS, by SSG, sorry. And then if we get through to a Nighthaven Labs, I think that's actually quite a comfortable map for both of these teams. I think it'll be a really nice deciding map.
I would say the Bank was a little bit more of a comfortability for BDS. SSG is really letting them allow to go to that. The way that SSG attacks on Bank is very spread out. It's very unique because they take so much of the map so quickly, and it's all about winning those 1v1s. And that's been the SSG playstyle, is winning those 1v1s. Border fits into that playstyle. Bank doesn't, but SSG does know how to make it work.
A very curious thing for me is me and Fox both watched the map veto, and SSG, for a team that does everything together, they did not do the map veto together. It was just call out against 9 members of Team BDS. The full team, the support staff, the cameraman for BDS were there, and it was just call out fronting them up in that map veto. I think he's done okay in it as well.
That's some aura coming in there. Just 1 versus 9 for him at the map veto. But as you can see, the players are ready. Our game is ready. So it's time to bring in our casters as well. We're joined by Dev and Penguin. I think you guys got motivated by the videos and the interviews we saw.
I'll tell you what, that is so inspiring. Seeing the way that SSG prep for their games, I love that attitude.
Yeah, I mean, I've walked by the gym and been in the gym at previous events where they're all there. They are loud, they're getting active, they are working together. It's beautiful team bonding for them.
If SSG keeps winning, we're going to have to start finding hotels with bigger gyms.
I mean, 100%. Yeah, we talked about aggression. Border is the perfect map for that. So please take it away for BDS and SSG.
Thank you very much. What a fantastic segment from the analysts,
that
by
was
the
great.
way. There was so much info in that. Every day we're walking past and we can see the place where those SSG guys are meditating. That's just the middle of the floor where all this action is going down here at SI. And that's right, we're digging into Border for the very first map in what is promised to be a banger series. The winner goes through to the upper bracket final and will be 1 game away from the SI Grand Final. They'll be playing on main stage no matter what. That's right, it's BDS versus Space Station Gaming here at the 6th Invitational.
56 to 44%. The fans at home, just like most people here, are thinking, okay, this is gonna be a close one. And I mean, before this tournament started, we're all saying BDS top 4, maybe even a finalist guaranteed. And Space Station, you know, they're loud in the first phase. They always fall short in the second, but they have really impressed and surprised at this event. Sure, they started slow, but they have really found their footing and their identity at this tournament. Speaking of identities, double shield ban on Border, Blitz and Monty they fall. Fenrir follows through. What is going on, James?
We've casted a lot of heavy shield-based teams recently. Unwanted, having Spirits, one of the best Blitz players, fantastic player on the Blackbeard as well. BDS and SSG, they can use the shields, but they don't have those iconic shield playstyles as much as teams like KAG and Unwanted do. So it's a tool in the arsenal, but not so much in this game. Of course, the Blackbeard has snuck through, and we've seen so much play on that operator so far in the tournament. We've seen a lot of Clash as well. We saw Space Station playing it against G2 yesterday, just the other day. And SSG, I'm no doubt starting on the attack with Forest on the Blackbeard. They'll be ready to bring whatever tools they have in their arsenal. See the Space Station guys getting ready, and we're deep into the prep phase now. The first round, BDS starting out on the defensive side, of course, is SSG's map pick. A little bit of a surprise to me to see BDS choosing to start on the defensive board.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely a surprise, but I think when you go into these kind of intense matches, starting on defense can be beneficial. A simple reason that you can do your basic setups, put down your reinforcements, your utility, and you kind of see what happens, you know, from the other side of the coin. SSG, they actually have a very high success rate on the attacking side, so they got Deimos to work with. I know they're going to repick off it right now for Ashen, but you got so many powerful attacking operators. One thing we've seen actually from quite a lot of North American teams here is Sense starting to, come into the meta. A map like Border, very open, long lines of sight. Sense can do so much work at just limiting BDS's peaking capabilities and helping each other. So I really want to keep our eyes sharp now for what J9O is going to do in this round.
Quite a few of the North American teams have really utilized that sense to perfection. We saw it from Shopify Rebellion, now eliminated. The first of very many nades goes out from SSG. You might check what year it is, but yes, that is correct. We do have 4 sets of grenades on the space station side. They're being used to clear utility. That's a nice Vulcan canister taken out on the balcony.
Over the engagement yet to be had. C4 in hand. This Brede got the mute gemma, of course. Again, thinking maybe a demo strike downstairs. Not gonna be the case. The first wall goes down. Fire follows through. Are they gonna go for this or what?
It's the temptation here, but a big C4 from Brede. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard of Forest does bait out Solotov, and Benj is able to secure that kill. Amidst the chaos, it seems like a lot of BDS players are falling on the side. Brede looks to retake. Shaiko has supported him. It's up to just Forest and Benja now, after executing onto the CCTV position, and Shaiko has found 3 for the round. He's everywhere all at once. Forest now with a hell of a road ahead of him.
Shaiko has had games in the past. He's a bit slow to start off with a 3 in the first round and could find the 4th. No, Ligefac finds the final one of Forest. The Blackbeard on the middle staircase. I like the vision there, though, from SSG. Very clear. They're going to cop the bomb site in half, attack Armory while distracting on CCTV. We have Forest in the Blackbeard. Player to his left, player to his right, but the trade game was there.
Just play Valkyrie là. Valk.
Valkyrie?
Vert? Valk?
Is it Valk or Vert?
It was both.
Okay.
Let's play the Vert with the Valk.
Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense.
So one thing that we actually witnessed in one of our earlier games, when you and I, we worked BDS against Unwanted, that was Ligefac hit a wall against the playstyle of Unwanted when BDS they were defending, where Solotov actually said, let me drive the car right now. I know what we need to do to win. We need to counter the shields. And Ligefac took a backseat as an IGL, and Solotov stepped up.
Yep.
And BDS, they've gone in with this English communication still very recently, and they're actually still ramping up to, I think, their full potential, getting everybody involved. But the fact that somebody is there to help Ligefac if he doesn't know what to do in Solotov is a huge glow-up for this roster.
Yeah, there's no question that Ligefac is a fantastic IGL and a really important leadership figure, but there is so much more depth to the roster. If they're able to flex different players contributing more on the leadership front and on the vocal ideas, everyone has a different idea of how Rainbow Six should be played. Everyone has a different play style, and usually a team's play style gets dictated primarily by its leader. But if Ligefac acknowledges Solotov's got a better read on this opponent, I'm going to give him the reins. I'm going to let him drive the conversation. At the moment, it is seemingly Ligefac still holding control of the ship, steering the boat.
See the Armorer now. One big difference in operator pick, of course, the Blackbeard, the sense is still there for distraction, for chaos. But SSG, what they want is to break apart this defense, is open that round right on up. The thing about attacking top 4 is that we know there's going to be C4s downstairs. You're going to have those Valk cameras. If you do a slow roam clear upstairs, you might just die to C4. But if you go fast, you might sprint straight past them and stay alive for as long as possible. Thinkables came out. Ashen looked very ready, very prepared, but they didn't end up going for it. So something must have been not confirmed. They're not quite ready just yet.
Still, I would much rather SSG wait for the opportune moment than go too early. Oh, again. Big C4 again. The same C4 works twice. Wonders for BDS. However, Ashen has made his way up into Armory, looking to almost drop deep onto site pretty quickly. Numbers advantage for SSG. Leaves just Brede and users in an awkward position, forcing users to now get aggressive. Benja has an inkling of this position. Round in the corner. Benja is already low HP, only his head exposed for a brief moment. As Users looks to keep on hunting for it, Brede comes to support, but it costs him his life. Meanwhile, SSG has flooded the site and looked for a plant. Forest takes a hell of a lot of damage, but the shield will protect him for enough time to delay and make that plant confirmed. A good kill from Forest to close the round for Space Station.
Now look at that. SSG, they attack Armory and Ventilation the exact same way, almost exactly the same rather. It's the sense on the Archives balcony down to the C4, 2 for 2. That's not all that good. But then we see the execute on Armory. The, Ashen flying in the window, Blackbeard going to Armory door, the trade from Benjamin Master covering the ankles. And while that occurred, Force found the opening kick pick shortly before to even further their man advantage. I mean, it's clean. SSG, they're attacking from so many different positions at once, and BDS, they don't really know what the push is gonna be despite playing the Valkyrie. That's how effective these guys are being on the attacking side.
Even with that Valkyrie in tow, they weren't able to engage in any vertical play.
True.
We didn't see any vertical C4s. The only C4 kill was tossed out onto the AC balcony. It's now worked twice, by the way.
Forrest actually dropped straight down to the bomb site hatch as well when top floor. He's like, if there's a C4 player, I will kill them. So
Being that shield, he does have that ability to really buy a lot of time. If he drops down in the side, it's going to be slower for him to get kills, but also it's going to be slower for him to get killed. So he's going to be able to delay and disrupt those C4 players, just be a little bit of a lingering threat against BDS. And also, just mentioning that Valkyrie again, it wasn't even like BDS were able to easily retake. It still took them a 2 versus 1 to kill that player in CCTV.
Yeah.
SSG are looking solid on their attacking side of border already.
Oryx being brought out now. Ooh. Oryx is great if you're up against a shield operator like a Blackbeard. But when we're looking at SSG, the way they've been playing close together, if you're gonna Oryx dash into anybody, you will probably die because SSG, they're not gonna have the most important utility operator alone. Forrest, he's 1-1 in scoreline, but he has both Benja and Foles usually in close proximity, going for a play, covering his weak spots, and ensuring that they can progress together as a team. Right now it's Benjamin though, the main star, Buck downstairs in customs, looking for vert destruction. Jones around him, upstairs, yellow pings across the floor. But the thing is, BDS, they're not quite active inside of security. Because of that, Ashen takes it for free.
Logic bomb tempted, doesn't detonate it as of yet. These castle barricades are going to stall out. SSG, BDS allowed so much more mobility as a result of that hallway being cut into two. Surely not an angle here for Ashen. He's going to go as far back as he can to hopefully find an angle onto the feet underneath that castle barricade. If he looks, he might see Shaiko's toes. We can see them, but he can't tell.
Briefcase on the ground. Unsure about it. Can't clock coming through that wall. Should be opened up though. Yep. And SSG, without losing any players or taking any point of damage, have taken armory, security. They've broken those back fountain walls. And while that's happening, Benjamin's downstairs again on the block, looking to approach the bomb site. There is a single soft wall, so Benja could cut this in half. But SSG, they want top floor control.
The drone work's looking good. It does enable eventually the kill here. Trying to retreat. His poor users. He's been taken low. His C4 finds very little. He's now trapped in a corner and hunted down by multiple players. Ashen delivers the killing blow. Forrest looking for a little bit more, but Shaiko does best him here on the east stairs. The French still hold some control of the top floor.
Gotta praise BDS right now. They're fighting back, retaking that east staircase to Shaiko, but now again Ashen with another. Sort of goes down. Shaiko could go for a huge fight, but he's the last one alive.
Yeah, Ashen just farmed on that round. Shaiko left alone with nothing to do, hiding behind a keeper barrier, useless, ineffectual at the top of the east stairs. When the site is ripped out from under BDS, SSG continue to mount that pressure.
And they're just not letting go. I mean, SSG, they want to be the one controlling the pace right now, and this map is perfect for it. It's border. It's just like that good old coastline back when I was in pro play. If you're the attacking team and you get so fast into the map and you start dictating these gunfights, you can get so much stuff done. I think League Effect actually Oryx dashed through the wall into Workshop and surprised Ventimaster more than anything. So this was BDS trying to make a play and SSG punishing them more so than SSG actually being in control. But they are ready for it. Keep it going.
What do they say in that piece of content that we've played a few times about SSG? When Ashen hits the server, you generally know.
Yeah.
He's a loud boy. He gets into the server and he makes his presence known. BDS will certainly be hearing his cries. We've casted a lot of games while there's an SSG game going on the other stream. And dude, it is so distracting. In the middle of watching some intense round with Unwanted. Meanwhile, SSG are yelling at their opponents on the other stream, just in the next room. They've already fired up. They've got so much energy. Woke up on the right side of bed this morning.
I do want to see BDS fight a bit more together. I'm seeing Shaiko going for a lot of aggressive retakes and winning out in those gunfights, but I don't see a lot of people trying to help him. There's Leaky Flag stuck in a corner, Brede stuck in a corner, not really going for those proactive engagements upstairs. If you want to shut down SSG right now, you have two ways. Utility or counter-aggression. Shaiko goes for it. It's a very, very risky play. This is the Asami. those QB barriers that he didn't get to toss out, they're going to be lost in this round. And if no one else in BDS steps up, you're playing 4v5.
It was a great read, though, from SSG. BDS were going to get hyper-aggressive. We even saw a red ping outside. I can only presume that was one of the default cams that had yet to be taken down and not an Valkyrie camera that was thrown outside.
Unless
It could have been.
he threw a Valk cam outside.
Did he actually?
I didn't see it. I'll keep my eye out for it, though.
Maybe in future. In terms of information gathering, though, SSG have certainly been winning that battle. This drone work has been immense. They've had a great read. Like, still two of these players, Faults and Action, are hiding behind one of those AC units on that external balcony.
When you get an early kill like this, what it means essentially is you buy yourself like 30 seconds of time because you've gotten a free kill, you're 5v4, you don't have to fight as early in the round now to get that opening, so they're gonna spend that extra bit of time they've gained to drone, stay alive, not risk anything, and just make sure everyone can get towards the building. Explosion downstairs surprises Ashen, but doesn't do any bit of damage. BDS, though, they are roaming very aggressively. They're still looking for gunfights, looking to shut down SSG's entries, but they're doing utility work. Drone after drone, League Effect finds Forest. That's a really good opening, down to that 4v4.
Finally, a little bit of room to breathe for BDS. Ashen is making his way down the hallway, sneaking, and he's not spotted by League Effect, pushing for a refrag. Brede goes down. Ashen is farming today. As Solotov looks for a flank opportunity, he will eventually put Ashen down. But it might not be enough. SSG have inched closer towards that bomb site. They've taken so much control. They won't check their corners. Benja goes down. And Solotov now, 2 kills he has found. He is left all alone with 2 more on the docket.
It's right in the corner. Solotov, if he gets his free, one will know the drone goes out. Jaina, no. Looking for intel, 30 seconds on the clock. They need this clutch for BDS to even out the round score to 2-2. He gets spotted and taken down. Foltz gets the kill in SSG. Ashen found the opening, but it was a team effort behind him that found that round in the end.
It's also to say again with OPDs, like they're looking hard to get the pick back.
It's a good read from SSG. Constantly, they are aware of this aggression from BDS, who've now taken their tactical timeout quite early. 3-1 is the scoreline in favor of Space Station. But the context of that is it's 1 round for BDS and then 3 in a row from Space Station.
Okay, but we are a bit slow, guys. Okay, we have to play more aggressive or more together, but we can't wait them. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's do the fallback strat tellers then. Farty, you play Legion. I'm going to play Oryx, Bride mutes, Chico you play Valk, and Josh you play Castle to slow them down. Okay? Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 2 angles being worked here. There's 3 angles. BDS themselves have to play faster. A and B, they have to slow down SSG from progressing the map. And 3, they need to play together. It's the solo peaks, it's the solo aggression, it's the lack of trade game. Shaiko going for this swing, it's a 50-50. If he gets the kill, he's the hero. If he dies, he's the villain. If he felt that there was the right play to make, you gotta go for it. Same thing for Ashen. This is a silly play on paper, but it opened up everything for his team to win the round.
Even Solotov taking a lot of risks, hiding in a lot of rat corners, but it brought that round back for BDS for a brief moment. SSG are really feeling on a roll at the moment.
I mean, this just feels like classic game day prep. We gotta do ABC. You do ABC, it works flawlessly. You're gonna feel like nothing can stop you. Those first 2 rounds with the sense wall, the armor flying in, the black clearing security, when you have that kind of start to a border match, you're gonna be very confident about your attacks.
Oh yeah, SSG have set the pace in this game, and that's exactly what BDS are trying to contest. In that tactical timeout, they said, guys, we have to slow SSG down. We have to speed up ourselves and play together. And like you said, you can't necessarily fault Shaiko for that aggressive runner if you felt like it was the right play.
Yeah.
BDS need to trust their instincts on the playmaking, but they need to be together.
Exactly.
And they need to have a read on SSG in order to make those plays successful.
I'm still a bit curious about the Oryx, though. League Effect picks this with intent. Second time around, didn't really find much in the first. Again, the drone work from SSG.
Benja knows, though. That's the danger. And it's not just that Benja knows, it's that League Effect doesn't know that Benja knows.
Oh, that's the dangerous part, yeah. I like the Nook here, trying to play around the Valkyrie, the default cameras. But the issue is getting inside the building on border can be a bit tricky. You gotta open up a barricade, a breach, open one of those walls, and that's gonna generate a lot of sound. But how proactive BDS are running around the map currently, I don't know if Bench is gonna get this nuke into full effect this round.
Deimos is certainly a good way for SSG to suppress that aggression from BDS.
Ooh.
Forrest knows. But it looks like the Legion's actually retreated back onto that mute jammer, and therefore the Deimos death mark will be ineffectual.
You see the game style here for BDS. A lot of pressure in CC. What are we gonna do? Play aggressive armory. Play aggressive main door. Shut down those drones. Drone after drone after drone. 6 drones killed now, and SSG, they're barely in the building. BDS is strat. That timeout, it's working.
But you don't need drones if the opponent's phones are ringing. 3 players, though, from BDS quickly hang up their phones. We need to see this execute. Another Deimos death mark goes out onto Solotov. He's supported. 2 players. He's sandwiched between several positions.
Oh, the gap.
Other BDS players. And Benja may have just found a gap. He's inching closer towards the side. Spots one. Pushing for a refrag, surely. BDS have the position, and Leakafak will find it. Doubling back in through server. Now SSG. Their little X-Factor operator is gone, and they have to try and find a way into this, but BDS have read them to pieces.
Leakafak finding so many kills in that round, injured now on the ground. It's Forrest and Foltz, gotta do some heavy lifting. Sienna known at 1 point of HP. Oh, the timing!
He's known. Doubling back, Foltz has awareness of that position, and immediately it's a 3 versus 3, dropping down into the side. Foltz goes for one! Plan opportunity open up for SSG, but not if BDS can hold on. Not if Shaiko keeps finding heads like that. Solotov to close, and BDS are back into it.
They fight back. The strat worked. Stuflex, the coach behind the players of BDS, had the correct read. Leakafak called the exact perfect plan, and all the players committed to it. I want to praise Leakafak here. He's playing Oryx, and it's a bit of like, what does that operator do? He was everywhere. Down the hatch, up the hatch, retaking, killing, I think, 5 drones single-handedly. And most importantly, when Benja forced the gap in Workshop, getting this kill in Castle, Leakafak was the person to answer. He was in the spot, got caught the same second, swings out, shuts down Benja, and that buys a lot of space for BDS to thrive on the side. It opens up Shaiko to make this play and get 2 kills back-to-back. If Benja was in that corner still, he likely cuts off that rotation from Shaiko.
And it was such a good read, as you said, from BDS to slow down SSG. The opening pick came out with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. So far on border this game, most of the kills, the opening kills, have happened in the first minute. And it's because BDS have been more aggressive at the start, and SSG haven't had as many obstacles to deal with. Not as many castle barricades or goo mines or other operators that BDS are bringing to slow SSG down.
So will SSG change things up? Now that BDS have got the correct read, do they feel there is a need to change their pacing or their attack strategy? Or do they just say, we can do the same thing, but just a little bit better, hit a few more shots, play a little bit tighter together? They got the Force, they got the Twitch, they can deal with utility, whether it be the Goyo canisters, the Valkyrie cameras, take down the Kiba barriers as well. Shaiko loves this hallway. And as long as those Keepers will be alive, he can keep aggressing on, taking those gunfights.
But guess what? The Roteros detonating on the floor not only destroy those Keeper barriers, but also open up lines of sight that can be used by Benja. Down below on that bark. Leakafak is looking to contest as well. He knows that Benja might be downstairs, and he takes his head off. Opening kill again in the first minute of the round, but this time it's for BDS.
It's a huge kill as well. Now SSG with the buck going down, they've lost pretty much all their verticality. Sure, Ashen on the Deimos could rotate downstairs, but then again, the mute jammers, they're gonna be a problem. Time on the clock is gonna go even further down. Good bit of scouting there for Jenano, finds the camera. Drone gets shot down though by Breedy as he heard that Twitch stab coming out. And we see most of the attacks now outside the building, on repels, rotating. I think SSG are trying to figure out a plan B right now, because plan A, it's kind of over. and with half the round burnt, they've lost a player. This is the most dominant round for BDS thus far.
Yeah, and there's so much still in the tank left for BDS. As we saw when that Twitch drone went into Archives, there are 2 Vulcan canisters from the Goyo on top of the bookcase. That's very hard to clear. Even the Twitch drone would have had to make a few jumps to try and take those down. If it comes down to a late round push from SSB into Archives, they will likely die. But instead, they're looking to pressure officers. But Ashen has found his first. Forrest now tempted to make something happen. Oh, a nade though. Surely this won't be confirmed. Oh no! Ashen finds them both, trading himself back. It doesn't seemingly matter for SSG that he falls because they collapse on the site and finish off the rest of BDS. SSG win the half, 4-2 split.
Hey, if I'm Ashen with that grenade, I'm gonna take that trade, man. You toss out a nade, you confirm the kill, you get the second, you might die. It's all good, man. We don't worry about it. And then the push in that 90 hallway, the Blackbeard, the 2 guns supporting him. I mean, it's beautiful teamwork once more from SSG.
Yeah, even though it started so strong for BDS, League of Fact finding a pick. Oh, this was what we didn't see.
Okay.
Took him a hell of a long time. You can see that BDS, though, pushed for a refrag. Players dropping downstairs. That grenade ended up winning the round for them. Ashen even types lol in the all chat.
Surprised he didn't tap anything else. Just a lol.
Dude, that's tame for
Oh,
Ashen.
2 kills with 1 nade. 10 and 4, by the way.
Yeah,
Huge performance.
had an unreal half so far. Moving on to the attack, let's see, rather defense, let's see if he can keep up that momentum. He's on the Tuberau now. We didn't see any Tuberau from the League of the BDS side, from League of Fact or
it's
anyone
just
else.
League Effect now, huh?
I mean, it's Team League of Fact in my brain.
He does call the operators. He's like, Shaco played the Valkyrie, I'm gonna play Oryx. He's
That was
so
a
accurate with it.
Really nice tack timeout, though, when we actually got to hear every single operator being called. The more detailed and specific in particular a call in a tack timeout, I find it so interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there's just, you know, there's less chance of miscommunication. If you go, guys, just do the vertical ventilation strat, and then one person's like, oh, I'm gonna play castle, but in League Effect's mind, you don't need the castle.
Yeah.
Just be clear about it, right?
Yeah.
Communication's not easy. Don't make it any harder than it has to be. But for, of course, expectations right now, Border is historically an attacker-favorite map. SG getting a 4-2 is not like out of the norm, but you are doing it against BDS. That's the impressive part.
And the other thing is that BDS expected their defense to be stronger, otherwise they wouldn't have picked a defense start.
It's also completely fair. Can they hold on, though? As you said, very different operator lineup from SSG, the Tuberau, the Ella. A lot of, I would say, weaker weapons. Double SMG-11, long range of fights. The Scorpion and Ella. Most people don't like it. Little sap there, very cheeky. Oh, the nades!
Oh, wow. Not every day that we see a nade get a kill, and now in 2 rounds, we've had 3 nade kills. Ironically, Ashen, the one falling this time around. A little bit of payback. And with that, I believe CCTV should be mostly clear. It looks like Benja has now retreated into the position. Another nade goes out. It does take a bit of damage eventually, but Likafak is the one trying to be the tip of the spear. Solotov confirms that kill. The DMRs comes alive for BDS. As just the 2 SMG-11 bros left. Likafak quickly dismisses J90's flank. And it's all up to Fultz. He's about to be spotted by that Deimos Deathmark. Nice shot onto Shaiko, but Uzis has trapped him all the way from downtown. Solid start to the attacking side from BDS.
They change stuff.
Ah, that's counter-setting.
Yeah, sounds like BDS didn't see the setup they were expecting, but the way they picked that up was beautiful. A lot of teams will struggle on clearing out the first player in the corner. They killed 3 separate defenders in that 90 corner that were retaken first. Actually, we saw Ashen fall, then Benja, and then the third player here, J90. It was clean, it was simple, it was just some grenades, some Blackbeard usage, some Lion. It's beautiful.
Oof. Not a good reaction from Fultz there. Fultz actually one of only 2 players in the server who has won a 6 Invitational before him and Benja Master. Him, of course, with Space Station in 2020, Benja with G2 in 2023. Both times in Montreal at Place Belle, actually.
Yeah, actually, fun fact.
Not far from here, funnily enough. about a 5.5-hour drive, I'm told.
As a Danish person, that is incredibly
That's
far.
not far
I can
if
go
you're
to
in North
4
America.
separate countries with a 5-hour car ride from Denmark.
Or even on the right coast here in Boston, on the east coast, northeast part of the country, not that far from Montreal. Europeans are crying at the thought of a 5.5-hour drive.
It's so true. Again, we're always speaking about IGLs and what they do in the server from like calling the strats for your teammates. But League Effect playing out that round as quickly as it happened and go, guys, they've changed stuff. Like again, that was not what they prepped or prepared for, and they very immediately went celebration into adaptation. Because now they really realize that their prep work has to be a little bit different this time around. Shako making a rotate with the Deimos pistol towards Jail to get into the building when he needs to. Meanwhile, the drone from Solotov, some self-destruction, into gathering, cancel barricades, goodbye. Trying to use these forest drones early, so that when you need to get aggressive for Solotov, he can just become like an entry gun, because he's spent those forest drones already.
Oh, League of Fact's the first one to fall, and he will die with a lot of utility in pocket. Desperately looking for a refrag here. Shiko up the main stairs. He's walking into a crossfire, and his position's been read here by Faults. Waiting inside Fountain. It's an easy shot for the American. Just 2 players left, floundering for BDS. Bride and Solotov. Solotov can barely even find this fight against Ashen. Won't gift him too much of a freebie. Hunted down into the corner, but it doesn't seemingly matter. BDS the ones that have to make their move.
Discipline. 4v2 SSG. I mean, this speaks to their lifestyle choices, how they operate as a team. You should have no way to lose this round unless Bride and Solotov have the best rounds of their careers, because you got a 4v2, you got strong positions, you have 3 players upstairs actually, and then 1 guy hiding on the bomb side, just slowing down time. Jammer, of course, taking out that summer charge. They can't breach. Ashen is playing the pillar position. If he dies first, that will open things up. I don't want to see Ashen swing here and go for a greedy kill. Just stick that corner, or when it's clear, fall back to side and surrender the map control. Because now there's 50 seconds left, BDS have no idea where any of these defenders are playing from.
All this information becoming old news. The BDS is gleaning. Still haven't spotted many of those players on site. BDS have abandoned the top floor. They're now looking to try and cheese a plant position, but it's going to have to be impeccable cover from Solotov, who's already low HP. Nice shot from Bride. Ashen down. 10 kills on the board, the top fragger in the server. No longer a worry for BDS. But guess what? Solotov still has to loiter upstairs because Faults is on for a flank. And Solotov is not in position to be aware of it. Bride still trying to force that plant down. Faults' position not yet known. Forrest poised, try and make something work.
Oh, he missed him.
I don't think Solotov saw him. He realizes perhaps his teammate called out, but Forrest has found the kill, and Faults is ready for the second. SSG have taken control.
Very good read, dropping to the bomb side, realizing BDS, they're not going for Uncle anymore. They want the site itself. And because of the lack of self-destruction on the bomb site walls, SSG didn't have the line of sight to actually see the plant position at first. They were shotgunning it at the end of the round. That's actually how Ashen died on the castle. But this right here, beautiful. Benjamin has Armory Archives, your player inside a fountain holding down the middle staircase, and Ashen deep inside an office locking down east stairs. They were having like 3 people working together, covering almost the entirety of top floor, leaving no way in for BDS. And the second League Effect died, you saw it was League Effect saying, guys, just play for bodies, play for kills. Shaq was sprinting up the middle staircase looking for something, nothing to be found.
5-3 split now for SSG. The BDS might have found a little bit of success on the back of their tactical timeout and at the start of this half, but they've slowed down. SSG looking too strong on border. Now, of course, as the analyst mentioned, Bank is our next map, BDS's map pick, and they are unbelievable on this map. They're actually on a 14-map win streak.
14?
14.
Okay.
Whereas Space Station have lost it the last 3 times they have played it. The BDS should feel a lot more comfortable on Bank, but you shouldn't be relying on winning your map pick to go into a BO3. Nighthaven is where we would settle it if we're pushed the distance, but if SSG can build up that momentum on the first map, we know they are fighters. They have not lost a match at 6 Invitational without at least winning a map.
And I mean, they are what I would call a momentum-based teams. Once they are fired up, they are feeling great. The attacks were phenomenal. The defense, of course, is about adapting to your opponent. You're going to set up your stuff, see what BDS will try and do to pick it apart, and you got to counter. It's been a lot of utility from Space Station on border, not typically a utility-based map. I mean, the Kai 2-barrel castle right now with the mute jammers, it's again choosing to work the map and positions over playing strong guns. Whereas BDS, you're playing high fire rate SMGs, taking gunfights, running around the building. Very different stylistic choices, and I like it because it does mean for BDS, because they're not playing the same way, they gotta pick it apart differently, and they might not have the perfect answer.
Yeah, when it comes to hard clearing positions, hard breaching walls, it's gonna be a huge challenge for BDS. They're gonna have to brute force. How are they gonna do that when they're still lying in wait, droning, checking positions? When SSG are doubling down on all of these points of ingress?
Oh, the calm before the storm. The only thing SSD don't have right now that I would like to see was a Valkyrie, but where do you fit that in? That's the issue. Look at this. Archive's entry, Shaiko.
The gap. He's found it. Our Space Station aware. The nade reveals his position elsewhere. Solotov's gone down. An instrumental player and operator. Would have been, at least, in this round, had he not gone down early. Now Shaiko still desperately looking for something, peering down into the bomb site below. These SSG players are not going to reveal their position. Ashen almost finds his kill, whiffs his shots. Shaiko finds the gap, but Ashen still has not been dealt with. Eventually, Shaiko finds them both on the top floor. BDS still have a way into this, but SSG are fighting tooth and nail. False takes a bit of damage, retreats, forces Shaiko now to drop. The bomb site is his, but Bride has to come to assist and force this plant down.
Bride is far away, so there is no crossfire. Shaiko's all alone. SSD, they surrender the bomb site mostly. One player creeping inside a B bomb site. If he jumps in, he should be dead. But they don't know. Lack of information from both teams.
Forrest has the prime position. He's standing on a mute jammer. He's not going to be vulnerable to the death marks, and he's wary of Shaiko's position. And he finds him as well. Bride can trade and jump straight inside. Diffuser in pocket, ready to plant. Fultz and J90 have to play this to perfection. Together, but separate. Do they make their way forward? Fultz finds his head, and it's SSG. They've got 3 map points ahead of them.
More TCSC training, more TCSC training.
The biggest takeaway for me in that round is how they played top floor for SSG. They had a player on the half-wall in Armory, far back stuck in the corner, Ashen, and a teammate by the small box door, and they knew exactly where to stand and where they couldn't to avoid overstepping and dying. They took a timeout from SSG to lock this out.
Use the mute jammers to go down some place in and turn close. Place those around for you guys with balls. Make sure you get something off and out on that mirror. Just
Put a jammer on that door so it gets jammed.
Hey, after that, once you call whatever you want, get off the inside when this shit closed out.
Oh, they're cooking.
Dude, that was so specific.
Yeah, this is
Vera
one of those.
Here, Fountain facing this way.
Yeah.
Kai to protect the walls.
Yeah.
Mute jammer here, mute jammer here, mute jammer here.
Yeah. Make CC a kill box and give that to them for free, just to kill them afterwards. This is ballsy, I will say. You're up 6-3. You're doing great. No questions asked. You're giving BDS a chance to talk amongst themselves and their support staff to make the right adaptations yourself. And you're doing this because you believe that with this specific approach to this upcoming round, you can just end it 7-3 and call it there. If this doesn't work out and BDS, they start, building that comeback, you have no parachute. Yeah. You spend it for this round with a 3-round lead. See if you can pay off.
It's just so typical of this roster to make the ballsy play. It's what they do best. It's what they love. The way that they live. Now, have they made CCTV a kill box? They haven't opened up any walls as of yet.
I think it's going to be maybe on the back Fountain, perhaps. Yeah, there it is. So they're going to open up the soft walls, play from Fountain. The Kaituba on mid jammers here are a mixture of wall deny for the mirror windows, the breaches, and in case of probably like a depth tracker from if there was going to be a Deimos on the board. And you see the response from BDS. They're picking up Maverick as the sole Heartbreacher. That's not going to work against the mirror windows at all. So they're expecting that they need to breach the first layer, but the issue isn't getting the bomb set wall. The issue is the mirror window right behind it. So Leaky and Bach has to be instrumental and find these things vertically instead to get rid of those mirror windows.
Yeah, and if it comes down to an offside push, SSG have really stacked up util in that position. Perhaps the map could be the answer to that side push. But I think Leakafak, as you said, is going to be hugely impactful here. Twitchstone comes in. This is going to spot the hunk of utility. Surely it's not going to be able to find this mirror window.
Hold up.
Oh, no! Shot on the
Mid-air.
drop. That is so massive from Benja to shoot that Twitch drone. Had it found its way in, that would have been the entire hole for SSG dismantled. But look at this. CCTV may be a kill box, but Solotov has already made his way past it into the hallway.
I love the Jaeger here. The ADS says, in case of those grenades, they've been so lethal from the side of BDS. Only 2 in pocket of users. Great shot though. Solotov takes down Forest. The domino pieces are slowly starting to fall, but SSG are still holding on. They still got their prime positions. They don't have to get desperate just yet.
This Mav is putting some pressure, and that pressure is slowly building across the map for BDS as they encroach upon the positions of SSG. Benja so close to swinging Solotov here, but he knows discipline will be rewarded.
If either Benja or Ashen falls in office, the other player is as good as dead. They need each other to live in these positions. So if one person swings, it'll be the fault of the other. Careful, Ashen. Benja's been so patient, so disciplined. Don't go greedy on him now.
Sneaking up as Shaiko. He's just waiting for one of these heads to pop up. The mirror window's open. A kill onto J90. Aggression from Fault doesn't pan out. Shaiko's got his double. And Armory is as good as his. A 3K for the Frenchman. Benja Master, the last one standing. He goes down. It's flawless for BDS. A gamble is taken by SSG, but BDS have got a royal flush.
A good idea. A risky tactical timer, but you're up against Leakafak, and he picked it apart perfectly with his team of BDS. It was step by step. It was kill after kill. It was position cleared after position cleared. It's beautiful. I mean, this first pick from Solotov, that's just nasty. But that's not even the most important kill. It's how to do the bug vert downstairs, cover the run back, juke the C4, kill the second player, cut the rotation in half, and the last 2 remaining defenders, that was Ashen and Benja, who were holding off his fountain earlier.
Let's go, good call. Yeah, Shaiko killed it there.
So Leakafak actually saying good call. It seems like somebody else might have made the round-winning call for him.
Well, it was Leakafak on the buck, right?
Yeah, so this is the thing. If you're the IGL and you're playing Buck downstairs, you don't see the bumps and what's happening on the upstairs area, but you know what you can do to help them. So the communication between Shaiko, Solotov, and Leakafak, the people outside Armory, had to have been excellent to say, hey, Leakafak, when you buck this, in 3 seconds, I'm gonna cut off the rotation. 3, 2, 1, boom, get the kill.
Yeah. And that was the first of the dominoes that fell for SSG. Yeah. And then Shaiko just doing Shaiko things, knowing the situation, right? He knows he's then going to get swung by the player on the mirror window. And once he's found 2, he knows it's going to come down to a rotation from the other side of the map. A temptation from J90 to go for a spawn peek. But as you pointed out last round, Nick, SSG took their tactical timeout at 6-3 match point. Yeah. They no longer have their parachute and BDS start building momentum.
We see SSG with a big change of right. They played super passive last round, thinking that BDS couldn't just like problem solve the round. Now they're spawn peeking, they're roaming again, they're much more proactive around the entire building, watching the cameras. So they recognized, okay, that didn't work. Back to our previous, strategy. BDS now got to adapt on the fly, back-to-back, Brede on the sense. We don't see that all that often from BDS, but it could, of course, be a huge operator. The sense rework, in case you guys aren't familiar, those projector walls no longer act as a smoke grenade. The warden, the glass, bulletproof cameras can't see through it. It just now covers all the vision. So Forrest on the warden right now can't do anything about it. But the triple C4s on the side of SSG absolutely can. BDS, they're approaching side. Shaiko might just walk on in.
Oh, he's been found. BDS.
That's risky.
Losing an early player. Benja so cautious of these vertical lines that he himself has opened. Oh, that was a free kill for Leakafak. It goes begging. Big missed opportunity to tie up the numbers for BDS.
Is that trigger discipline? Leakafak didn't think he could confirm the kill, and if he shoots now and doesn't get it, his position will be exposed. He's gonna toss a smoke grenade, take the position around, but again, he needs the perfect shot. He needs the skill to be confirmed. He can't risk only doing damage.
Fault is seemingly suspicious as well, and so tempted. He goes for the drop. The timing is perfect. Leakafak has been holding that for God knows how long, and yet he loses it. Forest, Benja, and Fultz now. In the 3v3, it's still map points as they hold on. Shots to the floor from Forest. Users has to pull this pin out of his foot. The SSG still have that roamer upstairs as well. That X Factor remains untapped.
They got the Blackbeard, they got the sense. I want to see Brede getting more active right now. Diffuser instead of customs on his body. But those projector walls, I mean, they can find so much value right now. You can cut the bombs in half. Benja finds one more.
Benja.
So now we got a 2v3. With no Brede, he can be so clutch. Uses on the Blackbeard. It's not out, it's not over just yet.
No! But he was looking the wrong way! It's all up to Users now, and he's found the first of three, looking for a second. Benja taken down. Where is Fultz? Where is the captain? Users looks to steer the ship himself with that plant going down. C4 available for Fultz. He tears it, he detonates it, but Users hasn't been found. It's a game of cat and mouse as Users ducks around the corner, hunting down Fultz. But Users doesn't have the time to waste. Fultz is in the corner, he spots him, he sprays him. All engines are firing for SSG. Border is theirs as they move to rob BDS on bank.
Ice cold play from Fultz is running around the bomb site saying, I know where you are, and I got time on my side. Shigo started that final round, sprinting in towards the bombs and thinking, I can win this for my team. But no, you could not. Benjamin's upstairs through the vert, shut that down, and locked BDS out from getting to the site. Close first map. But I will say this for BDS, maybe not close enough.
SSG have been taking some big scalps so far at SI. Could BDS be the next? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Available now.
Strong start from SSG in this potential banger matchup. They take their own map pick of a border, and we complimented SSG on their cohesion, their teamwork going into this map, but once again, it shows in their team play.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it, and everything they do outside of the server is for a reason. And everything they do inside of the server is for a reason. You will not see SSG making basically any mistakes inside the server. They know what they want to do. They do it as a team every single time. Obviously, every round it's not going to work out. There will be rounds that they lose, but every single round they give what is their best opinion. They don't make very many mistakes, if any at all, and it becomes so hard to play against them when they're doing that. I said it off camera actually, I feel like SSG, and I don't mean this in any disrespect to any playstyle or anything like that, they are a faster Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, when you play against them, they don't give you any mistakes, but their big enemy is time. SSG are very similar, but they don't have that time element. They're fast, they're confident, and they're hitting some unreal shots and unreal plays. Look at Fultz with that clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, we said the biggest thing for SSG, it was almost like no one was dying. They weren't giving up any free picks to BDS, and that's exactly what we saw in SSG's game against FaZe and G2. They were so good at hiding. They don't give away free picks. They're able to play the time as best as possible so that they can make sure that they're winning the rounds decisively.
Look at that on the scoreboard there. Fultz, by the way, 14 and 5, so died only 5 rounds out of 11, and 4-0 on the entry.
Yes.
Like, they're getting the entries and also not dying. They're valuing their life so much.
Absolutely. I mean, Fultz has definitely been coming alive for this event. I mean, he's looking like he's playing like the Fultz that won the Hammer, you know, back in 2020, I believe.
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, SSG's just been playing so good in the way that they coordinate and the way that they're executing. Because if you watch the way that they play, they're all split up around the map, but they're able to just consume the site or consume the position that they're trying to take. And they're constantly getting those first picks. And BDS doesn't really have a response for them. They were kind of getting shut out.
No, but they better find a response, and hopefully quick as well. They have about 5 minutes before we go to their map pick. That's going to be Bank after this break.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
BDS will need to come up with an answer if they want to keep themselves in that upper bracket. They're discussing it now in this little break between these two maps. But the good thing is we're going to their map pick. Bank is up next. And you talked about this, Foxy, when we showed all the maps. SSG, once again, similar to Border, play pretty spread out on this map.
Yeah, they have a very unique playstyle on Bank just because most of the time, even though Bank is such a big map, SSG is really good at being able to limit even needing resources inside the map. On a basement, they're able to take Garage, take Dirt Tunnel. On a CEO, they're able to play off the windows. And there's a lot of creativity from the side of SSG when it comes to Bank. And I'm excited to see how they match up against a better team because Bank is a good BDS map.
It's a good BDS map. I mean, we're looking for some kind of hope to, especially for the EU fans, to keep BDS in this upper bracket. I mean, if you do win today, that is so much easier to make your way to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the hope for the BDS fans is Bank is a great map. In fact, I've got a great stat on. BDS have never lost Bank with this roster. Their win streak goes back even further before this roster, but they've never lost it with this roster. They absolutely love it. Teams took them there time and time and time again, and they kept beating them.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing the astronauts back down to earth just a little bit to make sure that we keep the tension in this matchup because it was rather dominant, I guess we can say that. Despite the scoreline being 7-4, it was still a very strong showing from SSG. We've seen BDS be in this spot before. They have this target on the back. We talk about it, but we need them to step up.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest difference on Bank compared to Border is it is a very slow-paced map, but the difficulty is still going to be the same for BDS. They're going to have to be able to find those kills when they're on their attack side. They have to make sure that they have a comfortable enough lead while they're starting on defense to be able to swap sides because SSG are so good right now at not overextending and overexposing and throwing rounds that they shouldn't need to be throwing.
This is the type of game that's shaping up so far where BDS are being outfought in terms of the strategy, in terms of the team play. But BDS do have that secret weapon that everybody on their roster can pop off and just carry them through the game. This is certainly the map that is going to be needed.
I mean, one thing SSG does have, though, is they've slayed 2 Giants already. They got the third one in front of them, and they have the momentum of the first map. And if there's anything that Gym Bros love, it's that energy, it's that power, and so far they have the vibes on the team currently to be able to carry them through.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it again, though. But with all this information, I am so excited to watch this map too. And the good thing is that the game is ready, so let's throw it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne and the analysts. Wow, that sounds like a good name for a TV show. Can you imagine that? I reckon that'd make a pretty good cartoon.
Sure.
Yeah. But first, we've got quite a show to watch today. That's BDS and Space Station. SSG, as the guys on the analyst team said, they've already had huge upsets over W7M major champions, FaZe SI finalists, and G2. Can they take down BDS as well? Well, they've got their work cut out for them. This is BDS's best map. They have not lost it for nearly 2 years. They're on a 14-map win streak. BDS are ready to bounce back on Bank.
Funny enough, the fan vote actually going in favor of BDS a little bit more than previously on Border. I mean, I like that the European fans are showing up here in full force, but guys, were you not paying attention? There was a 7-4 convincing victory from SSG, primarily being the driver's seat. You gotta pay some more respect.
Yeah. No, SSG have looked in solid form. We were having a little bit of a chat between maps with Emmy and Hap and some of the other casters around who were on break between their maps as well. And they asked, was that a one-sided game? Like, how was it? Was it close? And I went to say yes. And then you and the analyst chimed in and said, actually, no, SSG was in control for all of Border.
I would say so. I mean, sure, round count-wise, it closed, and there were like 2v2s and 1s that could have gone other ways, but generally speaking, I think SSG, they did put in more than BDS could take away from them. But Bank, though, it's a different beast. The analyst said it very well. The one saving grace for Space Station when they go on defense in 6 rounds from now is that they were very good on Border at simply knowing exactly where the line of descent was, where they are safe to be standing, and where they will die to a grenade or a line of sight. The way Bank plays out, a lot of long angles, basement, all the way garage in towards the bomb site, server in towards the bomb site, top floor, CE repel, lobby repel. So you need to understand where you will be safe and where you might be, in danger. But BDS, they will start on defense first. We gotta go through the attacking side of SSG before we get to the defensive side. And we saw a lot of stuff on Border. The Blackbeard, the Sense, the Amaro, the fast take, saying we have a clear vision, a clear plan, and we have no fear to execute it.
That's right. SSG have already played Bank and lost it against G2, Oxygen, and Virtus Pro at the 6 Invitational so far. They will have to right their wrongs to make this a swift 2-0 and put themselves into the upper bracket final here at SI. Starting on the attacking side, as you've said, they themselves banned the Deimos and the Valkyrie. BDS got rid of the Montaigne and the Azami. Now that Deimos is the main one I'm thinking of, which we did see a little bit of on the first map. It's Shaiko's favorite, or one of Shaiko's favorite operators on the attacking side. In the second half, we may see that come into play.
I think we can call it favorite, not one of. I think it's a fair assumption here. I just injured though. The drone is there. The gunfight doesn't go the right way though. What is that, Ashton? You gotta hit those shots, man.
Say Bloody Mary, and he will appear. Shaiko question marks. Ashen in the chat. Immediately off to a flying start for BDS. SSG may have taken the top floor control, but their quick entry from Ashen leaves SSG bloodied. It's going to be a hot drop here for the Blackbeard. Spotting. And the second one. Benja does take down Forest, unfortunately, for SSG. Retaining the numbers advantage for BDS.
Now imagine Ashen gets that free bounce to Shaiko. You drop the hatch, you get a second kill or the area in control for free. This round would have looked so good for Space Station, but now with a team kill and a whiff from Ashen, it is gonna be a fair bit more difficult. I will say this though, the Grim Bees and those projector walls from the Sense can still find a ton of value in this round. There is still a way into this. SSG will, of course, fight for it. They're not going to give up, but BDS are playing so far back on the bomber side. All they want to do right now is not risk dying. So as I said, the line in the sand, the area that BDS control, that's where you're going to play from. Watch those angles on the hatch drops and just sit down and wait for SSG to make the first move.
What SSG have going for them is a decent amount of utility still available. Hard breach is going to be pretty easy. 2 sets of tin can openers already used, 1.5 of those sets. Faults has the Maverick. If it is to be used, he can open up lines of sight onto the objective. He can open up an entry. The Sense.
Oh, yeah.
Very early. We need to see a way to clear these Vulcan canisters on the bomb site. BDS can just sit safely.
There is 1C4.
Oh, no. Taking down J90 before he detonates those projectors does mean that BDS are going to be pretty much guaranteed this round.
You can win that gunfight.
Same angle. How is Benja making that same mistake? Rough round for him from the team kill into that blunder. Now it's all up to Faults, and there's a player flanking him upstairs. That's a nice one for League. The fact it's impossible. Simply impossible for Faults to make this one.
That's going to be the first round, and it does it here shortly. But we saw the vision from SSG, a lot of intent in the round, a lot of fast entries and map control. If they can keep up that pace and not get shook too much from these very massive errors in the first round, it's gonna be okay for the future. But the nearsightedness, come on, that's not fair, League Effect. Take the 50-50, man.
League Effect just waiting, biding his time. BDS are locked in here. Nothing that Faults can do about it, except maybe find a consolation frag. He's being toyed with. Great start there for BDS. SSG had nothing in that round from start to finish.
Drop instantly trading hatch. They will try crazy stuff. That was really good, Checo. Well played. See, play what?
I really like that they're not necessarily going to talk about the crazy stuff that happened during the round, because you've got to focus up on the round. But this is exactly what Lee Kafak was explaining to the roster.
Yeah.
A nade was thrown out at the same time as the double drop happened. And he said, guys, they're going to try crazy stuff.
Yeah. It's important to understand what kind of SSG is going to be meeting in the server. If it's going to be the super fundamentally structured, slower pace, like we saw one round off on border after a tactical timeout, or the rest of border, where they're just fighting you, going fast, and trying to control the pace. Fox sat on the desk, or on the analyst floor, as we call it here, that SSG were very good at taking the hard-to-get spaces, whether it's a seat your rappel, working those angles, taking garage and server on basement, etc. And this is the thing, a lot of teams are not very good at taking those areas in control, and they struggle to get a foothold inside the map or enough bomb site pressure to force defenders to move around. I don't expect that to be the problem for SSG. They're gonna have to just win gunfights against Shaiko, however, and that's gonna be equally hard because he was on fire in the first map and was instrumental in most of the rounds that BDS was succeeding in. And when they could shut him down, when Benji in that final round won his individual gunfight, BDS, they have much less fragging power when he's in the grave.
The top floor second up for BDS. There's a lot of explosive utility here on the SSG side. Unfortunately, that Matera does get jammed out by Mute. The Ashe and the Kali, however, will not get jammed out by Mute, and will be able to take down these castle barricades.
Luckily, the Kali here, probably one of the longest angles in the game, so why not bring the biggest zoom scope available? Clear the castle barricades, can shatter a mirror window if you were to bring one, can destroy the blue with cameras, the kite claws. Like, there is so much value to be had here if you're Kali. But that primary sniper, most players don't like it. They don't enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, it's had a few buffs over time. It's a little bit less unwieldy than it has been in the past. But similar to shield operators, you just have to practice with it. You have to get comfortable with it. I hope for J9's sake that he is.
Now, Ligifag is safe in that position because of the castle barricade on the side, and nobody's cleared that out. Just a small note here, if defenders are castle off a door or window, you should try and destroy the castle barricade because they have an intent with that. If the castle barricade isn't there, Ligifag cannot play in this position and wouldn't be able to get that C4 maybe tossed out.
Yeah, strange to me that J9 hasn't cleared that castle barricade on the airlock doorway. Nice C4, but SSG are aware of it. Another castle barricade provides a safe haven for Ligifag on the site.
It has Selma charges, Ash breaching rounds, Kali lances. I mean, they have so much self-destruction. They've spent most of it. And they haven't gotten 2 of the 4 castle barricades. Entering the building is risk for Benja.
Oh, nice read, though.
Finds it.
He does get that kill on the Shaiko, but not confirmed. And with the support from a player behind him, I believe BDS may be able to save their hero player, Bride, to finish off Benja. They're not going to rush in, though, because the plan is going down for SSG. An alert here from Ashen almost finds something. The plan is confirmed. A nigh impossible post-plan. They're going to have to find the frags. BDS do just that. It's all up to Ashen and J9O. Both finding kills. Bride, the last one standing. He could not deny the plan. And now he's going to deny 2 players from Space Station. Trying to stick that defuse. Faking it back again. Being toyed with by Ashen. But he finds the first one. Low HP on Bride. J9O with the SMG available. Goes for the swing. Takes off his head. And a big round for SSG.
A huge round for J9O. There's a 3 or 4 kill in the round. He got the castle barricades. He backstepped in from lobby. And while they were executing, he was a chaos factor. He got 2 kills. Shaiko was injured, of course, when Benja opening up that round forward. But then he just stopped planting out of nowhere. And there was one way that BDS could easily win. The Warden inside of Janitors. But then you got the backstab inside of top heaven. So SSG, they're attacking from everywhere. Injured, they confirm Bride here under so much pressure, couldn't figure out what's going on, and then the backstep again, gets 1, gets 2.
Wow, he had a 4K in that round for J9O. Yeah, next level performance here from J9O on that Kali. We called him out. 3 kills with that SMG.
You'd think with that hand gesture that something good would have happened, but
you would have thought so.
It was not so good for BDS.
No.
Not quite.
Bit of a read, at least, on what happened.
Yeah, this is the thing. BDS, I think even in the rounds that they are losing to SSG so far, they always understand why they're losing and what they have to change to not lose the following time. And that's why you can never count them out, because League Effect does have such a high level understanding for his opponents.
And even when BDS are winning, League of Fact will still comment on what the opponent did well.
True.
Like what happened after the first round, where he said, guys, they double dropped the open area hatch with a Blackbeard and a grenade. They're going to keep doing crazy stuff. So League of Fact doesn't matter win or lose. He's always constantly thinking one step ahead of the opponent. Unfortunately, he's one or two steps too far forward. And SSG read him like a book. A nade to go out for a lot of damage at the start. Cut off from False.
That's a crazy nade lineup. Jesus. From downtown, almost takes down League Effect, and a single bullet injures him. He's now dead. Blitz on the top of Forest. He's a great shield player, by the way.
Can't believe the timing on that as well. 45 seconds into the round, already 2 picks, and a hell of a lot of ground taken for Space Station. Shaco finally gets something. There's plenty of util still to be had here on the SSG side.
In the aggression, you see it. They got what they wanted. SSG now stabilize, reset the round, put up those flying drones. You got 2 kills, Shaco low on HP. From a strategical win condition perspective, SSG are in full control. They got so much time to work with. They have Bug for Lethality, Sophia for Heart Destruction. Forest, very risky drop in lobby. He's completely alone, but the pressure is there. Solotov respects it. He falls back. He doesn't want that smoke.
Nitro.
That's good. Oh, he lives.
Bit of damage on the Benja, but not enough as of yet. Solotov has done a hell of a lot of HP damage in this round. Both Forest and Benja. Brede, that C4 is completely blind, and it will be heard as well. Genano called upon to drone him out.
Here's Forest, though, downstairs. Takes down... Oh,
what is going on?
Okay.
Solotov eventually finished off. Shaco's the last one standing. He's the only one to have found a kill in the round for BDS. Nitro Cell is now dead in the water. Gonna find the first, easy peasy. Surely a second now, but Benja holds his nerve, holds back. Hiding at the base of the stairs, Shaco needs to land this perfect shot. He sees him for a brief moment and does get the injure. Likely to finish as well. Triple kill on the round for Shaco into a post plant. With False and J90 assuming separate positions. One above and one far away. Gumine to go out. They're actually very far from this. What are the chances? What are the chances that Shaco can make this happen? 1 kill for False is enough.
Licky, you can't die first, bro!
Ashen calling out Leak of Fact. It was a very early pick that started everything for SSG. Damn, we can see in the all chat right now, Forest is calling out BDS, said, stat player, haha, keep baiting your team. Shaco responds, own goal.
I'm not sure what own goal.
I think he's...
Forrest, like, Brede needs help.
I think Shaco's saying, you're preaching to the choir. Who are you to talk?
I see that. I mean, yeah. When you take down the Vigil as easily and early as SSG did, it makes the roam clear that much easier. But then again, it was Benji doing verticality inside Archives Tellers, Blitz just rushing on in, they get 2 more picks. The way the bank often plays out is that you're going to have your setup, like any other bomb set, of course, any other map in the game, as defenders. When you lose the first main win condition, so previously, in that open air defense, there's a top 4 roam by 2 or 3 separate BDS players. When League Effect dies the way that he did, without even fighting back, doing any damage, etc., your roam falls apart. You now lose a major part of your win condition because they were probably expecting to burn the first like 60 seconds of the round in there.
Yeah.
They lasted for like 15 seconds, right?
SSG is so quick. Like immediately they're in the top 4. Immediately they're flushing the second player down the elevator hatch, and already SSG have a catch player there waiting for him. It furthers the numbers advantage. The BDS are actually on the ropes on their map pick. On the defensive side, on a map that they've won 14 times in a row. Every time they've played it with this roster of 5 players, which has been quite a long time now, they have lost this map. Sorry, won this map.
I was trying to say, Yeah, so SSG simplified. They're not just doing plan A, then plan B, or step 1, step 2. They're doing 2 steps at once. Again, they find the catch, uses downstairs in the basement. Great drone work, great intel game. And that's gonna... Oh, Bit of a change up here for Ashen, looking for more.
How are you allowed to be in blue stairs in the first minute of the round
You
on a
shouldn't
bank
be.
basement?
You really should not be in BDS. They're not communicate the gaps and where they were. Ashen, surprisingly enough, doesn't go down into server to take further map control, but rather it's about room clear. Self-destruction, sees the back of his backpack, almost gets the kill, but not quite. Hatch opened up. That's a smart adaptation, though, that Nikifek spoke about. Hey, you can counter this maybe by giving a shotgun there, for example.
Yeah,
Almost
but
worked.
It's a nice idea, but like that was 3 rounds ago, dude.
Yeah, but it's the fact that they remember it, right?
Yeah.
That this is now happening again, the patterns are being recognized. Now they see 2 players inside of server. Okay, that's playing for Forest. He's going to rotate around. So SSG, they don't have a set play right now. They're putting out the feelers. What's clear, what's not, where should we go for? And because BDS, they fell back, they've now got an open area control. They've killed a player on the server staircase, and they got all the roams locked down. Nikifek, as I say this, has retaken server stairs control, but I don't know if he's going to stick around. So SSG just have to decide now, is it going to be a hatch drop? Is it going to be a default plant? It's going to be just playing for kills, because they have enough manpower to go for any of those 3 plants.
That's the thing. Like you said, BDS are recognizing the patterns from SSG, but they need a little bit more than that. They need a bit of aggression. They need these kills. And now they've put it back into a 4 versus 4. SSG, like you said, have to make a call, have to decide how they're going to play this. They do eventually look to put pressure on server, opening up that hatch. There's still a mirror window placed in position in red, and no adequate way to cover that with SSG.
Just the 1C4 though, if there's Goyo canisters on the default plant, time will be a huge problem for SSG, but if there is, they might be okay. Yeah, that the fire is popped. They'll have like 7 seconds left to work with right now, up against a single C4. This could work, this could fall apart. SSG, they gotta go for kills and get explosive, because no, a plant is not gonna happen.
Oh, the Vulcan canister is gonna lock out the side. In deep he goes from Forest, obfuscated by the smoke. The cover needs to be there, but he hasn't had a plan yet, and he's taken down. J90 with the backstab, but it's far too late, and there's nothing in it for SSG. BDS are on the board with another basement defense.
That's so bad, guys, I swear. Let's go. Let's make it guys. On CEO?
We can go back in time now and say when Ashen got the kill onto Ella, should he have stuck around on server and taken that and map control and start working out those Goyo canisters, buying some time for his team? Well, he was needed elsewhere for the roam clear top floor instead, take open area. But ultimately, SSG, they didn't get enough done in the middle of that round. They got stalled out, trying to get all the hatches. Then Ashen dies from an aggressive peek from Shaiko through the hatch downstairs. The round kind of slipped away. Back to an even round, kind of 2-2. And we do have to keep noting here, BDS, they are running around that bomb site with the hatch open. They are swinging out everywhere aggressively. SSG didn't want any gunfights. They could have easily taken them, but they wanted to execute despite not having all the tools to actually do it.
I think that's the read here that BDS have gotten. You have to start throwing some curveballs into SSG's plan. If you have a read on what they're doing, contest them before they can do it.
Yeah.
Shaiko did that. He's shooting people up through the hatch. That almost never works. Pretty much never get a kill on the players in open area from down in the basement up through that hatch. This is an interesting choice from Shaiko as well, destroying all of the collateral on top of those desks, stock, so that he can see better after people jump in, so he can contest thing in the hallway.
Expecting a jump out now. Those curveballs you mentioned, SSG, I think they're waiting for something to happen.
No claymores.
Oh, you're right. So a jump out here would be genius if you went for it, but...
I think they're trying to bait it, but that's part of the reason why they've brought no claymores. Instead, they want to hard watch these peoples.
This is the thing though, on these bombs in particular, running around like Shaiko has been doing and just taking gunfights, it can get very tricky because again, very long lines of sight. He's not playing Doc with an ACAR scope. It's a silly little Lesion with a T5. Shaiko does play 4-3 aspect ratio though, so he shouldn't be too uncomfortable taking those engagements.
You can see very far, even with the holo with that setup. But Solotov, he's contested with the ACOG, the UMP, and already found one. I don't know where Benja was, but Doku is not the kind of operator you want to lose early. She's a late round operator. You can't use those calls until 45 seconds into the round. Your second one doesn't generate until later than that. Ashen, though, getting aggressive. The fire goes out. Is there coverage from elsewhere to kill him as he retreats? There is not. No. He is forced back. He's playing Duck Duck Goose with Forest, looking for something here on the Blackbeard. He's managed to get in the building somehow, and a lot of damage taken. Breede's head off. SSG inching towards this bomb site. BDS finding no safe haven to stand. But Solotov will contest Ashton. A repel now inside. Shaiko's ready for it. J90 and Forrest desperately dropping, but Liquefax got him. Up to Forrest now, the Blackbeard. He started things for BDS, but he will not be able to finish it. SSG shut out of it. BDS are looking solid. They take the lead.
I'm seeing Liquefax and Shaiko straight on the keyboard right there.
Yeah, Shaiko said in the all chat, talking about Bay.
You want to do K to barrel strats? Play to barrel, play to barrel.
Oh, a suggestion there. From the right side of Solotov. And Liquefax, yeah, that's what you're going to do? Okay, let's do it. You believe in that strat?
Kai Tubarao.
We've seen Solotov now in a couple of different series, like I mentioned earlier, start taking not necessarily control over the team, but being the right-hand man for Liquefax. This right here, though, not catching Solotov on the rotations, not clearing the corner, nobody droning it. I mean, he ends up getting 3 kills in the round. It was a huge reason why BDS couldn't get, or SSG rather, excuse me, couldn't get back into the bomb site once they made their first entry. So a small gap found and exploited. Massive consequence, of course, for Space Station. But again, the vision was clear. The execute was good. The double fire, Blackbeard rappel one in, the nade tossed out, they get 2 kills. It was beautiful. But then, they lacked information game.
So for the first time, oh sorry, the second time, we're going to go star from open area. I almost said first time, Nicholas, because the last time BDS played this bomb site, it was...
The site didn't matter a whole lot.
Yeah, it didn't really, because Liquefax died upstairs to a great nade and cut off the folds very early. Here's the jump out. Ashton's ready, watching for users. A nice read from BDS, but SSG are expecting that early aggression.
It's crazy because we saw last round, SSG were waiting for that curveball and nothing happened. And a lot of teams and players would go, okay, that's not what they're about. But 2 rounds in a row, they watch for it. It finally happens. They get the reward. Yes, False takes a lot of damage, but this once more shows when you're a BDS player, okay, guys, they know what we're going to do. They're on to us. And you're going to start doubting yourself, okay, if that's what they know, that we're going to jump out the window, what about this upcoming play we're going to make? Do they know that too? Maybe we shouldn't do it anymore. It's too risky.
SSG are looking really in control here, surprisingly so. The BDS map pick, that's a lot of damage through the wall. Solotov is cut off. Even the Twitch drone was having a go at him. Ashton's found a kill, a second for the round. And SSG can continue scouting forward. The Twitch drone's still alive. BDS finding few places to call home on bank.
Ashton owns Archives. He's in there getting kills 2 times in 6 rounds, finding that gap, forcing himself in the middle of the building, and it gives you so much control. He actually misses Liquefax, dropping the hatch though. That was another freebie for him. Bug upstairs also misses him. Liquefax has gotten away with that. Somehow, some way. Should have been dead. But because of those 2 earlier kills, it's still a 5v3 heavily favoring Space Station, but they can't get too quiet now in this middle of the round. Like on basement, they have to keep up that pace and keep progressing the map.
Yeah, Space Station have 2 options though. They look to focus on targeting players and finding kills, which Liquefax is going to take into his own hands and get back to site safely. Or do SSG instead try and form up for a plant?
They can't get the hats though. The kite claw is there. They could try and toss. No, they can't. IQ is dead as well. I mean, you can fish for it like this with the X-Kairos. The soft destruction will spread an area of effect. But they are very locked out. BDS, their strat was to bro Kaid. They might just win because of Kaid.
SSG still have numbers though. Liquefax changes that. Liquefax, he's going nuts. Archive is his now. Ashen is dead, as are most of SSG. Benja has to desperately drop down into side. Liquefax hurt him. A 4K for Liquefax. J90 with it all to do. He can't even find the first one. Shaiko polishes off the round. BDS unreal on the defense.
The desk had a point earlier on that in games, BDS, they have one player always step up, and one person had not found that MVP just yet. And surprisingly enough, that person has been Liquefax. But on bank, in that previous round, a one-man army he was. And the craziest of all, he was supposed to be dead way before he got his first kill. The moment he drops the hatch, right next to Ashen, right below the bug, I'm thinking to myself, he's not gonna get out alive, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. He saves the round for his team, and BDS go on to attack. with a 4-2 defense half on Bank. We don't see it all that often. Bank tends to favor the attackers, but there's been these very small moments with BDS. They find the gap, they get away somehow from the grasp of Space Station, and then the players that survive, Solo Tough and CEO, League of open area, they just pick up kill after kill.
To think that SSG chose to start on the attacking side on Bank, thinking that that would bear a little bit of an advantage to try and topple the behemoth that is BDS's Bank. And now they've only found 2 rounds on the half.
It should have been 4-2 for Space Station, though.
It should be.
That's not how it goes.
I mean, SSG have played so damn well this game. And yet, BDS still have stretched a significant lead here on Bank, considering that a lot of teams will favor the attack on this side. That's where BDS now reside. SSG need to lock in here as they go to the basement.
Often the first tanker round is about setting the pace. SSG tried that with a fast push, or it's about just figuring out what your enemy wants to accomplish. BDS with a very slow start, droning everything out, flank cams, rotation cameras as well. They're just trying to figure out, okay, is this going to be an aggressive and explosive roaming SSG? Or is it going to be, hey, they're going to play for plant deny, you know, heavy turret on the bomb side. When you see an Echo, Jaeger, Smoke, 2-Brow, Goyo, yes, it's going to be all about the bomb side, the 5v5, the execute, the chaos. And since BDS have done such a quick job of getting in the building, getting the hatches, getting full map control in only 60 seconds, I wouldn't be too concerned with the Echo and Smoke grenades because they have so much time already.
Both of these teams are so quick on their attacks on Bank. The 2-Brow does slow it down, but Ashen will not be able to delay that hatch forever. The hatch on the side, of course, I'm referring to. Server as well now being contested by BDS. Users opening up that hatch. So much hard breach available. And an answer to anything.
Oh, it's huge.
That SSG might bring. And yeah, J9 is taken down. Guess who? It's Smoke. That's one of the late round operators you mentioned.
That buys you like 40 seconds on the clock. I mean, now it's only Goyo Fire and a single C4 to deny a plant. If you're a Space Station right now,
by Goyo Fire,
you might need to just say, guys, we're losing all of our plant deny. We need to go get some kills. If they start fishing aggressively, do not get surprised because they might have to.
That's right. And that's the read that BDS have to have now. Good info on site. Forrest with his bulletproof camera is able to stun out that Twitch drone, but now it's been taken out by the Ash. And Ashen has contested the hatch for a kill.
There it is, the first swing. Ashen, very important player. The only C4 in pocket of defense, the only real plant deny. Sure, Echo Stuns can stop the plant from going down, but it can't kill the planter himself. So when BDS want to get active, Ashen has to be perfect.
This is some old school siege right here. Breeday to force down this plant, and it will be a game of attrition. The Yokai drones and Ashen's C4 to try and deny the plant, but how about that from Ashen? Contesting the map holes. His second kill this round. After SSG started at a deficit, this Yokai is going to be so tough to see. Breeday's not going to be able to find it without peeking aggressively. Ashen's found his third. He's calling on Leakafact. The 2-Brow is going to stall out this plant as well. Breeday slowed down, and Falls has control above the hatch. Doesn't matter that BDS found the smoke early, because that's all they will find this round. SSG can win the round on time. BDS still 2 players up, and nothing at all to do.
And Ashen was perfect. I mean, they understand what every player needs to do so well. Ashen was not concerned with the planter whatsoever because Echo was saying, hey, I got the planter, don't worry about it. Ashen was fishing for the plant cover instead. He found a hatch kill here before they execute. Then uses Maverick is covering the red hallway. Ashen is swinging aggressively for this. Look at the timer, less than a second left on the plant. That's Forrest saying, don't worry about it, I'm gonna wait 6 full seconds, then I'm gonna stop them from planting. They trust in each other. The C4 wasn't even needed because guess what? Ashen got a 3rd kill afterwards as well.
Yeah, that was so good from SSG. The BDS strategically won a lot of the elements in the round. They cleared out all the Vulcan fire as well, but it didn't matter. Ashen's gun came to life, and BDS, there was so many different elements to deal with. You can't deal with the smoke, and the Goyo, and the 2-Brow C4, and the Yokais. If BDS even miss one of those, then SSG is going to win it.
And then Ashen just hits crazy shots.
Certainly doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Siege is a game of utility, but it's also an FPS game.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like, oh yeah, there's no way back. And it's like, no, actually, there's always a way back.
It's the most unique blend, where Yes, util is massively impactful in Siege. Strategy, team play, team chemistry, but also you just need 5 bullets to win anything.
Yeah.
5 bullets, that's all it takes. One hit headshot with every weapon.
Now, one thing that has kind of flown under the radar, Benjamin was 1 in 6. Benja is a huge player. On defense, specifically in my mind, roaming around, getting value for his team. On the attack, was doing Bok, doing vertical destruction and such, but he just hasn't been in the right positions, I think, to get into those kills, because other players of SG either will get them first, or the plan fell apart, and he's up against, like, impossible odds.
Yeah.
And I want to see him come to life.
He was flexing on the attack 4 different operators he played across the 6 rounds, so quite a challenging role that he's playing as well. It's not a simple entry fragging position.
Well, I want to see it now, like it's round 8. You got some rounds to play out. He's got a good read for the game, understanding of the flow of things. Fall back archives, reinforce off that wall. Slow down the roam game right now. Just sacrifice a little bit of map control towards BDS. They got utility, right? The Kai, Tubero, and Echo. All about information game and wall deny. Benja Master Force on Oryx and Mossy. All about taking gunfights and getting crazy with it if you see an opportunity.
Very unusually, we see a lot of obs blockers as well from Forest instead of that C4. Speaking of nitro cells, there's Benja throwing one out. Yokai drone goes down from Shaiko. He'd also be able to spot that C4 if he goes over near it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been taken down again.
They know they have IQ now, though, so Benjamin has to be a little bit careful here. At least if my Yokai gets shot through the floor like that, I'm thinking IQ is very likely.
You hear that P12 from a mile away as well.
The bait.
Leak Effect knows exactly where this Yokai drone is. That's both Yokais taken down.
Yeah. You see League Effect's face cam right now. He is yelling like he knows now the win condition so much clearer for BDS. No intel really for SSG, and plan should be very possible. The only problem is it's still 5v5.
Bride is much safer as well now with that Yokai done because the guard break is more safe. Solotov here. Oh, he gets a kill out of it. He's being pressured now from multiple angles. Still a lot of damage taken. The impact will finish him off. Massive from Forest as well to find 2 picks. A third now for Forest. All up to poor Bride here with the pistol. J90 finishes him off. SSG are back in black, baby. And the scoreline is tied, 4 rounds apiece.
Right there for him.
It's such an impressive round as well because they're operating, different people working together. We saw 2 people basement, 1 guy main staircase trying to check down the Blackbeard. It was very messy. They got it done. While that's happening, Forrest and the other player on the bomb side, they are locking it down, getting kill after kill, making sure nobody could get comfortably inside the building for BDS. And again, strategically, BDS finding both Yokais, having Blackbeard and Blitz. They had great player positions. It looked like it was going to be a devastating round for Space Station, and yet teamwork can make anything happen. I mean, look at this. 3 defenders, 2 downstairs, 1 to his right. That sort of soaking up so much pressure. Then this happens. Forrest locks down the site. Actually alone. He didn't have any help. It was just him.
Dude's nuts. And that's not the easiest weapon to 3K with. Recently received a little bit of a nerf buff situation as well. Forrest just locked down that site. Leakafak is seething, but it's still very... we've seen him crash out before. That was not a crash out. That was very much he's in control.
He's chilling.
I mean, he's intense, but relatively chill.
I think he's just very efficient in communication. Like, he's very quick, he's very brief. And people can be like, oh, that's intimidating, but it's like, but you only have 10 seconds to talk about this stuff. You can't be too sugarcoaty with it. Now, while that happened last round, they execute. Benzema dropped the basement hatch, I think. He's again 1 in 6. He's not seeing any of this action. SSG are almost playing 4v5 on the bomb side and still shutting down BDS.
BDS now look to attack this top floor. I believe that electric blow was taken down by Kali. We will see this breach successful.
How can I say that drone was intended to go there? Well, at first, I didn't think it was.
I think it was a flank watch drone.
Yeah. So let's guess here. Is there a castle barricade to the right of Fault, do you reckon? Is that why he's playing here? Have we seen this? Yeah, there is. There's a castle barricade. So again, if you don't destroy the castle barricades, you can have these extended positions. The second it gets opened up, he's in trouble. But the thing is, he's got ADSs. He fell back though.
Yeah. He's got another castle barricade to protect him. And another one as well to protect him from the long angle from square. Oh, the ADS is still alive. Ashen's gone for a jump out.
Oh, doesn't catch it.
He's gone into lobby. He does miss his opportunity, but he might be able to find it all the way deep from in ATMs. I think, do they know about it? Have they read this? He's now suspicious. Do they know about his position? Meanwhile, Sharko's gone down.
They don't have a drone in lobby, but I think it's... Oh, there we go. They know.
Must know. Now looking for the kill. It's Leakafact. The drones have come out. The upside down rappel from users. Very methodical there from BDS to hunt down. Cheeky little SSG player.
It's a very quick rotation there from them. We saw all the members try and get that kill together. But they've lost the Grim, they've lost Shaiko. It's a very huge loss in this round. The saving grace, I guess, backup breathing, Capital Fire and Flames can create a pathway. Look at False. While that happened, he snuck into this corner. If they rappel on in without joining this bomb site, they're not gonna know. And there's only 2 drones left for BDS. One is inside a lobby, so they're gonna have no idea that False has gotten this aggressive.
Yeah. It's so hard to flush him out of this position if you don't know he's in that position.
It should be impossible. I mean, they can't even breach the walls. I mean, they have 1 Selma charge left, but there are kite claws on the corner wall. This is the 1 drone that can find him.
Does it look the right way? I think it must have spotted him. Immediately locked down. Here comes the fire. Falls taking that damage. Gets aggressive. Cut off by Brede. That's what BDS needed.
1 drone. That's all they had.
What is going to happen here for BDS as they start to encroach upon the side? They collapse!
Let's fucking go, guys.
One by one, they find these SSG players, and one by one, they fall.
I swear the way they play is so annoying. Well played, good round, guys. Good
He's like praising SSG, but he sounds so pissed
The
off.
way they play is so annoying, guys. We are so good.
It is true, though.
Execute from everywhere every time against them. Remember, we can't just do like default execute.
Yeah, we can't do default executes. Gotta get those curveballs in there. But Leakaffact's right. The way spatial they play Siege is very annoying, and it's a very underrated aspect of the game. When you think of like Blackbeard and Muncie Blitz, sure, they're strong operators, but they're annoying to deal with. You can't just take simple gunfights. You gotta start flexing different operators. Great execute there. It's just exploding together. And again, they had 1 drone for the entry. That 1 drone took down Falls, which would have stopped the execute.
Yeah. You got to be diligent even in the late round and keep checking these positions because SSG are going to keep re-ratting into these corners, sneaking back in. If you drone them out, it should be a free kill. If you don't, well, that's your whole round gone. Now SSG go back to the basement. This was so hard for BDS to attack last time.
It was, but I mean, surely they've learned from their previous failures. They got Twitch for the glory canisters. I mean, they got more utility in general. I feel like for SSG, showing BDS what you're gonna do and then replicating it 1-to-1 for a second time, it's not gonna work out well for you. I was gonna say maybe False roams this time, but no, it's gonna bait out for 1 drone, full unpack. They're surrendering full map control to BDS off the prep phase.
Ironically, for SSG, one of the things that won them the previous round on this basement bomb site was the Echo, which has now been dropped for the Kaid. But BDS have Maverick, so Kaid Super out, even in combination, should be nullified by users.
So I was really hoping, thinking a deep SSG bank basement roam, change things up.
It's how they like to play. They love to get aggressive. They love to get in your face. Instead, they're going for a full turtle strike.
We'll see how it plays out.
5 players on site.
They're not even playing server. They're giving everything for free. I mean, they are welcoming in BDS, saying, you know what? We do not care. You can try and execute any way you'd like. We got answers for it. The only issue is this answer, that's not it. They're double swinging a hatch. They need to get this kill. Okay, it works. I'm wrong.
That's massive. Killing Maverick, that's the 1 operator you need to take down. And now they can protect whatever hatches remain thanks to the Tuberau Kaid combo.
There's the Hibana though. There's can openers. This might not matter as much as we actually thought originally. Window, secondary, and piece and
both hatches are open.
Yeah, that's it. They've got what they need. The long line of sight for C4 to die. Yes, it's only 2 Excalibur pellets, but it's better than 0. So just like that, yes, Maverick dies, but they can do exactly what they want to do. Minute and 20 seconds left. 3 Toxic Babes, 2 C4s. SSG this time around, likely gonna play for plant the knife first, then get desperate later.
Ashton's gonna keep contesting this hatch though. He might be fighting with Leakafact. Leakafact decides instead to get out his smoke and fire.
That's
the gas. It's gonna be the classic old school game of bait and switch.
Yeah, Breedy's gonna stand forward and bait out smoke after smoke after smoke. what you can do as a defender, instead of smoking it next time, you could toss a C4, change up the pacing. But this is the thing, there's only one smoke left in pocket. So at about 20 seconds left in the round, they can start planting for BDS. Then you gotta land those C4s or go for a crazy gun kill.
Is next going to be a C4 or a smoke? The smoke is taken down. So is a C4. Solotov might have saved the round here. Another Nitro goes out. It's the wrong plant position. Diffuser on the ground for BDS. Aggression from Benja. When he's needed, he comes through, but not for a second. And Shaiko and Bride now have to cover in the post plant. But Forest is already low HP. Fault has gone for a massive hike all the way upstairs. And immediately, as Forest has found one, it becomes a 1v2 for Bride. The clutch king from France. Holding on as SSG make their way forward. Out comes the Bearing 9, biding his time. Forest is watching from above. False drops. It's a 2v1 still. They have no choice but to stick it. The first kill for Bride. He's gonna clutch it. He is gonna clutch it. There is no time for Forest. And BDS have won it. Despite everything from SSG, BDS have won it.
Let's go. Good round. Good fucking
One of the hardest retakes in a round of Rainbow Six Siege is Bank Basement. They found the retake. They even got the kill, but they were shy 2 seconds. 5 left. It takes 7 for a counter defuse. Not enough. And with that round lost, Callout will step in and say, okay, my time to take control. Get us past this line, go into overtime, reset it out. But they're down 2 rounds. It's 6-4 in favor of BDS.
That's right, map point. On the back of that clutch from Bride, what's Callout going to say to the squad to get them back into it?
Damn, 5 seconds spare. Microphone goes up. Had nothing more to say. So all I really heard there was sound like, let's go basement and be hard as a fish. And I don't think that's accurate. Because what does that mean?
Fishes are not that hard.
Exactly, it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe that's the joke. Maybe hard as a fish means let's go for a really soft roam. Let's be all over the map. Let's be slippery.
I really think that SSG in hindsight could have been so much better. The 2v1, because the wall wasn't breached open that much because of the Hibana X Kairos, Foles doesn't need to swing. Yeah. He was sprinting into the gunfire where it's like, if you just stand there and hold the angle, one, timer's gonna go lower, and B, Bride has to come to you. Oh, they're holding their breath. And then straight to the keyboard.
Immediately into the all chat. It's a shame you guys have missed so much of the all chat in this game because it has been back and forth. It's basically just a game of Leakerfact, Shaiko, and Solotov calling Ashen a beta. and then Ashen calling them a beta.
When they called the tactical timeout, I think it was one of the BDS players said, "Coach, don't be too hard on Forest. He's doing his best." I was like, he's 8-7, Benja's 2-8. I mean, why is Benja avoiding all this trash talk? He's just a neutral guy.
He's a European, that's why.
That's right, he's on their side. Actually, this is Benja helping BDS by being 2-8.
Yeah, Benja's already got one hammer for Europe. He's looking for another one.
That's foul. But no. If we go into our third map, which seems very likely, we do have to keep our eye on Benji Master because this 2-8 performance is not good enough. He's not making the right decisions, not hitting the right timings, not being utilized perhaps correctly by SSG in some of these rounds. And I love this change-up from BDS. This 0 coming into play, 6 SAM cams as they're called, or we call them. Ton of information. Good wall, gadget deny for jammers or elements, varieties, etc. And BDS can play a very slow and steady round.
One of the best maps for Zero as well.
Probably the best map.
Yeah, so many places. And what you can do is you use those cams to cover flank watches, and it means you can use them with your drones more for active work, hunting down players like Ashen, which BDS have just done. No response from SSG. Trying to hold fast to their positions, but there's no safe havens to hide behind. Even Faults here. He's got one my magnets to try and protect him from any projectiles thrown his way, but the Capitale's not in this lineup.
You see this from BDS, it's just mini execute to clear out these player positions, so much constant information from League Effect as well. And when you get an agile like him with all these eyes on the map, he can call the perfect execute.
And he's sneaking all the way upstairs as well onto Banana, and he gets a pre-fire on a J90. 2 players left alive for SSG. As Benja finally gets another frag on the board, but his position now known, he has to vacate the premises. He does so successfully deep into Archives. He goes back towards the side. Potentially, he has the ability to make a rotation.
Second problem though, League Effect being dead, he's a permanent drone/cam watcher. BDS will have more eyes than ever, and they got intel.
Shot goes down. Benja, finally, his impact is felt here on Bank. Looking for a little bit more, but the C4 finds nothing.
He needs more. It's gotta be good for one more. Here it is, 50-50 Benja. Can you make it happen?
Users takes him out. Head clean off. Forest, 1v3 for the map. As BDS look to push us the distance to Nighthaven Labs.
Time is low, 15 seconds. This is completely winnable, but they're all on the same side of the map.
Oh, good off angle. One player down. Finished off. A second one spotted. As the plan threatened here by Brede. He doesn't have an impact to work with. He has to get it done with the MP5. Almost winning the fight on the start, but the turret bests him. BDS will never go down without a fight. That's right, the upper bracket is still very much alive. And we go the distance to Nighthaven.
Heartbreaking final round. Forest whiffing so many bullets. Benja only really warming up, never quite getting fully enabled. But this does mean that the best team will have to take it here on the third map. Will it be Benja showing up, SG keeping their aggression? Will it be BDS masterfully adapting round after round to perfect reads?
We knew that this upper bracket semi-final was going to be a banger, and BDS have guaranteed it. We're going the distance. Let's see if SSG can bounce back on Nighthaven Labs after this.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
BDS remain the bank domination squad. Shout out to production for that one. But it is true, they were unbeaten on this map. You mentioned it going into this, and they stay unbeaten. What a result.
Yeah, they have never lost this map with this roster. And I think, in fact, courtesy of James Dev Matters, I think this is now 15 unbeaten on this map. You have to go back to the middle of 2023. Gamers Without Borders was the last time that they lost this map, which is absolutely incredible. I am so surprised anybody leaves it open inside of a map veto against BDS. But hey, teams keep still making that mistake. And for a while there, it actually looked really, really good for BDS, for SSG. It looked really, really good for them. They managed to get themselves on top once they changed over onto that defense. They were doing well. They were really causing big utility-based problems for BDS to solve. And it actually took Leakifaka, and it was between one of the rounds where he came over and he said to his team, he said, guys, they're playing so frustrating. They're so annoying to play against. We have to do something different. We have to play this a little bit differently. And I think we saw it there. Obviously, Brede gets a huge clutch that kicks them off. But from that moment in time, BDS, they upped their pace. They played a little bit differently. They were a bit more aggressive, a bit more direct, and it really paid off in the end.
Yeah, some big moments for individual players in this map here. You mentioned the clutch from Brede. There was a lot of typing and talking in between these teams as well. We love that kind of drama. Basalt, the best performing player on this map. Flawless on the entries for himself as well. A great showing from BDS.
Yeah, a super smart player in terms of Solotov. I actually went into the player area and I listened to the communications and stuff, and he's not the most vocal player, but he is vocal enough. Played a lot of Twitch, particularly on the attacks of BDS. We saw it in the highlights package there. Single-handedly won them around by stepping into sight just before the plant was going down, taking out the smoke, taking out a C4, and allowing Brede to get that plant down, which ultimately led to Brede's clutch. He's a vital player for this team, and again, he's just another string of players that is just unreal at their job on this team.
Yeah, showing it time and time again, and it's just us here right now. We didn't just kick our NA list away to celebrate this EU map victory a little bit more. No, actually, Fox is over at the Telestrated to talk about one of the attacks that SSG did.
Absolutely. I mean, thank you for the throw. SSG did not get the map win, but their attack on the CEO bomb site is very impressive to me because of the way they're able to minimize the amount of risk that they take before they go for the execute. So first things first, to break down this SSG attack, we have J9O who's able to lock down lobby control to make sure he's able to get anybody who overextends. Forrest is going to be able to smoke for the plant, but also hold lounge control. Fultz is going to jump into the smoke and plant in the smoke, and Ashen can do one of two things. He can either hold lounge if Forrest gets down, or he's able to push curve and contest if Benja gets taken down. And now the last member that we didn't mention is Benja. He's going to jump into trading to be able to pull the BDS attention away from them, because as he jumps in, Shaiko has to focus on him, Brede has to focus on him, and also Likifak is going to be able to rotate in case he needs to trade somebody on their roster. And it works perfectly well. He pulls BDS's attention away so that SSG is able to then commence going into the CEO bomb site, and it works perfectly well. He gets down onto Shaiko. He gets downed himself by Elysian. But if you look at it now, watch where all of the BDS members are. They're all rotating because they just lost their white player, they just lost their top red player, and now they're in a position where they need to stabilize. We have to pick up Shaiko, we have to calm down before we can transfer over to clearing out CEO. And that's exactly what BDS goes for. They try to pick up Shaiko as SSG takes that opportunity to go for the plant in the smoke. Yes, Ashen is going to do the second option and push on Brede to be able to contest him so the plant can go down, even though BDS is able to trade Forrest in the site, and they eventually pick up Fultz planting. Now, the last member from SSG that we did not talk about, who was outside the map the whole time, is J9O. BDS assumes he's going to rotate to play for the post plant, but instead, he makes a big heads-up play and pushes up red, and he's able to get 2, evening the man count, putting SSG in a good position with the post plant to win it. In CEO, we actually see Ashen take down Licky because BDS has no idea where he is. They have to trade it. And now it leaves SSG in a position where they can just play time, trade their HP bars to be able to make sure that they can guarantee this win. J9O sneaks in. Once Brede has to tap to defuse, that's where J9O swings and gets the final kill. And that was an amazing attack. And sometimes the path of least resistance is what was able to get SSG some round wins. But unfortunately, they didn't get the map. But hopefully we can see some more creativity in map 3, but we'll have to wait for a little break.
We're Shockley. Shockley. Ouais, Shockley, Shockley, Shockley. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils nous disent. les chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
SSG were hoping they could clear this in two, but we're gonna need a third map to decide who gets to stay in that upper bracket. And the stakes are high because let me remind you, if you win this game, you are one match away from playing the Six Invitational Grand Final. You'll match up against Furia. It's not an easy matchup, but I believe any of these two teams would sign for that immediately would they have had a chance.
Absolutely. Obviously, these two teams both have aspirations of hitting that Six Invitational Grand Final. And of course, we go to map 3 in this game. I will say Nighthaven Labs for me, I think, you know, we were talking about this, it's a reasonably even map in terms of preference for both teams. It's in the lower end of their preferences. But I do just want to address that both of these maps, both of these teams have significantly large map pools. They're not operating on a 5, 6, 7 map pool. They're both very comfortable playing Labs. And it will be BDS that start out on that defense, which is considered the more defender-sided. Labs is considered a defender-sided map, and as such, take that first advantage, Fox.
I think whoever is able to start off on a hot foot going into Labs, because they both have their favorable sides. BDS BDS is getting defense, which I would say they're the better team on defense currently, but SSG is getting attack, and the SSG creativity when it comes to their attacks, they're able to abuse that Blackbeard, they're able to use that Blitz. The way that Force is able to use these niche operators to get into the map is what make SSG so scary. And if they can have that confidence going on to defense, this is a map that works in their playstyle. It's so big, they're able to play around and be able to focus on their trades.
We're seeing the SSG players currently smiling. They have everything to play for, but the question is if they'll still smile after the upcoming map. The map is ready, so one more map to decide who gets to stay in that upper bracket. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this has been a hell of a series so far, and it is befitting that it has gone the distance.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever wins this match is one BO3 away from the grand final at the 6th Invitational, somewhere that BDS has never been. Space Station last time they were in an SI grand final.
They won.
They won it. That was 5 years ago, but North America is so close to having a team in the upper bracket final. The winner of BDS and SSG will meet the reigning champions, Furia, to determine who will make it into the grand final as our first team through the upper bracket. We're on to map number 3. BDS, have your hearts at home, but here in Boston, there's no doubt who the local crowd will favor when we get to the main stage. SSG versus BDS kicking off here on Nighthaven Labs.
So just to make sure I understand this fully, the winner will play Furia, yeah?
The winner of this will play Fury.
I would rather lose at that point. You know what? I would rather
You're
lose.
going to have to beat him at some point. If you want the hammer, you're going to have to take on the big dogs.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. And just like the very first map here, quite some time ago on Border, double shield bans to start things off. Both teams saying, SSG, you're a good blitz team. BDS, you're a commander team. But that does leave Blackbeard open, which both of these teams have brought out whenever given the chance. Valkyrie, Castle, they follow through. One gives a ton of information, verticality, C4s. We saw BDS use that playstyle, and of course, both love the Castle, especially on Bank.
Deimos and Bach left in, though. A lot of vertical potential. We've seen both of these teams use it, especially on Border. Should we get to an overtime? I have no bloody clue who would take it. But we start here in the first half, of course. BDS on the defensive side, SSG starting on the attack. It's been a game of attrition in this matchup. Both teams traditionally in this game favoring a little bit more peeled back setups. We haven't seen as many heavy roams, as much hyper aggression on Bank as we expected to see. And as the guys on the desk theorize, will Space Station use the extra space on this map to do a lot more long roams, a lot more extended aggressive plays that we expect to see out of SSG? Remains to be seen on their defensive side. They start on the attack here first.
So of course, the first map, we saw a 2-4 favoring SSG starting attack. It was Border. Second map of Bank, it was a 4-2 side for BDS starting on defense. So it's been not even Stevens 3Ds across the board, but it's always when that side swap comes through, they start getting close. Getting those rounds close together. Nobody really taking away a massive round lead as of yet.
No, both of the matches have been reasonably convincing, but not shutouts by any stretch. And I have a feeling as we head to a lot more of neutral ground, this will be a higher contest. Immediately, Breed A successful juggling on the exothermic charges. Stripping a lot of hard breach utility away from SSG. Thankfully, we've got faults on Maverick.
That's the backup plan, but then we see the mirror window in response to the mind games already starting here in the very first round. With the Maverick, you're gonna walk up and try and, get the torch going, but because the mirror window is opened up, you're exposed, you can down to C4s, and there's no range to hard breach destruction from SSG, so they might need to just say, you know what, we can't do this right now. Bolt's gone elsewhere. BDS playing strats, playing nice and slow, forcing SSG to problem solve.
Another claw deployed. Droned. Drone not taken out. Breed A tempted to go for a bit of a C4 as he opens up above the wall.
I mean, now the Maverick becomes quite nice. Now you're inside the building. The kite claw should be a big issue. You got Ashen downstairs. So we've seen teams play this attack many times in the past. What the big win condition is Benja and Bach downstairs. If they can clear out these players vertically, you either get free kills or a bunch of bomb site control. You time that while Maverick in the wall by the bomb site, and you should be good here for SSG. BDS, they're not going to have many playable positions in just a brief moment.
Yeah, banger, but SSG have wasted a lot of time here and still not found what they're looking for.
Where's the Maverick? I mean, he's in the room, but he's not using his gadget.
Strange. Fultz is still just holding onto the diffuser. Getting aggressive, peeking on forward. User's ready to contest him. Should he peek this doorway? Spots his shadow for a brief moment. User's likely favored in this bomb site. SSG have really stalled out. Eventually, Forrest gets his exothermic charge ready to deploy on the wall, but how are SSG actually going to open it?
Why not? I mean, I know they want the kite claw, but they're not blocking downstairs. There we go. 35 seconds left. Now they can exothermic charge it.
That time.
But now you got two, bro. They get the kill. They freeze the wall. Now they're locked out. Why not just Maverick the wall?
It's taken way too long for SSG to fall flat. As some 30 seconds remain. A C4 pre-ripped here by Solotov as well. Goes out, detonates. Is not successful in finding any player. SSG's gonna have to get desperate, but re-aggression here from Shaiko. He's found one, and now trapped into a corner. Forrest goes down, all up to Fultz. The Maverick, who failed to open the wall, is now left in a 1 versus 3. Shaiko claims 3 kills in the round. BDS dominate in the opening of Nighthaven.
That round is very concerning to me as, you know, a caster of SSG right now. That was not good enough, and I want to say this. That's the first round in this entire best of 3 where I genuinely think SSG had not the right read in the situation. Either you Bok downstairs, you kill the Kai Claw, it takes 2 seconds, because Bok was downstairs waiting for something to happen. If not that, you just take the Maverick. Make a nice little line. It can be pretty far up, then you can crouch breach with Thermite later if you want to, but they stood in the same room for over a minute and a half and didn't do a single thing. The Bok died shortly after, no self-destruction. The Deimos wasn't downstairs for anything either. I mean, this entire execute just fell flat.
Not a good look on the attacking side for SSG, who are the second best attacking team at the tournament.
Oh.
Yeah, behind Oxygen with a 52% attacking win rate. A surprise to see them struggle so much with something that seems so evident of what you should be doing.
Yeah, and I mean, also North America is a region, whenever I think of this map, Nighthaven Labs, I'm thinking Sonics, Dark Zero, they play it domestically. I'm thinking NA, generally speaking, they were very early to adopt this map in the pro meta, whereas Europe and Brazil, a little bit slower. So I feel like you've had so much domestic practice surely in scrims. They should be good at this. They should have done an attack 1,000 times already. And yet, it seemed like they didn't know what to do.
Yeah, unusual. Well, hopefully it's just first round jitters for SSG. Plenty of rounds left in this map to go.
Oh, Swiss cheese.
Av is making an appearance, this time to Swiss cheese the wall. Shaiko, the MPX instead of the DMR, is looking to contest it. Spots out the player for a second. A few bullets rat-tat-tat through him. No damage dealt as of yet between sides here. On the basement, BDS, there's a bit of Swiss cheese.
I like
really
it.
Only valuable in the late round. Speaking of late round, Yokai going down is going to affect BDS.
This is where False Maverick can get that Swiss cheese going first, and I can go upstairs, help the roam clear, and later on anyone can go outside and cover those angles. So they're going to try and nape.
Oh,
What
no!
is that? Ashen?
Ashen got baited. Info for SSG on the back of the camera. BDS still get away with a kill. Thank you, users. He'll get back to site with that freebie in tow.
So instead of using the Bok skeleton key and open up the wall and go for a kill, he just pre-fired the yellow pin through the wall, doesn't connect the bullets, and then he dies. It's again another puzzling start for Space Station, and they lose a very important operator in the Bok. Sure, they got the ram, but look at the map control. BDS, they're just fighting back. They want to contest for map control.
Oh, C4 might find it.
Oh,
Big down there on the Forest. However, League of Fact won't be aware of it. The Yokai drone may get information. He knows that Fultz is looking to hunt him down. ZFAC has been finished off by that player outside. SSG can start to pick back this defense, but that Yokai is still going to persist with info for BDS. Eventually goes down. No more Yokais available for Pre-Day, but they've been worth their weight in gold in this mid-round.
Doing this much damage to a Blackbeard player of Forest also is, it cannot be understated. I mean, he's going to die to a single bullet in the feet seas. A C4 that can be miles away will injure, or in this case, kill him outright. Goo mines also can be very lethal all of a sudden. So he's going to be a lot more passive in this role, most likely. Normally, Blackbeard is an entry operator. He might just have to be a supportive kind of cast. Sacrifice him, get a trade going. It's 4v4. The issue is time is of the essence. BDS have plenty of answers. C4s, goo mines.
Got to pick that out, especially low HP. We'll rip through a low HP Blackbeard. Ooh, that's a cheeky bit of vertical. Someone does take a hell of a lot of damage. That's nasty from the player on the other side. Impact though from Solotop could finish off the Blackbeard as C4 goes nuclear. J90 is down, but Foltz finds his opening. Benja looking for his. Forrest very low HP. He is to be the planter, but there's still a C4 available for Shaiko, but big kills from Benja.
Force is stuck outside.
The Zono canister. Foltz is stuck outside. Bride has to find a way to deny this plant, but if Foltz can't cover, then it doesn't matter. Bride clutches up again. What are you looking at? There's no angle for Foltz. He can't find it.
I was there. I killed medium. Let's go. Let's go stuck.
How do you fumble that? Oh no. Immediately into a timeout for Space Station. That is a critical error. They need to reset immediately.
It's all about the mental anti-tilt call out here. I can't hear anything, sadly. We've got some background players getting ready for the match, I think.
It's very telling they're looking at Foltz's face. I mean, I hate to say it, but there is no two ways about it. He really fumbled that round. All he had to do was peek through that little hole and cover his teammate. Bride had to run through his line of sight for almost a full second. He just needed to land enough bullets.
He was worried about the door swing, looks away, and then the wrong timing for him, essentially. So frustrating. But also, if Blackbeard had a bit more health, he wouldn't have died to one bullet, and then it would have been a 3 versus 2. So, I mean, this entry from Benja is nasty. But look at this. When Forrest pushes through, lives the C4, and then right here, he dies. One bullet, he's gone. And
how did Foltz not land that?
Yeah, oh.
Gut-wrenching.
It's one of those. I mean, don't worry, guys, it's free. It just wasn't free this time, unfortunately. So SSG now. I worry for them a little bit because things are getting very real. It's third map against BDS. I mean, you know, if you win this, yes, you're up against Furia, but you're one BO3 away from Grand Finals. This is a huge step for SSG, and this is just for BDS, kind of meeting expectations. Backs against the wall down 0-2. So much on the line. Will pressure start getting to Space Station? Or can they stay composed in this? Because when they play the best Siege, they're playing fast. They're finding gaps. They're out of nowhere. They explode and they play together. If they start hesitating or they don't believe in the same vision, I mean, then BDS will just rip them apart.
Yeah, that they will. Starting to see weaknesses for SSG. Just have to keep their heads above the water and restabilize here on this attacking side. They're going up against the Clash, which is the last opponent that you want to face when you're on a bit of a tilt. Thankfully, Ashen's been running a lot of Zofia.
Yeah.
That's one of the best counters to that Clash.
The only thing I heard from Callout during that timeout was that he was saying how BDS are playing around the wall deny, the two-bro, the Kaid. They need to try and just like get the first step done. The fact that BDS then counter-reply with a Clash that is super frustrating. Benja actually alive, they're planting as well. What is this?
1 minute into the round and the plan is going down.
So
Where is Foltz pulling this one off? It's just straight into sight. Bride upstairs, he's trying to support. Ashen desperately trying to find something, but he will be bested. All his job was done, though. It didn't really matter. Now outside the building, SSG can simply cover their angles. BDS, there's absolutely no way that they can pull off a Ganna defuse retake here. Control above for BDS. Given away. SSG established quite a lead, and they can just put the final bullet in. Big round from Benja. Opening and closing for SSG. They will not dwell on the errors of the past. They get back into it straight away.
That's it. The worry that I had, I mean, I got my answer. They are still locked into this, not giving up. So much focus on the Clash upstairs. BDS got distracted. And then Benja, SSG, they found the one player downstairs, jumped inside the window. This is the thing, when you play the Clash, you need a gun behind them. Normally we see defenders having like a C4 operator in the basement for a plant deny. They didn't. They're playing 3 guys upstairs and the Clash, then just having one sole player by the first bomb site. So sure, you might get a kill, but doesn't matter. They get the bomb site, they get the plant, they get the round.
Benja lurked the hell out of that round as well.
And he was so quiet on Bank. He's gotten triple the kills of Bank, besides the final round when he got a few extra kills. He's 6-2.
Yeah, it was a 3K or 4K for him in that round. He got a 3K on the basement round as well.
That's what they were missing, right? Benja, he played, as you said, on Bang, played flex, different operators, on border. It was not a team effort. Now on Not Even Labs, he's been unleashed a lot more, playing the Dokkaebi, a lot more free roaming. Now he's being leashed onto Thatcher, sadly.
Leashed.
Get over here, Benja.
Thing is,
open the wall with me.
All he's got to do is chuck 3 EMPs, and then he's a gun for hire.
Yeah. I mean, Ashen and the Nuke, Force and the Blind people, they want to pick up those kind of flex operators. Someone else has to play the Thatcher to help Force get all those walls opened up. And Benja is capable of that.
Very true. A side note about Forrest on the Blackbeard, he is one of the few players that we see running iron sights on the Scar on Blackbeard.
ADS.
Yeah, faster ADS speed, which is typically quite slow with the Blackbeard. At the risk, though, of not quite as good sightlines. A lot of people running ACOG, a lot of people running Hollow. Can't remember who it is that plays it on VP, but they run the weird Hollow, the Cybertruck Hollow. You seen that?
It's so curious. I actually have not seen that.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't want to see that, to be fair.
Well, VP are eliminated, so you're all good.
Oh, too soon, my friend, too soon. Of course, versus T, they got one European, Danish player of Fenty Master, so they will represent a little bit of it. But here, risky play from Folt. Do you need to do that? I'm not sure, but it works out.
Good shot from Ashen. Benja continuing his reign of terror. He's just going nuclear here, as are the rest of SSG. But is traded back to a 1v2, and Ben is very low on HP. Users tucked away. Guess what? He's got that diffuser in his grasp. A nade goes over, a C4 goes out. Neither find their mark. SMG 11 as he holds on to this cheeky position. Ashen makes an ill move. And now Benja Master just has to find this last kill. He's been unreal these fast few rounds, but Users has the advantage. All he's got to do is wait and spray him down. BDS had no right, but Users wrenched it out of SSG's hands.
Basement. You guys want to do the roaming strats?
I hate to be negative. I love it.
Sorry, I just love
Want to do the basement strat?
Roaming strat.
It's just, he sounds so good. He sounds so fun.
He's so fresh.
He also sounds very happy right now, and he should be with how these rounds are playing out. I mean,
3-1 up, I'd be happy.
The thing is, I just...
Remember the strats?
Do you remember? Sorry. SSG blundered that massively. They had 2 grenades in pocket of Ashen. You have Users stuck in a corner. You know which corner that is, and both the grenades didn't force his position. You could nade bounce off the door or off the wall, force him to go left or right, then take the gunfight. I think Ashen even looked the wrong way. I think they genuinely thought he might have left that corner and crossed into Aqua Stairs. But I don't know why they would think that. They literally had him there, stuck and pinned. I say, let's chill, boys. Reset.
2 rounds from SSG. We've seen something that should have been unlosable be lost.
Yeah,
for 2 very different reasons. One was Fault struggling to cover off that position, and that was just a failed 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
The clutch potential here from BDS is leading to them being a cut above SSG. And let's be honest, like, this has been the year for BDS. After a turbulent 2023, which culminated in them failing to qualify for SI in Brazil, they dumped 2 of their old players. They brought in Users and Solotov, and what a glow-up it's been. 2 major finals, but no trophies outside of EWC, and certainly no appearances at SI that have the hype behind it as this year. This is meant to be BDS's SI.
They did have a slow start to this tournament. We saw a lot of frustration on their faces. We heard a lot of frustrations as well during technical timeouts, but they have seemingly found their stride and figured out how they can thrive in this current meta game at the Six Invitationals 25 with the shield operators, the more loose style of play. They have found their own. Call coming out. Solotov under a fair bit of pressure, but Breedy actually finds Ashen elsewhere for the opening kill.
Oh, there should be a swing from Benja. Good. On Dokkaebi, he finds that kill. SMG 12 in hand and takes on ground. Benja's come to life on this 3rd map. After being a little bit quiet for the rest of the series, we're finally seeing the Dane in his dangerous form.
Digify called the roaming strat. And so far, that's all they've been doing, running around, rotating. Yes, attackers, they own the top floor, but BDS still have a little bit of presence here on the primary one. Digify wants to min-max this, but look at this. His rotation seemingly caught.
Fault's gonna get baited, surely. Doesn't matter.
There's a jammer here.
3-Day finds one. A good kill for Leakafact. Ben caught out. Forrest and J9O, the last two in this room from BDS, has been too unwieldy. A good kill through the floor from J9O. And the contest, though, from BDS has left him very bloodied, low HP, and that jammer, as you said, caused SSG to suffer greatly.
Forrest walked in thinking there's nobody to my left, my right should also be clear, but no, you're wrong. You got played by a simple mute jammer. And these mini games from BDS are just getting them either kills or outright winning rounds. It's not over yet. You got Forrest in the Blackbeard. You still got to wait back in, but it's tough. J9O, if he wants to be the planter, he's 1 HP. If we recover the plant, also again, 1 bullet and he's out. SG ideally need to find a kill or 2 before trying to go for a plant with BDS. We know they can play discipline. They're not going to get him for free.
And what's more, they've got 1 C4 and 1 impact grenade. Oh, that's aggressive. No. Forrest, nearsighted, tries to take down that Dread Mine, eventually does so. He's now lost a lot of HP, vulnerable to that C4. J9O sends out his Twitch drone, but it's shot before it can take down that bulletproof camera. That means SSG will be planting in full vision of BDS. Round the corner, he has to take the fight. Shaiko bests him. Diffuser cold on the ground. That smoke grenade does nothing. 1 kill for J9O, 5 seconds. Bit of damage to Users, but he can't confirm it. And Users again finds a big one for BDS. 4-1 is the score. SSG are seeing their hopes and dreams fade away.
They are, and we're not seeing the adaptation. The first and second map, BDS would make a good read, and then SSG make the right adaptation of their own, or their baseline is good enough. Right now, they're not changing things. They're not winning the rounds, and when they get close, they blunder. This right here wasn't a bad start. The drone bait, the injury kill, Ashen died earlier on, sure, but a 1-4 straight for Rumble isn't bad, but then this. The shotgun Brede, the mute jammer stopped the phone call, completely turned the round upside down and stopped SSG from progressing correctly, and you cannot execute 2v3, it just doesn't work that way.
BDS have just found their form. Loosey-goosey roams. Fickle setups on site, ever-changing. SSG unable to contain the beasts of BDS, who have really found themselves in top form today on this third map. A turbulent series, yes, it's been. SSG finding that first map. The BDS fought back on Bank. They're fighting even harder still on Nighthaven Labs. SSG have one last chance to merit an attack round.
They need this so badly. A 2-4 side is completely doable, but 1-5, one error, the best you can do is overtime. There's no more regulation comeback for you. Not just that, but SSG, I mean, yeah, you're gonna go on defense. We can argue defender-sided map, whatever, but your confidence. I mean, individual performances, 1-4 Forest, 2-5 Ashen, 2-3 False, not really finding much success anywhere. Yes, Benji's popping off as an individual, but the team itself isn't thriving. The timings aren't there. I know they trust each other. They're so locked in. But right now, BDS, they're outperforming, they're outplaying SSG on this third map. Breach goes open. Bandit couldn't trick because Ashen downstairs and Sophia denied it. First 60 seconds spent. And SSG going back to basics. A simple, clean round is what they need. No room for error. No room to fall short.
That means getting every single step of the way right. It starts with a bit of a breach. Now this is barely vaultable, this position. Upside down rappel looks dangerous. A second Selma onto the wall. Bolt still has one left in pocket, as well as the 2 tin can openers from Ashen to open the other side of the map. Logic bomb goes out. Benja on for a lurk. He's been so powerful in these positions. He needs to have his impact felt this round as well for SSG.
See, there's a second step. Trying to get a second roll, a second entry, but the bomb side, mind you, it is downstairs. They're fighting for top for this long. It might just be Benji Master if you can find the right timing right now. With that last call, Uses knows that something's up. Mind you, Benji made this exact same play last time. BDS, they're a team that remembers what happened before, and they make their adaptations. You cannot rely on just Benji to win this round for you. This has to be a full team working together.
So in they go on the back of that Logic bomb. Now Leaguefact trying to contest the Blackbeard, struggling. He does get melee priority, but not if Forrest can find him. Quickly takes him down. And now top floor, supremacy established for Space Station with the numbers advantage to boot.
Benji got the flank as well. That's 2 kills versus T. Gonna get the bomb side, but look at that. Shaiko steps up, he finds one.
It might be enough to put SSG to bed. Another kill for Solotov and Users, leaving just Benja left. A wall bang finds very little. And the European stands against 3 fellow Europeans. As he doubles back, SMG-12, he sees the goo mine, but finds the kill regardless. BDS are just holding their position, but low HP Benja cannot afford to make a mistake. 10 seconds to play. He doubles back again. Shaiko peeks him for a brief moment. Uses cold on side, and it's a crossfire for BDS and a 5-1 half on the defense.
Well played, good round, guys. Good fucking round.
It started off well for Space Station. They got 2 kills, they lost nothing. They kept going fast, they kept speeding up perhaps. They had to stabilize first. I mean, hack the cameras with Dokkaebi, drone out the bomb site. Because we saw what happened here, Ashen and Forest just gets cut off by Shaiko in the middle of the map. And it falls flat once more. This could be SSG not understanding that many laps as well as the previous ones. It could be nerves. I don't know what it is, but it is tearing them apart.
SSG, what's happened? These guys have been the giant killers throughout the bracket. W7M taken down, G2 taken down. So many big teams SSG have finished off or sent to the lower bracket. BDS was want to be one of them. And SSG now looking like chumps on Nighthaven Labs. BDS have been in full control, and the only copium we can huff here is for SSG to have some form of a defense in this second half.
Starts off with a clash downstairs. Wall deny, Kaid and the Bandit. So they're playing for time, they're playing for a bit of map control, and they're playing for the bomb side. BDS, they respond with something that you expect, a Maverick, of course, to brute force these walls opened up, but they got the roam clear. Shaiko's Deimos has been left open, and this is the thing. It was banned on other maps. It was left open here, and SSG barely played Deimos himself. 1 or 2 rounds only that I recall, and didn't find a whole lot of value with it. But Shaiko is not that kind of Deimos player. He will play this every single round, and he's so efficient at it. BDS would love to play around it and support it. This could get very tricky.
It's nice to see SSG still happy to get up in the face of BDS though. The clash pick with this roaming aggression still peeking out of windows. Cheese grater strat again on the side wall. Didn't work out so well for SSG. Let's hope BDS have a little bit more luck.
This is a new jammers to help with those death marks from Deimos if you need to. Oh, this is just a tease, right? They're breaching the wall right in front of Forest, but it's a clash. You can't quite shoot back. Well, there is cover. BDS with about half the round spent has gone for a full map clear.
C4 possible here for Benja.
I like
We
this.
heard that rip.
Soft 4 all across that area. Clash with the intel and the slowdown. This could very easily grant you a kill. And furthermore, for BDS, how are they supposed to clear out Clash from this position? I mean, the nade might do something, but the C4 goes down. It's excellent.
From
Shaiko
way
goes
down, through the floor. Pengu, Benjamin landed that. Solotov, Likafak, Bride, and Users now look to pick up the pieces. 4 players remain as they've taken down these bandit batteries. Can they get more of a breach on the site? Not really, there's nothing for it. If anything, there's no point in taking down those batteries. They need to be taking down the clash here on Exo Stairs. Another nade goes out, but the guard break onto the Blackbeard makes him ineffective.
Oh my god, the Dukes there, Forest sidestepping it so perfectly, but look at this. They're advancing forward, he's got no help.
And he's just gonna lose this, there's no doubt about it. Uses shield on back, hunts him down, and takes down that clash player. Now perhaps they're in for a shot for BDS.
They didn't even get the hatch open. Where's the support for Forest? I mean, you can't just sacrifice a player like that. No!
Ashton, you can't be going down like that. Benja Master does find one. He's been the hero for SSG. And another kill found. 14 in the map for Benja. As Falk goes down, it will come down once again to the Dane. SMG-11 in hand. Likafak poises for a plan. But Benja Master's already used his C4. Going to swing. Bride has to cover, but from outside the breach, the French put themselves on series points.
You know, Bride spent the entire round on drones, holding angles, waiting for the execute. Almost 3 full minutes goes by, and then guess what? He is in a position where he cannot afford to miss. Against Benjamaster, who is getting so many kills, who's landing every single shot, but Greedy is that guy. He is so clutch. Whenever this team needs him, he's always there. In BDS, I mean, they're up 6-1. They're making a statement out of this one. And Shagon also said, guys, you gotta help your Clash. And he's right. They completely sold Forest on his own. And Fultz, with that very whiff of a gunfight, made the round almost unwinnable for Benjamaster.
He's kicking himself for that one.
And he shouldn't be. Like, he did so much. He's 14-6. He got every kill that he could possibly imagine.
He's had more kills than the rest of his team combined,
He does.
by the way.
And not all kills are high value. He's gotten some extra kills, etc. So I don't want to get too caught up on like the 14-6 aspect. Also, we need to see more team play. When does SSG ever let the Clash be alone without a gun behind them, without backup? When do they swing 1v1 gunfights instead of establishing a crossfire? When do they keep blunting those massive mistakes of rounds that look so easy to win in hindsight? This is SSG not doing good enough to their own level of play that we've seen from them the past week. BDS, they're playing incredibly well, do not get me wrong, but this should not be 6-1. It should be like a close one. We're talking the 3-4s, the 4-4 round situations, because there are so many moments where SSG absolutely should have won them. What are you supposed to do? If BDS is in peak form, can you just lay down? Say, GG, go next? Do you fight it back? What do you do if you're SSD right now? 5 rounds straight just to win to overtime.
Yeah. 0-0 reset. That's the only thing you can say. Hope and pray that the meditation, that the gym workouts, that the mindfulness, and all of the sports psychology techniques that SSG have been utilizing will assist them in a moment like this.
Risk assessment in the situation. They can change a player massively. The play you'd make previously, well now, if you mess it up, it's over. That's what SSG might be thinking right now. For BDS, they can take the craziest risk. They can go for the biggest of plays. And guess what? If it doesn't work out, you still got a 4-round lead, so they can afford to take them. Forest, we gotta see him play this round perfectly in positioning like before, but with backup. He cannot be left alone again.
That Clash forced back, but he will survive for a little bit longer. Won't stay amidst the flames. SSG are so tempted to go for something a little bit aggressive here. Fultz moving around. Which of the Dread Mines are active? Forest is scouting ahead here. No one on that drone who wants to get shot. And Jamaster's position about to be in a world of pain as the nades and flashes go out ahead.
Every second passing, the heartbeat's gonna go faster. The intensity rises, communication gets more stressful. When BDS, they want to go for this, they can do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and 5 people work together for this potential final round.
Dokubi's logic bomb goes out. Still some of the players protected by mute jammers. Benjamaster caught out! A refrag not enabled! League of Facts found them both! Forest is so low on HP as well, and SSG are on their last legs! Let's go! After a year of second best, BDS are building towards greatness. SSG knock down the lowers, and BDS will take on the reigning champs for a shot at an SI final.
Can you believe that? I mean, this is such a great start for BDS again to go up against Furia to really prove to everybody and themselves that they are this good. If they can be consistent, there are so few teams that can take these guys down, but they have gotten into their own heads in the past in those grand finals. This was a great test for BDS, but it's not the final one.
Not yet, but for a team that was snubbed of 6 Invitational last year, now they're back and they're guaranteed into the top 3. SSG fought, but they did not fight hard enough today. BDS will take on Furia, but of course, first we'll break all that down after the break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Sleek effect after a great victory. You qualified to the upper bracket final of SI. Must be a great feeling.
The feeling is perfect. We get the top 3 secure, final upper bracket, so yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Let's talk about the first map though, because that didn't really go your way. What do you feel like went wrong on Border?
We start a bit slow on Border. SSG is good Border team in general. I think it's not our best map. They pick it, we try stuff, didn't work, so we just go next map.
One of your best maps though is Bank. I mean, a 15-game win streak on this map. Why do you feel like teams will still play this map against you?
To be honest, I don't understand why people still go on Bank. It's our best Bank team. We are the best Bank team, but I respect the fact that they try, so.
I see, and something that happened a lot in this game as well. We know SSG love to talk in the all chat. You guys were doing that too. Were you trying to fight back to them, or is this a way to try and get in their head?
We just fight back, to be honest. Like, we don't like to talk that much, but when people start talking, we are here to talk back. And yeah, thank you, SSG, to talk to us.
Also, a team that talks a lot as well is Furia. That's your next game. How are you feeling about that one?
Love it. Furia BGS is what a classic every time. Every time he's on the first game, now it's for final upper bracket on stage. So let's see what will happen.
Yes, absolutely huge game. Thank you so much, and good luck with your next game.
Thank you.
So thank you, SSG, for talking to us, and thank you for letting us play the upper bracket final as well. As something BDS could say after this game. A 2-1 victory. Like they said, trying some things on the first map, but the last 2 maps, everything just clicked for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, what a show it was from BDS. They really wanted to just crush North American fans' hopes. They really, on that last map, it was just a phenomenal showing from them. They were constantly getting that first pick, constantly shutting down SSG, my bad. I feel like SSG, their whole game plan was to really rely on the shield play, the Blackbeard, the Clash, specifically on Forest. And unfortunately, I feel like they weren't playing around the shield that well. They weren't utilizing it. Forest himself, I felt like we were watching some blunders on the Clash, on the BB play. And every single situation where the shield was going to be the response to BDS's aggression, nobody else was behind SSG to be able to play him. Nobody else was there for Forest.
One big characteristic of SSG's gameplay throughout the groups, throughout the playoffs especially, and even, I would say, for a map and a half of this game, has been their team play, has been their coordination. Like you say, around those shields that Forest was playing as well. It didn't quite show on Nighthaven Labs. Obviously, Ben just had a great, individual performance there, but he's not going to care at all because they got absolutely stomped 7-1.
Yeah, they were constantly throwing rounds where they should have been winning them, especially a couple post-plant situations that they would lose. It didn't really look like the communication was there. It did look like SSG got frazzled after losing Bank.
It felt like some of these rounds really came down to these individual moments and performances from the side of BDS. I mean, we saw it for users 100% cost on that final map, but in general, the one player that we didn't talk about when it came down to BDS stepping up was Leak Effect, but he stepped up today.
Yep, so BDS have now had all 5 players be an MVP in one of their series. They've only played 7 series, and I think that just goes to show the strength and depth that they've got across the board now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're one of the only teams that you could always look to somebody to show up on the game. All 5 players are just amazing individual players performance-wise. But when they're able to lock in after that first Border loss, they really have some very devastating strats with how aggressive they are getting in the map. I mean, that play where they jumped onto the Clash and the Blackbeard put God inside of Forrest's face. I mean, it was just such a genius play. We were watching that in awe. Like, wow, you'd only do that if you have the confidence to do a fight like that.
Yeah, and there were some big moments in general from the side of BDS. You put together a package with some of the highlights from their team play this game.
Yeah, we do. We have a package. This all will go all the way back to Bank. And I will say, this is when BDS were actually struggling a little bit. SSG got back into the game. Solotop here, big play in to go and basically take all attention away from the Planter, get a double kill, and then obviously this is what enabled Brede to then come through and get himself a 1v2. That plant was actually only enabled by Solotop making that big individual play. And then we're going to go all the way from Bank. We're going to go over to Nighthaven Labs as well. This is going to be Brede again clutching up. This is a round that SSG realistically should have won. But once again, what happens on the side of BDS? They've got these big game, big moment players. Not sure necessarily what the Maverick is doing on the cover there, but Brede gets the clutch. And then users here, playing a very, very tricky position inside their top floor of Nighthaven, now has a 1 versus 2. And this is what you want out of your big players. These are moments where you need to win the round. Like this game here, BDS lose this round, arguably they should have been 3-1 down in terms of strategic control of the round, but Brede gets the clutch and then Users follows it up with another clutch. This is what BDS are about. They've got great strategy, they've got great teamwork, and they've got great ethos and mental, but when it all goes badly, they then still have insane talent on individuals to just bring rounds home.
Absolutely. All three of those rounds, you could argue SSG should have won or should have been a lot closer, but it was just poor communication and SSG not working these 2v1 situations at all. They're giving these 1v1s, and obviously, like you said, when you put a great individual player in a 1v2, more often than not, they're able to win it. BDS won all three of those rounds, and those easily could have been going the other way to SSG.
Now, one more thing we have for this matchup is the blacklight detail, and for that we'll go back all the way to the very first map, because those shelves on Archives in that little office thingy, they're so difficult to get on, but you see people do it with a Maestro all the time, but I've never seen it done with a Goyo.
Exactly. Once you do get up there on the Goyo canisters, you can place at least 2, maybe more canisters on there, and when they are popped, and you can pop them, you can see from where Breday's situation was there, you can pop them safely from inside of Archives, and they will deny any doorway plant that goes on there. Absolutely critical to use in ranked map.
I mean, it's so great, especially for that Osa or the Monty fast plant back Archives, and you can just shoot that. Instead of having to risk the C4 or risk swinging, you can just use those Goyos time and time again. It was so genius. Absolutely try that out in your ranked games.
Yeah, I don't have enough hands to count how many times I got killed by someone on the AC window trying to swing and stop the person from planting, so being able to do this from some safety definitely is a good detail. Loved seeing that one, but we've decided our upper bracket final. We have Furia and BDS. That is a game that will be happening in the playoffs at the final weekend, but now we get down to the less fortunate things. We're gonna have to send some teams home. We have too many teams at the moment to bring them all into that final weekend. So after the break, we're gonna have a game between Falcons and FaZe to send one home.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, Vico, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse Invi aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser difícil, né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá, um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, o cenário desse jeito, foi todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only three-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go, they know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Rocha consegue eliminação, mas o Vita atrás. No escudo. De um lado pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando de um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus pra mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Chama pra sambar, chama pra bailar! O Brasil está na final do Six Invitational!
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque realmente é a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
O Rainbow Six foi o que uniu a gente, né? A nossa primeira conversa que a gente teve foi relacionado a falar sobre o Rainbow Six, sobre os times.
Bom, foi no aplicativo de relacionamento, né? Que eu fui lá, fui olhar o perfil e lá tava descrito. Eu gosto de filme, gosto de música, gosto muito de videogame e o meu jogo preferido é o Rainbow Six Siege. Não teve outra, eu dei match na hora.
E o nosso sonho sempre foi ver um Invitational. E agora nessa oportunidade, eu quero muito, sabe, fazer ela feliz. Então, hoje eu quero pedir a minha namorada em casamento.
E eu tô aqui no meio da torcida com o Cláudio e a Lorena. Vocês vão torcer pra quem? FaZe W7M? Como que tem sido a experiência de vocês? Como que tá o coração pra essa grande final de hoje?
W7M, como sempre, pra mim vai ser a campeã, certeza.
Vocês estão solteiros, ó, tem que chorar, filho. Aqui a casa saluzão do Rainbow Six. Tá curtindo o Six Invitational?
Eu tô curtindo muito, é uma experiência assim que nunca na vida que eu achava que eu iria ter. Sei lá, meu rosto já deve estar muito inchado de tanto que eu já chorei.
Lorena, e se eu te falar que você já chorou muito e você vai chorar muito mais?
Ai, eu imagino que eu vou chorar, porque só de estar aqui, né, é uma emoção muito grande.
Mas você não vai chorar pelo jogo não, né, Cláudio?
Com certeza. Lorena, você aceita casar comigo?
Eu aceito.
Cara, o Rainbow simplesmente ele mudou a minha vida porque ele trouxe pessoas muito especiais e que estão comigo até hoje. Trouxe as minhas amizades, trouxe meu relacionamento, então não tem como falar que o Rainbow não é importante para mim. Ele tá comigo até hoje.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show here at Six Invitational 2025, live from Boston, Massachusetts, US of A. And we're here, I'm Milosh, with me are Davide and Gabe. Relaxing gentlemen, how are we today? How are we doing? We feeling good? We still got one set of elimination games.
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I got a good amount of rest. Actually, last night was the first night that I actually dreamed, so I know that I got an adequate amount of rest.
Nice, yeah. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I watched the earlier game. That was a banger between SSG and BDS. So it's got me going. I'm hyped.
I'm just happy that, you know, BDS made it through. That means we're just going to get an upper bracket final as a final, pretty much. Yes.
There's nothing more than I love just watching players drink water, because I stayed away from all the extra stuff, all the sweets. It was nothing but water for me. Water kept me hydrated through every single match. I like seeing players taking care of that.
No. I mean, when you're a player, you got to be locked on. I don't want anything natural. There's nothing in nature that could get me as locked as
he's as locked in, and he just took a sip of water. That's locked in.
That is locked in. Remember to hydrate if you're watching the show. And if anything, Team Falcons have made it deeper than ever for a team from the Middle East, North Africa region, MENA, that is the boys from my home region. But can they make that one final step?
I think they definitely can. I mean, you know, if you're a viewer that didn't watch yesterday's games, whether it was against W7M or Dark Zero, I mean, this team was playing out of their mind. Every single player in every single role was just having a wonderful performance. There's not one player that I can particularly just talk about, because the entire team as a whole yesterday just came together and persevered and won both their matches.
Yeah, I mean, they're so unpredictable. I think, obviously, them not having as many showings in an international tournament is one of the wild cards. Nobody knows what to expect from them, and obviously, they have a really good team. I mean, I was really impressed with what I saw out of them at Montreal, and then for them to come here and continue that reign of terror, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we want to talk about how well they've been playing. I mean, I have a graphic that just demonstrates when you look at their groups compared to their playoffs, they are on the up and up, not only in attack, in defense. It does go down in opening kills, not by a lot, but then opening kills traded and then kills conversion, they are playing night and day. They are reaching higher altitudes. If you get it, Falcons, they're a bird, they're in the air, higher altitudes. They are doing a great job. And something that me and Jack talked about a lot and very extensively was their tamed aggression in yesterday's match versus DZ. It truly articulated how well they were understanding what they needed to do with their aggressive playstyle. This is a round from Robbie doing such a good job getting that down on top east and getting that pick right outside east window. And what does Robbie do? He falls back. He knows that they're in the winning position here. They have the man advantage. Let's just play safe. Let's force Dark Zero to play into our setup, and that's where you're going to see. He falls all the way back. Again, Kobe now comes in, goes for this pick. He feels safe. No, they're already reading what Dark Zero is trying to do. The soul is from below. They have nothing to answer back for. Again, they're playing so tamed. You see Hisham here just playing in Fountain, just waiting for one player to cross. Then the next player to come peek him, picks it up, and again, you still have the Soulless Blow. You have Robbie and Armory. We're holding down Fountain, and then it just comes down to Dark Zero not being able to get the job done. And again, it plays into their tamed aggression. And then the exact opposite. Now we're seeing a faster pacing. This is the Falcons that we're typically seeing, but this is on attack. Everyone understands the plan. There was 27 seconds left in the round. Everyone has a priority. Everyone has a goal and expectation to meet here, and they deliver. Even if the round was looking dire for them, they play through this perfectly. Everyone is getting their individual pick, getting their pickup, playing their position, and again, this is why they were just so dominated in that match against Dark Zero. And again, to emphasize, they're an aggressive team. Their Achilles heel is their aggression, and yesterday was the best performance we saw out of Falcons of just overall gameplay in Siege.
I mean, their aggression was so consistent because their problem solving was so good. Every single one of those moments, you absolutely understood. Everyone on Falcons knew exactly what they needed to do, where they needed to fall back to, who they were relying on for the win condition. And that's something that comes down to the information specifically. And Falcons' information gathering has been so strong with understanding where every single player has been.
Roberto, or as we know him, Robbie, this is a player that I do have to specifically talk about. This is his performance from W7M versus Dark Zero. That is a night and day difference. In every single category, he is excelling. This is the Robbie that we need to see that was back in Montreal, that was having that performance. And especially in this matchup right now, to make it to main stage, we need this Robbie. We need this Robbie here today in this matchup against FaZe.
Somehow a team as Falcons, even comparing experience to FaZe, they're still able to hold down the fort, even though they're getting deeper and deeper into the bracket here at the Invitational. And to quote two of the most legendary casters in the entirety of esports, Tasteless and Artosis from StarCraft, the OG esport of them all, when you're ahead, you get even more ahead. And that's something that Falcons, even as a relatively young team, are able to embrace. No need to get over aggressive. How many times have you looked at the screen and you're just screaming, you gotta kill? Why are you trying to keep that aggression when there's no need for it and you lose a round off of it?
Yeah, you have to play for the win condition, and it only takes experienced teams to understand when they're in that moment to be able to understand when they need to fall back. So it's great to see Falcons able to understand it so early in their careers.
And speaking of experience, FaZe Clan, our grand finalist of last year's Invitational, we've seen this team top on the charts for years in a row, but never an Invitational.
Never. I mean, but when it comes to consistency, FaZe is always showing up, and they're showing up big because they have such a good fundamental team structure. The way that they play is 4 supportive players constantly working on a strat, slowly making sure that the plan gets done. And then they always have Cyber, the wild card. And he has been doing really good since the start of the year, but he's slowly tapered off. And if we look at their stats compared from SI 2024 to now, obviously there's 2 main factors. Handy was the best player in SI 2024. And Cyber, he's an entry. Don't worry about his stats too much, but look at those opening kills. Wow, he was so detrimental to FaZe's success. But now in this tournament, FaZe has tapered off a little bit. They've looked a little weak. But what are the 2 things? Handy's still doing great. He's still one of the best players at the event. But Cyber has been getting shut down in red every single time with his playstyle of the lurking and the roaming. Teams are getting a good understanding from him. He's not able to get these opening kills, and his stats aren't important. It's just the opening kills when you play his role, but he's unable to find any success, and that's something that we need to see Cyber transition into being more of the team player off of his teammates, or we need to see him get those opening kills.
I'm glad you're highlighting Cyber again because we talked about him in the group stage to see where he would shake up towards the end of this. And again, he isn't looking that hot. Those entry comparisons, that is what was helping FaZe throughout last SI because again, being able to interrupt comms, interrupt just the flow state for a team is so important and so pivotal, especially for FaZe, where Cyber the bully is getting Cyber bullied still. We need to see this, Cyber, just like I was saying, we needed to see Robbie.
And also, a small tidbit is this is the first event where Cyber has ever been on the bottom of his teammates' leaderboard. Statistically, throughout the whole event, he's constantly, throughout his career, been evolving. But now, we need to see him get to another level to where he changes things up because he's just getting red time and time again.
It's the echo of Ashen just kind of jumping into him from Montreal to now. Maybe that rears its ugly head, but in-game, it's something else. Let's see, though, what maps we're going to be playing on in this series. Again, a 9-map pool is what we work with here in Rainbow Six. 4-band. Continue on. Lax, please.
I do like this map for Falcons. It's an okay map for them. They did play it recently against Raza Company, winning 7-5. It was a big back and forth, but that wasn't the same Falcons that we saw yesterday in DZ's match. So again, I'm expecting a very solid attack, but what I'm really going to be keen and watching for on their defense is that tamed aggression, is if they can get that opening pick, follow it back and play a trade game, force FaZe into unwinnable positions, play into their defensive setups, and just play into one another. That is going to be the biggest thing I'm going to look at going into that first match.
And Lair is such a new map. There's so much that hasn't been discovered on it, and there's so much about Falcons that haven't been discovered on it. And then if we go into the next map of Clubhouse, I mean, we've talked about it. Clubhouse is not a map that you want to take a team that you believe you're better than to. Of course, it's a consistent map for FaZe, but going to a Clubhouse as a safe bet after Lair doesn't look like FaZe is playing to win. It looks like FaZe is playing not to lose.
And again, when we looked at those stats of all of Falcons and how well they're performing from the group stage versus now, everything's on the up and up. So you're going to look at that Clubhouse where, again, we've talked about this many times, and I'll say it again, you win on your attacks there, and that is exactly where Falcons are excelling. So that is a very scary second map. Me, personally, I think FaZe has to get it in a 2-0.
It's actually insane to hear you talk about it this way because we're looking at how Falcons has been developing over the past year. This is huge, a huge story developing here at the Invitational 2025, where a MENA team is actually here contesting the finalist from last year's Invitational, has a good shot to beat them and move on to the main stage.
Listen, I was saying this in the DZ match. If you're having a MENA team yelling at you, you don't see that from these guys.
No.
So they are bringing a new type of energy, which is why I'm 100% gotta say Falcons, for me, I think they can take this.
It's going to be a real fun one. I cannot wait to get stuck into it. And speaking of which, who are we going to get stuck in with? It's Xenox and Dez. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Excited for this one, an opportunity to make main stage. That's always a thrilling encounter for two teams that I think you can say have contrasting play styles. Falcons, of course, they're not new to this. They've been able to, in previous tournaments, get deep, have deep runs. In Montreal, they arguably should have made top 4. And for FaZe, by no means are they new to this. But last year, Derry, 2024, FaZe were upper bracket. They didn't have to go down into the mud with all these other teams and make these runs. Now you got to play Falcons, you win this, then you got to go play SSG. It is a long journey to get back to the grand final.
It is, and you talk about this clash of playstyles. For me, Falcons, this frenetic, fast-paced team coming up against FaZe, who are one of our slower teams. If you watched that game against Virtus Pro yesterday, you'll know exactly what I mean. Things are a little bit more composed there. So two convincing styles. but two teams that we know this means an awful lot to. The bans, to me, were going to be really interesting coming into this game because we've seen some interesting bans placed against both sides, as well as standard things like shields being banned away. I expected against FaZe that we may see here something like a striker ban coming out. Nope, going to be the Monty, so both shields taken away. That kind of feels like a self-hit for Falcons as well, because Guards plays the living hell out of this operator. I don't think you're going to see, like, blitz every single round, but you will still see it picked up as we go through this one. Another shield being banned away, so it's a triple shield ban here on this first map of Lair. Not surprised, because teams have really struggled to deal with the clash over the last week. A really big part of a lot of team strategies. And Smoke, a really spicy final ban coming out, showing that, to me at least, FaZe want to play this one fast. They don't want to find themselves getting stalled out by a Smoke. They want to hit Falcons where it hurts. You may find a different pace of this game based on those operator bans. I love it.
I feel like all of these bans are, for me, targeting top floor when it comes to Lair and trying to weaken that a little bit to make it a little bit more vulnerable. So that's going to be the curious case. When it comes to Lair, of course, Master Round 6, when you're defending on that site, certainly one that can be very difficult to break down and attack into, of which Falcons will be doing first up because they are attacking here on Lair. Lower bracket elimination game, Falcons and FaZe clan. You win this, your prize is main stage and SSG.
And SSG, who I don't think any team really fancies playing right now. They've been on fire the last few days. I know they came up against the French side of BDS earlier and lost. Got battered on that last map, 7-1. But SSG are looking real hot, and I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to pull off a lower bracket run. You said it yourself, it's weird that FaZe are down here in this lower bracket having to fight their way through. We always expect them to be a top team, but the stat that I love about FaZe, over the last 4 years, they have only ever been knocked out of a tournament by a grand finalist. So I'm not saying if Falcons win here today, they're going to be grand finalists, but if they win today, they're going to be grand finalists, so I can't wait to see it come to life.
And the other aspect of it as well, the team that knocked FaZe down to the lower bracket was SSG, and so you're looking for that redemption game, but on main stage, of which a team like FaZe has that kind of quality and experience, you would imagine, to get that potential redemption. If you're SSG watching this pro right now, you're probably not sure who you actually want. Do you want the fast-hitting Falcons who have nothing to lose? Do you want the super experienced FaZe? Let's get underway. Opening round here, top floor, FaZe defense.
Guards being on the Dokkaebi is a really interesting observation, because normally it's Hasham and a little bit of Jalad that play this operator. Guards is normally the go-to shield player, but as of remarked, 2 shields being banned away, the 2 that he plays the most as well. You might find him really unlocked this half and might start seeing some Falcons lineups that we're not used to seeing, at least in terms of which player is playing on what, and it will free up players like Jalad to be a bit more aggressive on operators like this Deimos. I love the combo of Deimos plus Dokkaebi as well. I think it's so powerful. They kind of counter and respond to each other's weaknesses in a really strong way. So keep a close eye on FaZe and how much they roam. In their game against SSG the other day, they fell back to site very early, didn't want to give lives around the map. Obviously here we're on the top floor, but for those that were downstairs or are away from site, I don't think they'll hold it too long. They will step back as soon as Falcons start showing some aggression, like you're seeing here from Cyber.
Yeah, that's the only deathmark option available for Jalad, which is on to Souls. Well, goodbye, Jalad. Doesn't even get to follow up onto his deathmark. Cyber will claim the opening kill of this elimination game with 90 seconds left in the round. Perfect start for FaZe on the defense.
Still got the phone call and all 5 Grimbees available. I was about to say when they come out, keep an eye, because that's when you should see a move coming on through. But only one of those Grimbees has been used. The rest of the work is being done by Robbie from below on the buck to put pressure on these defenders from elsewhere. It's not really letting them any kills yet, but this is the most of their utility kind of used to try and push forward here, Jake. I'm a little bit concerned that they might not find what they need. KDS brought down, not bad for them, but you've used the majority of your arsenal, and this is where FaZe can fight back.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know if KDS really needed to push out that doorway. I think he was looking for information. Clearly didn't have a lot of it. Gets himself eliminated. Makes it at least equal now for Falcons. Still their top-rated player in Dov alive. You can trust him to find a couple of kills. The question marks are certainly going to be who else can stand up, because Jalad's typically their second best.
What?
Well, what about Robbie? The resurgence yesterday was oh so impressive, and it was a long waited, but unable to follow up with more, and it comes down to Guards, who's not typically one who can get fragging, but someone who can is Robbie, and he's brought back up with 30 seconds left. It becomes that 2v2 now.
Really put a lot of focus around Rocket and Ops here, Falcons have, and although the backstab attempt came on through, FaZe are just a bit too good. They won't let you get away with that one now. Vitter King's pushed up close, shotgun in hand, collects a 3K in shutting Robbie down. largely unbothered there at FaZe. I know Robbie was sort of the X factor underneath, trying to massage these players from below, stop them being able to swing. It was a really good cut onto Cyber when he was coming back up to join his team from those rocket stairs, and sure enough, they get the kill onto him when he pushes his way back down. It was a good bit of play out of Falcons, but FaZe quite consistently throughout that round for me, they played as pairs. They did not let Falcons isolate too many 1v1s, and ultimately they paid the price. Vida King has mentioned the big one too, getting a 3K from the close. So largely unbothered here in round one, and this is where I felt a little bit concerned about these bans of Falcons. As I mentioned for guards, he plays a lot of Monty, he plays a lot of Blackbeard Blitz, not hugely in his arsenal, and I'm just concerned that without a shield player, without the ability to go fast with that at the front, they're going to struggle against a team like FaZe who are happy to play slow, and so far they've given absolutely nothing to the MENA side.
The other interesting thing as well is guards is on the Dockerby, but it's typically Hashom that plays the Dockerby, so you can still reverse things around a little bit if you're Falcons. You can bring the Blitz, put Hashom on the Dockerby, and that can give you a little bit more energy. The problem is Master and R6 is just one of those kind of sites where it's all that stall out close to the site. You can't really worry too much about full map control because it doesn't really establish a whole lot, but fortunately, Master and R6 is no longer something Falcons have to worry about right now as we move on forward. Second round coming up. Good start for FaZe, getting the opening pick as well onto Jalad certainly was helpful. You can see that Falcons certainly did get stalled out a little bit. Just the KDS did get a little excessive, and over towards Blue Stairs right now, Soul, seeing if he can spot anything through the drone hole. But not yet. Falcons, the big thing for me as well is like, this is your map pick. And Leia, we were kind of talking a little bit about the maps before the match itself, and I wasn't too sure that Leia would make it through. I thought maybe they could get a Labs. Well, Labs does come through, but it's the decider map. You're still going to get there.
I am surprised as well because both teams are 1-0 on at this event. The really fun stat about it is neither team have banned Lair at all this event. They've either gone to it and played it and obviously won it, or it's been a decider, or the other side has banned it against them. Both teams love this map. So I am shocked that you go, we know FaZe is good here. We're good there as well. We'll pick it anyway. You want to go to a map that you're strong on, they're a little bit weaker on, and Labs jumps out of that map. We keep on touching on how Labs is the curse map for FaZe in essence. They never seem to have a great time going there based on how last year played out in the grand final. So I wasn't too sure about it. We'll see if they can get a few rounds building up though in this half. Cyber brings down guards again without that shield, playing a lot of utility operators here. Not ideal to go down so early though on the Grim.
Yeah, good start for Cyber on an individual level to find the two opening kills to begin on this series against FaZe. 2 rounds in a row that they're going to have that early advantage as Jalad can start to open up the floorboards with the Boogie Auto breaches over towards Briefing. KDS at the moment getting tracked by the death mark of Robbie, who finds himself on the Deimos. This round they lose Dolph though.
Tell you what,
it's not looking too flash hot, at least in this round. There's still so much time on the clock. You can always bring it back, but that makes it so much more difficult. A little side swipe from Handy. Deals with Hashom, and Falcons aren't going to get much from this one.
The thing is, FaZe aren't giving them anything is the horrible part. Like, sure, they're really heavy contested here inside a warehouse and garage, but look, even here, no one's swinging from FaZe. I look back at some other Brazilian teams and thinking mainly about W7M. They will happily swing you. They won't let you get settled into any part of the map, and that can bite them sometimes, and other times it pays off for them. And the big thing about this round, as I mentioned the previous one, FaZe are always looking for these 2v1s. They're looking for crossfires and barely giving anything over to the other side. You get into a gunfight, they pick up a kill and immediately step back to the next part of the map where there's another 2v1 ready to go. They're not letting Falcons play the game, and it must be so infuriating for Falcons, who, as I've mentioned, love playing behind shields to get areas of the map in quick succession. Behind a Doe could be cool, and that double shield ban for me is actually starting to hurt them an awful lot right now.
So far at 6 Invitational as well, they're only 55% defensive win rate, so it's not one of those kind of gigantic sided maps when it comes to defense. There's a couple in the pool, certainly at the moment. It's Consulate, Skyscraper, and Cafe, statistically at 6 Invitational, all floating around that 60% mark. But certainly I feel like when it does come to Lair, it's going to be these tertiary sites that Falcons absolutely must win. You can forgive them for probably not winning top floor. That's the one site that you can say, okay, that's a bit of a tricky one. You probably don't have the operators that you would like if you want to slow push with the Monty, for example, or the Blackbeard.
They see him. You might see a change here last second now away from Falcons because they tried to, there you go, Brava coming in, big change. Because we've seen a few times this week this Kai being hidden under that bench, often having a bromance with 2 browser pairing. Just when you get up and bring it out with 5 seconds to go, start deploying your gadgets down, the other side hasn't got anything to deal with it. But it was a really good read and a good presence of mind by Robbie to check that spot that has been used so often this week to conceal operators. That Brava on side should mean that FaZe can march on through. And the second thing I'll note, that Blitz being on side, love it. This is what Falcons are struggled with those first 2 rounds is being able to take ground against FaZe in rapid fashion. I think this blitz will enable that.
Yeah, I mean, Guards is typically the shield operator when it comes to Falcons, whether it's the Bontang, whether it's the Blackbeard, and especially when it does come to the blitz. And so far, he's also lost his life rather easily in the opening 2 rounds, so this will get him far more of a potential to just keep himself alive. FaZe have been able to get the opening picks early in the both portions of the early rounds.
I think it's KDS they really want to squeeze here as well. What teams have got really good at throughout this tournament, and teams react in different ways, is isolating one player and then pushing them as 2 or 3, punishing you for roaming. It's been so good this tournament, and I thought they were trying to look for the same one towards KDS, who's dipping himself around towards bathroom side at the minute, but Guards and Robbie, they've bailed on it and said, you know what, forget about him. We've got a site opened up at this point. Maybe they're thinking about starting to look at going direct.
I don't know if they have the full lineup for it. You're going to put a lot of emphasis onto the ROUs with the light screens that go up from Robbie. Of course, the Warden can't see through them anymore. You have the blitz. So once you do have Guards in a position that he may want to hit the site, it could be enough, but I just feel like they lack a little bit of firepower. You bring the Brava. Dove's got no more. I think he's got maybe 1 more clutch drone. How much use has that really gotten in this round? And again, Falcons stalled out, so naturally they like to play fast. Naturally they like to hit the site, arguably even around this kind of point, or at least start some kind of scrap, some kind of battle. But they're just not able to, because FaZe are very settled on the defense. They're holding key positions, and they're not really giving Falcons anything.
I don't think they're going to hate it, because they will start to move at the time that best suits them, and looking for walls to get opened up was a big part. Here we go, though. Shield on side, RAU's go up as well. They're going to start their charge on through. As long as Guards lives here, they can probably quite safely get this plant down. I don't believe there's going to be a C4 coming his way, but he's taking shots. They found him out. Handy's got rid of Guards, shield removed, and suddenly their trump card in this round has fallen away from them. Robbie into 1 more, so it's a 1-for-1. It's not the end of the world, but they've got to recover here and get something done.
Yeah, they certainly do. Still plenty of time for Falcons to manage the rest of this round. Need to get one on the board early here for the opening match. Moving around, Vidiking spots more than he bargained for. But he got one and a second as well. The patience is absolutely perfection from Vidiking. You can see the little check. He spots 2. He knows he has to fall back. Gets them both. Wow. Only Hashem left in a 1 versus 2, of which he still has 20 seconds left in this round with the diffuser in his hand. It's not really the greatest option, greatest chance. You haven't cleared above. He tries to stick it. He will get punished, and at this point he knows he can't win this round.
FaZe are just shutting them out at every single turn. This is where you expect attack timeout coming in from Falcons. We've played 3 rounds. We've seen 3 different sites. FaZe are probably going to repeat those same 3. So if you want to pause and get a bit course correct on the go, now would be the time to do so. And sure enough, I can see that headsets are coming down from the coaches, which means we're in for a attack timeout. The scary thing, I think, here for Falcons is they've tried a couple of things. They've played a couple of rounds without shields. They've changed things over, got themselves rid of the Kai with the Brava. It was a really good adaptation. They've put Guards back on a shield, but I genuinely think without the Monty or the Blackbeard on side, you're now starting to see them struggle. Even the Dokkaebi hasn't been too effective because FaZe, as soon as any kind of pressure builds up, are backing away. It's really hard to beat a team that is so defensively minded like this if you're Falcons, when you're trying to find opportunities and find gaps in the defensive side of things and force your way through, but the other side isn't giving that to you. They've got to find an answer here, and painfully it might be to play a much more slower, controlled style of Siege, the difficulty being you're up against the masters of playing that style.
You can't play that way right now. If you're Falcons, you have to probably speed things up. I know that might seem a little bit strange, but like it's probably the only way that you're going to win this. FaZe, as you said, are the masters of that more slow approach. If Falcons want to try and match them in that fashion, they're just not going to be able to win. And this is a concern right now because you're in the attacking half of Lair. If there's ever a time on this map where you can dictate the pace a little bit and how fast we want to go and the way that we want to hit these sides, it's going to be on your attacking half. And so far for Falcons, it's just FaZe are giving them nothing. Nope. You look at the series yesterday, Falcons versus DZ. DZ made a lot of errors, and it was probably the biggest reason why they've gone home now is their inconsistent nature really got the better of them, and Falcons were able to capitalize. FaZe, they're not the kind of team that's going to make a lot of mistakes. They're not going to overstep the mark. They're not going to get overly aggressive. They're going to hold their positions. They know what they need to do to win each round. They're going to play their style, and you're not going to dictate what they do. So for Falcons, they need to try and overwhelm them in certain areas. I think keeping Guards on the blitz is the right avenue, but I wouldn't use him as just get into sight and go for the plant down behind the light screen. I would try and use him to push players out of positions, get killed, and try and win the early round a bit more, because they're not doing that.
A big factor for FaZe that's worth touching on as well. I'll tell you what, the run out here, going to try and find his man, but he's already up the stairs a little bit late there, Cyber. He has tried to trip them up in a few rounds. The first 2 he got the entry. For me, the big X factor in this half, though, has been Vidiking. No matter what they've tried to send at him, he's got 3Ks in 2 separate rounds. I honestly don't think FaZe will be too bothered by this. Losing Cyber, okay.
No,
you start to get nervous if you lose Vida King.
It's Dov getting a kill. He's their highest rated player on the team throughout this tournament. And firstly, as well, the first time they're going to get an opening kill to kickstart a round gives them the extra player. And it means for FaZe's defense, they can't quite cover now everything. And so suddenly there might be a gap here or there that Falcons can look to exploit.
Is Robbie really the one that needs to be exploiting this ground that they've gained by getting rid of Cyber? He's on that buck again. Back in round 1, he was doing a lot of the vertical work to force these members of FaZe to move around. Soul so far completely unchecked inside of Ops. KDS, of course, you can't move him, but Handy on the mirror, he can be moved. There are a couple of players that you can be massaging away here. Started themselves out onto the push of Masked Wall. Won't be able to get it fully opened up, which is a little bit frustrating for them. If they can get rid of this next Selma, then it's not in a bad spot to be. Electrification comes back up. They've got sight into it, but that, unfortunately, is all they've really got.
Well, they need Robbie to get to work with the Skeleton Keep because he's got no one that's going to contest him on that first floor. Only 4 defenders for FaZe. They've got to hold the site because there's too much pressure around it. Robbie needs to get going. Use that Skeleton Keep. Put pressure on the floorboards. You know, players like Handy then can't maybe play behind the mirror window or a safe position. You need to get FaZe moving around the site so they can't hold the power positions.
Again, just everything to slow them down, right? There's no smoke on sides. So you play a hell of a lot of the Vulcan canisters around the map from
I'm sorry, Robbie's been standing here. I've been watching him on the top down for the last 30, 40 seconds, and he hasn't done anything.
I'm not sure if a large part of it has been sat on drones waiting for the call. It might be we don't want to open it up and move them now. We'd rather be able to capitalize on it as a group.
Right.
Because this is what I touched on. If you see a player by themselves, that is what they should be able to do effectively. C4 up and over, just narrowly missing out to the 2 players from Falcons that were handing nearby. Here comes that march on forward, straight over C4, and Vida King again. I said that he was the problem. Has found 2, now looking for a 3rd, and they're having to back away. But the assist from Handy is there. FaZe have once again completely shut them out of the round.
Trying to do too much setup. Falcons are trying to do too much coordination. They're trying to play that style that FaZe are going to be able to deal with. If you're going to set up, you're going to take a minute. Like, we watched Robbie for 30, 40 seconds, and that's not a Robbie issue. That's the team issue. The team is telling him, wait, we want to do this. We want to set up in this fashion, and then we're going to go. FaZe, they're then able to read that play and what's happening. Sometimes you've just got to try and punch him in the face as quick as possible. Falcons, you've got the extra player. You've got the buck down below. Put pressure on, pressure on, pressure on. Keep FaZe moving. Instead, nothing happens for like 45 seconds. And then when the push comes, the answers are there for FaZe anyway. Massive Nitro Cell from Vida King. And in the end, the attack from Falcons just goes out like a wet noodle.
The best thing about that C4 was it perfectly split guards and the player that was stacked up behind him, because I think if you manage to put it in front of them, they manage to back away, they keep themselves alive, the shield stays on, half HP. The fact that he was already past the point where the C4 was going to land meant the guards had one of 2 choices there. Either A, you trust that your teammate's going to shoot it out, or B, you push on forward. He does the worst of both options, where his teammate doesn't get in there in time to try and challenge on the C4. It was that well placed, and then steps back into it rather than pushing on forward. Like, we've already said that this slower gameplay isn't working out forward, and that's what I really would have liked to have seen them said, Hail Mary it, we're just going to push aggressively here. Doesn't matter if the shield is by itself. Let's trust that FaZe haven't got a crossfire ready for us, but it does feel like a game of chess here, where every move that Falcons are taking, FaZe are just 2 or 3
FaZe are
turns
playing
ahead.
chess. I think Falcons are playing checkers. They're not on the same board at the moment. They're not playing the same game. It's a 4-0 lead for FaZe. And don't get me wrong, Les certainly, as most maps in the Siege pool, has that defensive tendency, but not to the point of like 5-1 or a 6-0, right? So Falcons must get on the board in these next 2 rounds.
It's FaZe that I've got to praise. They're the ones playing this ridiculously well so far.
They've been perfect so far.
I can't really pick a foot wrong. Like, sure, at little individual moments you might say, the player could have taken 3 steps to his right instead of taking 1 step backwards. But if that's really the level that we're trying to compare and like criticize them on,
no, they've been clinical. They've been concise. You can really tell what they want to do.
Yeah.
They're making it happen, and that's the issue for Falcons right now. Drone forward for Hashem on the Dockerbee. So they're going to their more conventional lineup where they're bringing the striker. You got Hashem on the Dockerbee, guards on the blitz. Yeah, but they've got to play like that as well. They've got to actually play their normal way. You can't just bring your normal lineup but then continue to play in the same fashion.
Yeah, they tried a couple of rounds of the normal lineup. It didn't work out. They tried something else. It didn't work out, even after the attack timeout, and now they're back to, right, this is what we're most comfortable with here. Let's not try and deviate away. And where we've seen teams at previous big international events fall short is they try and meld themselves to the style the other team plays rather than focusing on their strengths. So I do commend Falcons for that. They are playing to what they're good at here and trying to make it stick. I just worry that you're going to see FaZe still give them absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, isn't it? And right now, if you're a Dark Zero fan, you're probably sitting here thinking, geez, it could have been our boys playing today if Falcons had played like this yesterday, but it's all part and parcel in terms of the environment. DC made errors, they made mistakes. Falcons were then able to really capitalize. FaZe have done nothing wrong so far in the opening 4 rounds, and I think no one is surprised by that.
A line that I often roll out is on a given day, a team will be 30% worse or 30% better than what they normally are, as they're kind of like barometer almost. And I think what you're seeing here is Falcons have started out a bit lethargic. FaZe are playing at their absolute best.
But again, it's slow from Falcons. It's this, let's get into position to hit rather than just looking to hit. But Hashem does find the opening pick, and King then falls as well. So a double kill start to the round for Falcons, but just like that, flip of the switch, and it's 2 quickly back for FaZe.
And Cyber's pushing them on this top floor as well, not wanting to give ground away. Again, this is not something that you really see coming out of FaZe historically. They'll slip away, they'll play back on site, they'll play their crossfires. Maybe now that he will, but I like that he was up there challenging those verticals and not giving anything over to Falcons. Guards, with those smokes going down, is surely looking out for an execute here, but FaZe will know.
It is a split attack. Robbie coming in towards the backside to see if he can provide something that's going to take eyes away from the defense. It did take eyes away. It was handy, and it was watching, waiting, got the kill. And Guards, there's probably not a lot that you can do in the post plane here, because Dov's on half health, but he does hit a headshot! 2 in quick succession from Dov! And puts it down to Handy now in a 1 versus 2, and he certainly is capable, but the blitz blinds his eyes, forced to push back, and only 24 seconds here to try and make this happen.
Guards down low as well. He's got to get the down, and he's found Guards. Now Dov's going to sit above. This is the battle for Handy, as he can't really afford to chase Dov down. And an absolute inverse when Cyber earlier had that vertical. Well, guess who's gone and found it now? It is Dov, and he's got the man with the fear of God in him. Handy can do nothing about this one. Falcons will finally get on the board. By honestly, Xenox, I'll say it, keeping it simple, stupid. Getting the only bit of vertical still that they needed above them from the ram, and then getting a plant down inside of smoke. Good stuff.
Yeah, 1 more round, as they say it themselves, Des, and that's pretty much all that they need. I think, you know, despite everything, and we see so many times teams get off to a really fast start, whether it be a 3-0, 4-0, timeouts are called, and things aren't looking great. But then, Falcons now, you get your 1 attacking round. You get the 2nd attacking round, and we would have said probably at the start of this map, a 2-4 half, probably wouldn't be awful for either of the 2 teams. It's that kind of middle ground. Certainly better from Falcons. They still were a little bit slow in the round, but Dov ended up finding a couple of kills, and especially at the end in the post plan, because if he doesn't get those kills, they might not win that post plan. It could be 5-0. So big round from Dov.
The fact that it comes down to a 1v1 says enough. They really are having to fight tooth and nail for everything, it feels like. And if 1 round is what you walk away with, you'll be thankful, I think, given how the first 4 rounds played out. But just good stuff overall. I think for Falcons, sure, there's no huge step up there or acceleration in pace. It has come down to some really good kills coming out of Dov as well. A 3K for himself in the round. Just goes to show that sometimes you need those hero players that can stand up. Heck, it's been Bitter King for a few rounds in this first half already. About time the Falcons had some luck going back their way. Here we go for the last round of the half then. It is going to be that first floor inside of bunks and briefing. So not staying downstairs in the basement. Not going to see a repeat. FaZe completing the 3-site rotation that we saw back in that first half. Gives something for Falcons to think about now in terms of another solution they've got to work their way through. You'll notice that the Blitz has been dropped away in this round. Instead, we've got Guards over on the IQ. Him and Jalad not necessarily having the strongest of games so far. It has been rough for them both to get themselves on the board, but that's the way the game can be sometimes.
Yeah, and Jalad has typically been very good this tournament too, so you're missing some of that firepower that you are accustomed to on this roster. I know Robbie's clearly been a little bit down, and we saw it with the analysts on the pre-match, where they showed some of his statistics from previous matches versus yesterday. Far and away improved yesterday, and a lot of that now translating into this match against FaZe. Despite everything, if Falcons can find the 2nd attacking round, they're going to go into the second half feeling a lot better about themselves. Their defense typically on these kind of maps is far and away better than a lot of their attacking rounds. As Souls trying to see if he can find anything in Master. There was a drone that did just go by. Only 5 remaining for Falcons. And off the back of the Logic Bomb, they're seeking a bit more map control, and the contact is found, but it goes the way of Souls. Robbie cannot win the entry. Man. That's been his weakness this whole tournament, as Souls is just shredding the double push, but it was just 2 solo pushes, Des. It's just not good seed.
And Diffuser is down on Mez, and I think at this point, Jalad is terrified to swing in for Souls. He's doming everyone. KDS falls down finally. They get something back in the round. Jalad has finally stepped in, has now lost half his HP. Souls doesn't really seem to give much of a monkeys about what's going on. There's one on the best door. Will he go for him too? He'll try, but Dov really is waking up and living up to his namesake here. A lot of the damage has been done though. Souls taking down 2 players, wasting tons of time, drawing out both of those Dokkaebi calls. FaZe have done a lot of good work upstairs, and they've still got a C4 to play behind.
I mean, this is better for
look
Falcons,
who it
though.
is.
This is much better. Yeah, King's got the shotgun and he's holding a corner angle. You got to be mindful of that. But Falcons, this is what won them their match against Dark Zero yesterday. These early battles, these early little fights around a minute and a half, and then it's that reset moment. 3v3, or in some cases, it might be a 2v2. Minute left, and this is where Falcons do their best work. We saw that yesterday against Dark Zero. It's a FaZe roster now on defense that doesn't have full bodies. Now they've got to spread a little bit, so Falcons can control their positioning a little bit more.
I love how FaZe are playing this so aggressive. Like I said earlier on, they're normally a team that would back away.
Stuck.
They'd let teams like back away here. They would back away and let teams be aggressive. But he's stuck this spot so often throughout this half, and as we've seen, C4 kills, 3 Ks have come from there. He is the master of Zulu, and I'm just a little bit worried that if Falcons don't deal with him, he's going to bite him in the backside.
There's only 15 seconds left, Des. There's not a lot of time. Finally, a bit of contact from Hashram, but Dol's going to lose his battle as Cyber wins that one out. Smoke goes out towards the kit. Diffuser's not there. It's on the floor, and in a bad way, with low time remaining in the round. You can imagine how this is going to finalize. FaZe are going to make it 5-1, and it's a nothing final minute from Falcons. Completely stalled out from a FaZe team that just did not want to move around. They held their spot. And they're basically saying, you've got to come clear us.
FaZe are just so patient, and it's what makes it, again, so frustrating to play against as a team like Falcons that want to go aggressive onto these isolated players or just overwhelm you. FaZe don't give you any room or space to do that. But the key thing for me here was the diffuser was in the hands of Dov. He was the one looking to drop Hatch. And when we saw the step come out from King and went for a challenge onto him, he whiffed a few bullets, and I was like, okay, then he'll get away with the drop here. We're going to see a post plant come on through. But even when he misses his shots, you've got Cyber in spot and ready to catch him once he's dropped down already. They just didn't have enough information. The drone game wasn't strong enough. They paid the price for it, and FaZe held on yet again. In a way, I'm not going to say it's lucky for Falcons to have a single round, but they've had to work ridiculously hard just to get even that one. One thing I'll say, Jake, and I say it all the time to Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. We've seen a brilliant half out of FaZe. They could absolutely crap the bed here on the attack, and it could be a very similar conversation back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have actually been pretty good defensively so far at SI, and I think that if FaZe, you know, when you take into account the bans that we have, they too can't abuse things like a Montang or a Blackbeard, which I think Falcons would have struggled a little bit more against. So, hey, let's just see. Second half comes around, Falcons on defense. Pivotal though, vital, maybe even necessary that Falcons get this opening round, because otherwise 6-1 then becomes just a daunting task at this point.
I like it when you talk to me like that. Pivotal, daunting. Ooh, you're using these big words.
It will be. It's a long way back. You want to start well. You want to gain that momentum.
Ooh, spooky. I'm going to see that in my nightmares tonight. I'll close my eyes, thinking about going to sleep, and then Deimos is going to haunt my dreams. I'll open my eyes, and Shaiko will be stood above me, pistol in hand. It won't be a happy time.
I mean, shout out to Handy though, 7-2, a very quiet 7-2 as they'd say in the sporting world. Like, you know, it's not the most standoutish performance. You'd probably say if you wanted to give that to anyone, it's King and what he's been able to do in the Warden with the shotguns, etc. But it just goes to highlight the quality of this FaZe roster. Like, if you actually look across the board, everyone's rather equal. There is no that one clear standout. Yeah, King, Handy, they've got a couple of extra numbers, but it's just been a largely team performance for FaZe, and that's always one of their strengths as a roster.
I feel bad for Souls in a way, because I've watched him most of this half, and he's been sat way at the back of the team, just waiting to be that guy left in a 1v3, and it's never really come to it. He hasn't had a chance to get on the board much. It's also why he's only died a couple of times, whereas Cyber on the entry, gone down 5 times so far. Still, time to cut things up here a little bit, FaZe. Of course, they've got a little bit of extra utility to work their way through. Things like the Azami and Arunia stepping into the field here as well. You can see the Azami picks up it all back in that first half by FaZe. So both teams have different approaches, but we are seeing this Goyo being an ever-present threat, same alongside the Bandit, as we saw from FaZe back in the first half.
Hashram does have to be careful though. 2 bodies in the area. He's pushed it through the doorway. That could be a 1v1, but Hashram doesn't want to take it just yet. Can fall back. Vulcan canister on the wall as well. That has been placed. Jalab with the keeper barrier out towards the Mez. He's trying to block the push through the doorway. Deathmark out onto his position now from Handy, putting ever more presence and pressure onto Jalad, who hasn't found a kill yet, which is staggering. He's been a tremendous performer for them. Opening kill from Handy with the nade onto Hashram. He could not hold his position, and that's something Falcons really couldn't do on their attacks, clear out these kind of positions.
Beautiful bit of team play as well, because the fire from the Capital meant that he couldn't run back safely. It was either died to the nade or died to the fire, and sure enough, died to the fire. Dovahkiin out with the C4 in towards Mez, finds absolutely no one at the same time. It feels like panic stations almost, dare I say, for the side of Falcons. Souls finding out Robbie as well. They are crumbling at the seams here, and FaZe, this slow juggernaut of death marching towards them in a 5 versus 3, have got all the time in the world to play with.
And they're straight in towards Mask now, and Guards gets one, but it's going to be a short-lived reprieve for Falcons. With the diffuser on the ground and only guards remaining, he cannot stand up to this mighty FaZe who goes 6-1 up. So far, it's a demolition job on Lair, and it's not particularly close.
Nope. This is the worry that we had coming into Lair, to be honest. Again, I know that Falcons are good on this map. It's one they've been dying to play more and more as the tournament's gone by, but only been afforded that opportunity once. But FaZe are in exactly the same boat. They haven't banned it away once. They're 1-0 on it. They look convincing on this map, and yet you're giving one of the favorites of the tournament, one of their favorite maps, massive risk. And this is what I spoke about here, by the way. The nade over the top with the fire on the other side of him. He's chalked. He's got no way of getting out of there alive. And these little moments of team play, when they're punishing players from Falcons that are, I wouldn't quite call them alone. They have got support nearby from other players, but when they identify an opportunity to punish someone from being a few steps ahead of the curve, FaZe will jump all over it. And for Falcons, I'm failing to see how they fight back into this. There's only one player breaking even at this point. It's Dov, and that's off the back of that amazing round they had in the first half where he got a 3K to get it over the line and see them win it out. I feel here like this should be a FaZe 7-1, and then you just go GG, go next. We step into Clubhouse, the danger being that is FaZe's map pick.
And that's the danger, and that's why this is not ideal. Typically, if this had have been the map pick of FaZe, you could say, yeah, GG, go next, we'll go to our map pick. This was your map pick. And this is where you start to think, did we lose this maybe in the map veto process?
Yeah, I mean, you and I were speaking last night about this quite a lot. Yeah, what maps will we see come out today? And both of us this morning when we saw the veto.
We got FaZe right completely.
Oh, yeah. Well, we knew what they were going to ban. And to be fair, the first 4 bans that came through, we predicted those spot on, that was fine. It was the Lair pick that was surprising. We thought Labs would come through as a pick coming out from the side of Falcons. Again, we know that FaZe have got, I don't want to call it a curse, but bad memories on that map. It's a bad night's sleep, it's a bad dream they don't want to wake up from strictly. So I thought we'd see that one first, and Lair might be the decider, but instead you've given FaZe all the agency in the world to 2-0 this series, and it might be a bit of a misdraft coming out from Falcons.
And
anyway,
it's costly as well, because you're going to go home if you cannot win this series. This is not a group stage matchup. There's like, you will lose this, and you will likely then go home if you can't pull off a miracle on Clubhouse. Still, it's never done. FaZe no more than anyone at 6-1. You're not safe.
Yeah, this time around, hopefully the same. Please God, not a repeat. Different map, different tournament. We can do this, boys. Don't worry, please. Cope. Fingers crossed not, though. They are looking extremely good. That first attack was fantastic. And I know it's only one round, but I didn't really feel a lot of hope from Falcons in the first half. I'm not feeling it here in the second. It does feel like there's only one outcome potentially brewing up here. For now, though, no one has gone down. Yes, we've had a bit of an exchange between guards and Cyber, but no one has yet fallen.
Andy now matching Viticking with 9 apiece.
Too easy.
Death mark, too easy is the right way to go about it. But Jalad finds his opening 2 kills of the map at a crucial point.
They needed it.
Yeah, at this junction, puts them up 1 extra player into the final 90 seconds, and it's a slowdown from FaZe.
They are spread all around the map. It's like a triangle being drawn across his top floor.
Oh, no.
And I was going to say, I'm really concerned they can't play for trades in true FaZe style. But that's the second time in a way that Handy's got away with a bit of a freebie. Sure, the first one was on the back of a C4, but look at this. They've carried on cooking up at this point. Who cares that they can't really play for trades with each other? They're finding the kills. It's down to a 2 versus 2. They've still got so much time to play. Loads of Capital utility. Yes, there are no tracks available for Handy when they'd be most effective, but they've got all the tools to get this done.
Such a versatile and flexible player that is Handy. 11-2, playing the role of the fragger in this one. He can play support, he can play entry, he can be amazing in the clutch. He is just a super flexible player. Just running around aimlessly with the Vendetta. 40 seconds as well still, so a lot of the action in this round has taken place rather early, which is giving Handy and KDS still quite a large chunk of time to actually think their way through this 2v2.
Well, you had KDS originally sprint right upstairs. I thought he might try and use the smoke come up from above to let Handy get the plant down. Nade's giving himself a little bit of cover as he rolls them out. They've seen one player, though. And the shot comes back. Steps out of the locker, and he is unleashed. KDS deleted, and Handy has got to pull off a 4K in this round if he wants it done and over the line. 15 seconds still to play here. Not much in the way of information. Going to step straight into Dov, who has barely moved a step since his former kill. And that's it. Falcons with 2 rounds on the board. Is it the start of a bit of a comeback? Who knows, but there's 4 more still to find.
Back to basics a little bit for the remaining defenders of Falcons at the end, where it's just fall back, play site, force them to clear us, force them to have to push in, drone, find info. You know, if you start running around at that point in a 2v2, all you're going to be giving is KDS and Handy an actual look in. You're just going to give them an opportunity to maybe find a pick, and that's kind of what went wrong in that round. Is how many times we
catch the shield?
Catch a player running around the map, and Handy just goes bang, bang, swings at the right time, gets a free kill. That's why that round was so chaotic. But Falcons, at least at the very end, just brought it back to the basics. They do avoid the 7-1 scoreline. keep things just ticking along a little longer here on Lair.
Looking at the way back into it. FaZe, I mean, their default picks here, they made a 6-pick 1 or 2 away in the last 15 seconds or so, but I was looking at the Jackal, looking at the Lion. The Ram, a very obvious one when attacking on the downstairs because you want the vertical destruction. But that Lion and the Jackal are just expecting to see Falcons roaming out around the map. And as I said earlier on, what teams, or at least top teams, have got really good at this tournament is identifying when players are out on their own, when they're isolated, and punishing them. They are going to swap away basically everything, and they've gone towards double soft breach in terms of the Sledge and the Buck coming out. And the Ram actually make it triple. They're really going for destroying every bit of soft flooring available on this map, Xenox. I'm not quite sure they'll get away with it, but it's very much saying we want these vertical angles, we want to plant underneath cover and make this work out, but with no smokes on side, this will be really interesting to see how FaZe play it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could consider it overkill, but in some ways, if this is your like win con and this is your plan A, which is to really open up those floorboards, what happens if you then only bring the Buck by himself and then he loses his life at the start? Then you're like, well, now what do we do? You know, so you've kind of got the backup options as well. And you got the Ram, you got the Sledge, you got the Buck. You're kind of, in some ways, making it pretty much impossible for Falcons to deal with all of that soft breach potential early in the round. So if, you know, randomly a Nitrocell hits Vidiking, okay, you lost the Ram, you still got the Buck and the Sledge, so it's not the end of the world. They bring the hard breach, Thatcher combination. I mean, it's a very nice looking lineup for FaZe, and I'm very much curious to see how it's going to play out.
I might be more expecting to see that Thatcher used for C4 prevention, you know. Because otherwise, bring along the Maverick and you've got a fourth operator going spare there. You bring along a Brava to deal with the Galad. There's lots of options that you can bring here. It feels a little bit simplistic and reductionist from FaZe, but there's clearly a lot of confidence in this lineup, and I don't think they're the kind of team to bring 3 players for the same role either. They've definitely got a goal in mind with this setup, I think, and they're going to try and catch Falcons off guard with it.
Well, there was a little peek from Dov, wanted to fight. Able to just fall back, though, at the very least, without losing any of his health. FaZe starting to just poke and prod a little.
There's 3 roamers up on this floor at the minute, Jalad, Robbie, and Dov. They need them all gone, I believe. In fact, I think Dov might have dropped away at this point, so it's only 2 still up there. They need them gone. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having all of this soft breach? And sure enough, they get rid of Robbie, they lose the Buck in the process. Far from the end of the world. However, that 1-for-1, not going to be cried about too much on the side of Falcons. You lose the Fenrir. He's played his life upstairs. That's not a bad thing.
4 drones remaining. Just watched one go by Handy as he's getting a drone through the hallway. Still lots of time in this round. It's been a rather slow-paced attack from FaZe, but no one's surprised by that. Set themselves up very nicely up above on the first floor, and while they have lost Cypher, again, the benefit of Vidiking KDS being there, still heaps of soft breach potential.
Look at how grouped together they are as well. You look at the outlines across your screen as you see them on FaZe, they are all stacked towards this west side of the map. There is no focus on trying to get full first floor control here to maximize the use of that soft destruction. They care about getting what they need, so the B site is entirely their focus. They don't care about A. And as I mentioned, you might see those EMPs used towards a C4 denial. They've all been exhausted here, so it's not going to be a part of the round. Much more focus on actually getting the wall itself opened up. That's now been done. But the electrification will come back online, I think, after this EMP has been disabled in a couple of seconds. So no further opening up of walls for them. They have to make do with what they've got here, FaZe.
And so far, they have not been able to find any kills from the floor above. There was at least some damage onto Dov, and certainly lots of pressure towards Stock, and has now been overwhelmed. Couldn't fall back to site because of that vert up above established by FaZe. Not a lot of time, though, for Vidiking to get the kit onto the floor. He can't do so. Shut down. Falcons live to fight another round. They make it 6-3.
I swear, guys, round by round. Wallah, it's easy, guys.
I don't think it's that easy, but hey, you've got to convince yourself and convince your team.
Look, I don't want to be a Falcons hater in saying this, but I think FaZe really got that round wrong. I thought they were cooking something really cool with the setup they had, and I thought, all right, C4 denial makes sense, vertical denial makes sense, suffocate out Falcons, don't let them get an angle onto the diffuser going down. That would look like to be the game plan. That's why they were so focused on the west side of the map and the B site in particular. But the drop through could not have been more messy. They just didn't seem to have any real idea on where these players of Falcons were. We're still scrapping for kills in the dying 3 seconds or so, when we should have been long clear with that diffuser down on the ground. They've definitely got that one wrong, I think. And whether or not it's them trying to try something a little bit different here to see if they can make it work and catch Falcons off guard or not, I'm not entirely sure. But they know they've still got a few more rounds to play behind here. But for Falcons, what was that massive deficit turned at the half, 5-1, and then to 6-1, and now back up to 6-3. Can they wrestle this one back? Because what a comeback it would be.
Yeah, it would be an amazing comeback. Not if you're a FaZe fan, of course. That would be, well, nightmares being revisited a little bit. Still 3 more rounds. That's a lot that Falcons have to do in succession without mistake. And that is not going to be easy against a team like FaZe, who really just at any point can go, you know what, we're going to play a fast brand of Siege this round. We're going to try and catch them off guard and overwhelm them. And FaZe certainly have the quality to do that. And it could very well be this round. Handy now onto the Blitz. They bring KDS on the Finker. They bring the Striker as well. I'm curious. Will FaZe opt for a more fast approach attack here and try and catch Falcons off guard? Falcons will be prepared and ready for that slow, methodical phase. What happens if they just flip the switch?
It's going to be slow to start because you've got both the Twitch and the Flores on side. There's very little point in rushing in with these two operators. Your work really is to soften things up before the main army comes charging on through, before the operators themselves enter the building and start causing a little bit of bother. A big challenge, I think, will be making sure that Cyber gets into spots to remove these mirror windows as well. We see so many teams that feel so pressured out by mirror windows, can't easily step on forward. Sure, just smoke them out might be the answer, but you then normally want a shield to get inside that smoke and smash out the mirror window so it's no longer effective. You can bring along the Ash in some cases as well, but expect once all these drones have done their work, then you might start seeing a plan formulate. For now, at least from what I can see on my other monitor, every single player of FaZe is outside the building.
Yeah, no map control, but you don't really need a lot of map control when it comes to Master and R6 anyway, and there's going to be Handy in on the Blitz, followed up on a flash as well behind him, couldn't win the initial battle, and they lost the Finger as well straight away. It's a big dub for Falcons to get the two players who wanted to go for that fast sight hit. And this is going to hopefully be for Falcons a 4th round found, provided they don't throw it from here. Huge swing from Cyber in a second, never mind. That is a short-lived moment that Falcons maybe felt comfortable in this round. And while it's still winnable for them, it was only because Garth was able to shut down Cyber. And it's only a 3 versus 2. There's lots of time still for Souls and Vidaking.
Such a fractured round overall. FaZe look out of sorts in terms of timing. Handy was solo pushing. What's that all about? You basically let Falcons take 2v1s and 3v1s throughout the entirety of the round, and now they're all nice and close together. This doesn't feel very winnable. Guards into another. Just Souls left standing. I spoke about him being the last one left alive in the backline normally. Well, here he is on the attacking side in exactly the same position. Might be the clutch king, but there's 2 players to bring down. Almost snaps the head off Jalad, but misses narrowly.
He's still got 48 seconds of time. Knows the player's down to the left, but a good swing from Jalad with the back up.
Oh boy.
3 rounds and counting, Dez. 2 more required. Is it a possibility that Falcons could just give us a huge surprise here for this matchup? It's still match point for FaZe, and you can clearly see the wheels are turning in their heads about what they want to do in terms of maybe changing things up. But they need more than just those wheels. Timeout taken by FaZe Clan. 6-4 scoreline. They were up 6-1, 3 in a row for Falcons.
I'm not surprised. Their attacks have just looked all over the shop. A couple of rounds back, we spoke about this triple vertical lineup. Oh, they must have a real cool plan coming together. Didn't look like it once things got moving, and then that last round as it clocked, Handy was alone pushing in towards display. Sure, he was supported from the window, but there was no other real movement. Cyber was about 5 seconds behind him, vaulting inside a bathroom, not able to get involved in taking out the player that would be sat in bathroom hallway to challenge on towards display, and it was too easy for Dov to get the shutdown. So very misaligned at the minute, not on the same page, not at all surprised that now we've got this tack timeout coming in. The issue on my side is they've only really got 2 more attempts to get this right. Otherwise, Falcons send us through to overtime. And what a bounce back that would be for the men aside. It's just giving life to that saying again, 2 halves to a game of Siege, because we are seeing 2 very, very different halves here where both teams have got their chance to shine.
Well, I just want to throw a little bit of fuel onto the fire, but if we do go to overtime, Dez, it's Falcons who have double defense OT. So that's even more of a reason for FaZe to close this out in regulation, not just for the sake, of course, of winning the map, but if this does go to OT, with all the momentum that Falcons then would bring into OT, coupled with the fact that we'll be on double defense, that might just give them a way back into potentially taking this map despite being at 1 point 6-1 down. 2 more rounds required though, and again, they still have to be flawless. They can't make any mistakes. And while it's been better from Falcons, it does also feel like FaZe can still play a lot better. They've made more mistakes. They're not quite playing that FaZe way. You know, the handy solo push in, the way that they're, you know, moving around the map, some of the lineups that they've been bringing. It feels like they're trying to orchestrate something, but nothing's working.
They've tried to hide Kaid here. Spoke about it back in that first half when FaZe did the same. You've seen them try and do the same here with guards. Now, I don't know if he was seen on the drone or not, but there was definitely suspicion that this was going to happen because you saw the first 3 operators of FaZe all swap out. Now we've got the Buck and the Maverick on side, of course, both for different reasons, but the Buck for that vertical destruction can get rid of those electro claws from above. Mav, fantastic at getting through walls regardless of whether it's electrified, and here we are. Now, the thing is, earlier in this tournament, I saw Doki hit a ridiculous reverse shot through this angle, so they've got to be really respectful of this. He's looking for the same again. Be really careful here if I were you, Cyber. It's worked against people before. Sure enough, he's going to get done. And now they're trying to find the Maverick, and they swing aggressively and get him. No trade back. They've got away with daylight murder there, Jake.
And that's what we expect from Falcons. That kind of pressure, that fast-paced hit. We're going to try and get them off guard. It feels like that confidence is starting to come back now for Falcons. They're even getting aggressive on the defense. And no more Maverick as well. So you've got to factor that in for FaZe. You've got the ace, yes, but if there are electrified walls, you're going to have to deal with those claws the old conventional way. Guards is quite low, but so is KDS. It's Hashem towards reception. There is one sneaking by close, and no bullets landing, only into the wall, but that's fine. Hashem at least now knows there's a player around the corner.
It's really good stuff from Falcons, being willing to challenge so aggressively onto everything. Compare that back to the first round of this half where it looked like it was going to fall apart. They're willing to fight. Robbie has got such a key spot here on the Warden, off towards the left of Vidaking. He needs to get this kill to deny this area of the map away. If he doesn't, then FaZe should be able to roll over Falcons.
Yeah, would give them a little bit of extra leeway to push in towards R6 as well, get a bit more map control. Robbie does fall back, can play shield, and senses the pressure now coming. And a pretty one-dimensional push from FaZe, rather stacked together. Handy, of course, still lurking around on the Nook. And Soul's top floor at the moment, so they've certainly got different avenues. Big swing from Handy. The Nook is impactful. Headshot onto Hashem, and just like that, it's advantage FaZe.
Handy's going to be able to apply so much pressure here as well. Stops vertical play coming in, can join upstairs if he wants to at rocket stairs, which is what he's doing now. So they're mainly trying to secure the verticals, but look, still dug in here, waiting nice and close is Robbie. They step into him blind. They haven't droned him out as well. I don't believe he should get a freebie here. And this is a great swing. There we go. Now they've seen him. The swing should come on through. Shotgun at the ready. Gets him down to nothing, but doesn't quite get the kill. Now secures it. 2 kills go through. A 2v2. A 1v2. Handy to go nuclear to win the round.
Yeah, Handy has got 23 seconds to salvage this one for FaZe and does not have the kit. Needs to go for the kills here, Dez. He does not really know where both of them are as well. And they cannot. They cannot find a way to close this map out. There's at 6-5 from 6-1, 6-5. FaZe. Their demons are coming back to haunt them here a little bit, and their inability to close maps out seems to still be a lingering issue.
Such good defending. I think Falcons have become emboldened throughout the half, while FaZe they've got better on their attacks, but not to the level that's going to get them around win. This is what I mean by emboldened as well, being willing to be so aggressive and step into members of FaZe, not giving them stuff for free here, not fearing that there'll be a 2v1 lined up, because, yeah, FaZe were looking to play together, but Falcons have just said, you know what, we don't care about that. We're playing our style of Siege, and it is rewarding them with rounds so far. FaZe still looking like a little bit of a shadow of what we saw back in that first half. Again, a team can look absolutely phenomenal on one side of things and absolutely awful on the other. They've done some of things right, but I just feel they're lacking a little bit of the sparkle that gets these rounds over the line. And Falcons, they can send this to OT if they get just this one more round.
It's crazy. Only 2 attacking rounds found so far throughout this map. 11 rounds played, 9 defense, only 2 attacking rounds. It's been an impenetrable fortress. Falcons just have to survive 1 more on defense, then they get double defense OT, which could set them up for an absolute steal from 6-1 down. FaZe, this time again, continue to orchestrate a new lineup. They bring the Ying, they bring the Grim, they bring the Dokkaebi, they bring the Deimos. What does this tell you, Dez? It's all displacement. It's all about aggression here from FaZe. No more messing around. They want to try and be a nuisance to Falcons. They want to clear positions out. They want Falcons moving around a little bit rather than being able to hold certain positions. But the Scopos has also been brought along with the Capcan. So for this final round of regulation, we've got some new operators that we haven't really seen from both sides.
One little stat for you is that Capcan actually commands one of the highest defensive win rates here at the Major so far. Not even strictly because we see kills coming out of the Capcan like you might get used to seeing in your ranked games, but much more because when you see one of those traps, you know there's 4 more scattered around the map. And when a team is playing slow, it's a great way to slow them down even further. So good adaptation from Falcons. I love Skopos. Every time we see it picked up, we always dream about this high fantasy of Skopos getting a flank off by changing away to a shell that's been stashed somewhere around the map. You do see a more defensive use case for it sometimes as well. In this case, it is stuck up on the top floor, look. So could later in the round cause some real issues for FaZe if they aren't careful.
Not ideal for guards that is taken down so extensively low.
Lucky to still be alive.
Lucky to still be alive.
He's got a C4 to play
and he's
with.
got the only C4, but Robbie gets the kill that matters. It's handy. Eliminated on the Dockerby.
No second phone call for them. A shot in for a second. It looks like it's going to be happening, Jake. You can say the line this time around if we get there, I think. But it is a 5v3. Falcons with full command of the round and still half of it to play. FaZe are just going to be scratching their heads thinking, how on earth did we let it come to this?
He had the chance, Vidaking, to sweep guards. It's all done in regulation. It's like deja vu for the second SI in a row for me. I've watched FaZe choke a 6-1 lead, and it's going to overtime, Dez.
It's kind of interesting with an Aussie accent saying that line, actually. Compared to a Northern British one, I'll take it.
There's a little bit of similarities.
Yeah, it both sound strange to everyone else around the world, so that's very true.
Double defense for Falcons in OT as FaZe found themselves 6-1 up, and it's a testament to the fortitude of this Falcons roster. They had to do it in a way, Des, that they don't typically always win these kind of games where they like to play fast and they have that very eccentric play style. They had to play pretty calculated defense siege against FaZe, and they did it 5 rounds straight.
Suddenly that 3K from guards back in round 5 on that only attacking round win. Looks like it's going to pay dividends here. You really back them to win this one. They're going back to the same site we just played. And why wouldn't you? With the same lineup as well? They were flawless. FaZe have got to basically figure it all out all over again because Falcons barely had to show their round. They were holding the entry points into the map. They were stopping FaZe even being able to look at the site and what the setup might have presented them in terms of problems. So FaZe are now the ones who've got to repeat it all over again, may make a couple of changes in terms of their lineup, but they are the ones, make no mistake, with their backs against the wall. It's going to be the same lineup again, though we are seeing a change on who's playing what. It's Vidaking playing on the Grim in this round, and Soul's playing on the Ying. They basically swapped over who was playing what. So for all intents and purposes, it's a repeat of the last round.
You've watched enough Siege, Des, if you've seen this kind of story before where a team pulls off a big comeback, a team like FaZe on the attack couldn't quite get the job done. We go to overtime, and then they get the attacking round. How many times does that happen? And the fans are back like, why couldn't you do that? 1 out of the 5 opportunities before in regulation and finish this one off for good. It's not going to be that easy or that simple, but certainly a possibility. Dov taking the half health on the Azami. On Nitrocell available this round. It is guards once again for Falcons. FaZe have just tried, and credit, like the thing for FaZe as well, it's very easy to dig into them, but they have been trying many different things to break down this Falcons defense. That's what makes this even more impressive for Falcons.
Don't get me wrong, like what I said back in that second half was true. Like FaZe came in really hot. They looked like they were up to it. They won that first round, and Falcons, as the half has gone on, have become emboldened. They're back to playing aggressive about the exteriors of the map. They're up there trying to surprise FaZe and giving them no real grounds to get comfortable. And FaZe look a little bit rocked by that. Even with attack timeout when they were down, up 6-4, they couldn't quite recover things back. It is looking really, really messy. And here, half the round has gone. They still haven't cleared out first floor. They've got this first phone call coming out from Handy on the Dockerby. But look at all the outlines throughout the map. You've still got that Skopos up on the top floor too. I'm just baffled that in 90 seconds, we've not really made any entry points into this map.
But it's FaZe, and, well, this is their play style. Up close for guards. Forced backwards by the frag grenade. And Cyber's going to send another one in right towards the feet of Hashom, and he didn't really get a move on too early. Pays the price, loses half his health. It's a pretty wounded defense right now for Falcons on the side. Minute 10, and a couple of players low. They're losing some of their utility as well with the Vulcan canister. Another pop into the shoulder of Hashom. FaZe starting to ramp up the pressure.
They are. They've still got souls, of course, with those Candelas dumping towards side. They've still got flashes and every manner of utility they can throw at this team. They've still got a Dokkaebi call, but as the Candela comes out, the key part of their execute has been removed by Falcons. This is now a bit of a problem for them. A 4v3, and Falcons are once again on top.
They're still droning as well. I mean, you do have 40 seconds short. Time's still somewhat in your side for FaZe. You're not exactly that desperate. Big pop, Cyber. Another one! Another one for Cyber! 2 very quick kills, and suddenly the complexion of the round has well and truly gone the way of FaZe. Something that they could not do for 5 rounds straight in regulation. It seems like first time around in overtime, they could get it done. They know exactly where Robbie is located. They cannot mess this one up. Vidiking's going to get the plant down successfully. 1v3 post-plant.
For all you said about attacks being won in overtime, Xenox, it looks like it's coming to life off the back of a massive Cyber 3K. Started the game hot, fell very quiet, converts a 4K in the round to drag his team over the line, doing his best King cosplay to force things out in the basement site. The crazy thing is though, Xenox, sure, they win the attack, and now that Falcons go on the attack themselves, you're going to see them win this one as well.
Oh my.
It's going to take all 15 rounds to see this one closed out. I can almost guarantee it. Because FaZe are going to be rocked here for the last 6-7 rounds. They've been on the back foot. They've been constantly trying to figure their way through things. I don't think it's as simple as just switching to that mode of being on defense where you're winning gunfights.
Yeah.
You've lost gunfights a lot. You've been outplayed a lot. Falcons surely stay emboldened here unless we see another magical moment out of someone like Vidiking or Handy, who had a great first few rounds.
But think back to Master and R6, their first half attack Falcons. They absolutely could not get anything working on this fight. FaZe had them locked down. It was the Vidiking show, top floor here on Lair. And I'm imagining we will see something again similar straight away. Warden, shotgun in hand. So that's just a big piece that Falcons are going to have to deal with. I'm just also having a quick look in terms of their lineup and what they're bringing here. The only real change is they're actually committing to the Thermite. This is a big change up. Everything else is rather similar. No, they switch it up. I went too soon. Bloody attack a repick.
That catches cast us out on the regular. You talk about repick before it locks in, and they will guaranteed be to change something away in it. But this is much more back to what we saw from them in the first half. I don't hate them going away to this. Key thing for you and me, because we watched Robbie on our top-down view for a good minute and a half. He sat in the same spot, and I thought, okay, is he droning? But no, he was sat there with Skeleton Key at the ready, waiting for the rest of his team to be in position. So there's a little bit of a sync issue there from the team. I think they paid the price for it in the end. Yes, they couldn't win this site in the 2 times they've attacked it so far. Though in the previous one, at least they managed to get the entry, something they dropped away back in round 1.
One thing I would like to see from Falcons here is the way that they utilize guards. He shouldn't just be a site option. It shouldn't just be, okay, send him into the site. I'd like to see him clear positions, some of these power positions, such as, you know, the hallway where Vidiking's holding, if you can send in the blitz. I know he's playing the Warden, but you can then follow up with that blitz.
They've tried, is the problem. And Vidiking's got a brilliant C4 kill.
Double nitro, yeah.
2 3Ks in position. So I think it's not for want of trying. I think it's just they've looked at it and gone, is this worth it anymore? What's the point? We're just giving away free kills to him all the time on that shotgun with the C4 in hand. Let's try something a little bit different.
Same position for Robbie again here towards briefing, as we saw him last time, and we were a little bit critical. He was kind of sitting around for 45 seconds or so, didn't really do anything, didn't use that skeleton key. This is the identical setup for Falcons again. If you look at where Guards and Jalad are posted up right now, they're going to wait for Robbie. Robbie's going to use the skeleton key, but last time out, if you recall, it was that double nitro assault down the hallway, got the 2 kills. At that point, it basically snuffed out the round for Falcons. They're going for a similar attack again.
Yeah, Vidiking's trying to swap sides here, but Hasham was waiting for him, but they've also got Handy in support. So both teams have bolstered the operators, the players that are supporting this push on towards Zulu. For now, at least, unmoved. Vidiking did take a few shots. He knows now there's players outside and towards his right-hand side.
They're adapting.
So he's got to be so static here.
They have adapted. This is a little bit different now from Falcons, so a little bit of a change-up in terms of the way they want to play this round compared to the last time on Master.
They're going for stairs.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're going for him underneath. Yeah, I mean, Guards is now back upstairs again, trying to hunt him down. They've got to move in at the same time here as well. A track onto Vidiking will force him back, and Jalada's got him unpunished because Handy was being so conscious of where Dov and where Guards were.
That's a big win for Falcons, something that they were unable to do in the first half of regulation when they were attacking this site, and they've still got 55 seconds. It might not seem like a lot, but honestly for Falcons, they can get moving rather quickly. I think they can make the most of the time that they have here.
Trying to push their way down Zulu. It looks like 2, 3, 4 players all starting to gather up. Robbie from below gets one, traded out, and FaZe has shut down this initial pressure by getting rid of 2 players.
Where's
but the blitz
going?
is still onside.
Hasham's still outside of the building, so it's only 2 players inside. Guards and Dov. Hasham's maybe going for a flank to catch someone off guard, but is there anyone even over there? He's only got 27 seconds, and it means for Dolphin Guards right now, they are just a duo. Hasham dead. He couldn't make anything work, so now it's 2 versus 3. Very difficult. Smoke goes out, and into the flames goes Guards. He needs to get in towards the smoke, of which there is someone standing right in there. Pistol out, still has some time, but he has to get the kit onto the ground as Dolph makes his way in through the smoke. He went straight past Souls, didn't see him because he was just inside the smoke the whole time.
Massive play from Souls, sees the smoke goes down, doesn't want to concede it over to the blitz. lies down inside of it and just sprays with the pistol out of the main gun. He gives nothing over. It was close, but FaZe, they hold on and get it done in OT.
Absolutely fantastic comeback from Falcons. They will get their flowers, but unfortunately they will not get the map. FaZe hold on. No, history will not repeat. They take the opening map of this elimination game and they put Falcons' life at this tournament on the ropes. They've only got to now win one more map, FaZe, and they can progress forward to SSG.
The win club. And that's all it's going to take, a 2-0. But with this map being this close, I'm convinced that second map will not be a walkover like we might come to expect. We'll go to a quick break, though. When we come back, our analysts will break this down for you. See you in a few.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
They're clawing at one another, trying to make it to the main stage. And Falcons, well, they fall by the wayside, but only just. FaZe Clan, with their experience, get it across the line. And it all happened on the attacking side, Gabe. It was neck and neck the whole time.
I mean, they were horrible on attack. I don't know what happened from yesterday versus today for both teams, to say the least. You know, I wanted to see Falcons really coming into this like they did against Dark Zero. I will say, once that defense swap, we did see life out of them. Thankfully, they did keep it close. They just couldn't close it in the end. I do expect a little more consistency going forward than what I would have liked. But again, this was a great job for FaZe to make the adaptations they needed to, understand how they wanted to approach it, finally get their attack wins, then to close it out on that defensive half.
Yeah, it really was a battle of the defense and the attacks. I mean, the biggest issue for both teams is they weren't really abusing the verticality of this map on attack. We saw it on defense, but when it came to attack, we weren't seeing too much buck play, too much ash play from below to be able to disperse the defenders around. It was constantly just walking into an angle that 3 defenders of the opposing team are going to be holding.
I genuinely still believe there is no region that truly understands how to play Lair yet, because we were seeing the buck, we just weren't seeing the vertical pressure being applied.
Well, I think the North American teams have really been doing good on Lair, but that's besides the point. When it comes to the attacks, I mean, thankfully FaZe was able to lock in towards the overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, after that many rounds of messing up attacks, you'd hope you'd figure it out at the end.
The Monty and Clash bans. I mean, look, Monty being banned in general on a map like this where you would love to have some side control. Like, you can just walk in, make sure one hallway is at least completely locked out.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with defenders. Maybe get into a doorway and make sure nobody gets in through there whilst you maneuver the rest of the team to the other side of the map. We couldn't have that here, so it makes it extra tough to attack.
Yes, but we've been seeing teams innovate using the Blackbeard or the Blitz, and that's what we saw today. But even the usage of the shield wasn't too confident in the way that they were going to push. There was so many times where the shield was just being taken down, and it was such a waste of time.
Let's highlight one player, if anything, because you guys mentioned one of them that needed to show up for FaZe.
Yes, I mean, Cyber was the person that we were so critical on in the pre-desk throughout the whole tournament that we needed to see him come alive, and he's been doing really good for FaZe in today's matchup. On attack, same issues. He wasn't really able to make anything happen too much on attack, but his defenses, he was so good at being the rat, getting in these corners, being so difficult for Falcons to find him, and he was constantly a thorn in their side.
This was a big round right here. I believe he gets the triple kill. Yeah, again, you know, it speaks into Cyber. When he's actually able to play into his role, especially on these attacks, especially when it was towards the end of this is where he really started to come alive. When he can disrupt that flow state for a defensive team, he causes nothing but chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think every single one of those clips that you can see Cyber play, he's always hiding in a corner and then biting at the right moment, or on attack, he's put into a position, or he slimes his way into a position to where he's able to get a multi-kill. And that's what we wanted to see out of him today.
Everybody has to perform to their best, to the apex of it, because a loss is elimination from Six Invitational 2025. Both squads playing for that spot on Friday. And it was close on map 1, but we still have potentially 2 more to go. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's map 2. The hopes of the MENA region rest on the shoulders of these men right here. Team Falcons are looking for map 2 to take it to the third and potentially to the main stage, but it's all on FaZe here. After a grueling layer 8-6 victory in overtime, it's FaZe Clan with a 1-0 advantage heading into Club Fox.
And we've talked about it, that Clubhouse is all about your attacks. It's going to be the most important part. And we didn't see either team really have too much success on their attacks on layer, but Clubhouse is a more default map. It's very basic, it's very straightforward, but it's also a map that you never want to take a team that you would argue you're better than, because it's very unpredictable and it's been around since the start of Siege, so every single team knows how to play it, and it really comes down to who's just able to work better, who's able to adapt on the fly better on a map like Clubhouse.
And the thing is, I'm assuming shields are going to be banned here. So again, right out the gates, once you find out where that bomb site is, you are going to have a plan. The problem solving is definitely going to be a lot easier, but it is going to come down to crucial gunfights that is going to be leading that charge. And if we don't see a buck in this lineup to force positions, whether they're in green, whether they're in master, we need to be seeing that, because what we were seeing is just people trying to just shove their face into the site, trying to make it work, and then it was just a constant ping pong match. And just to, again, to reiterate, attacks need to be on point here for either side.
Simple question, map 3, yes, no, gents? Game's ready.
No.
Wait, for FaZe? Oh, sorry. No, I don't think so.
All right, there it is. You heard it from Lax and Davide. Our game is set and ready. Please, Xenox, Dance, take it away.
Well, the analysts don't give much of an opportunity for Falcons, and maybe rightfully so. Clubhouse seems like it's going to be a difficult map for them, but ultimately, let's do or die. Des, they have to fight this one through, try and get over towards Labs. Otherwise, your time at 6 Invitational is up. They'll be joining the list of teams, and it's a pretty big list from yesterday and even today, of course, making their way to the airport. Even the socials not giving Falcons much of an opportunity on this map.
I'm not too surprised either as well. This is a FaZe map through and through. For Falcons, it's actually been their most banned map this event. They don't really like playing it, except in very specific situations. They played it against W7M, they won it in overtime, so we have seen them play it, and that's my main concern. It's all good having a map that you ban away and then bring out in a big game like this, but you've kind of already showed your hand. It's my main concern. FaZe will have tape on this, they'll have done their homework. So I know from what we saw on Lair, things came very, very close. I don't think this is going to be as punchy and affair. I do think FaZe will probably find themselves coming out this half with 3 attacks, go onto the defense, and just stonewall Falcons out from that point forwards. I really hope not. I'd love to see a labs between these two teams.
I would. It's the last match that we have for playoffs, the last match to finalize the remaining teams heading to the main stage. Falcons on defense, at the very least, a good place to start here in the first half. The Montang banned out once again. No surprises, really.
Yeah, Falcons, just a reminder again, because Falcons are the blue team here and they start on defense, the bans are flipped. So what you see in Capital here is actually a FaZe ban. Not a big surprise to see it taken away. I was looking across the operators that a lot of these teams play. FaZe play a lot of Monty here, Vitter King namely, so I'm not surprised to see it gone, but they are really, really flexible. Whereas you look at the other side of things and look at what Falcons like to play an awful lot, it's a lot of Monty, it's a lot of Dokkaebi, and W7M very interestingly banned Thatcher against them, I think, to try and slow them down. And like we saw back on Lair, that forced Robbie to play the Maverick. You're going to probably see the same coming out here as well. So FaZe's 2 bans, the Capital and the Kaid. That says to me as well, we're going to see a lot of play around Catwalk when we're upstairs. Of course, Capital being a very, very prominent operator. Lots of fire, lots of smokes at 3-speed, good gun, good secondary gadgets. Really does bring a lot to a team. And once again, we're seeing the Clash ban coming out at the same time. Again, not a big surprise for it, taken away in that last ban. It's just so good at slowing teams down. The thing for me that's available here is the Blackbeard, and that is where I think Falcons might find a little bit of a reprieve in the second half. Of course, we've got to get there first. We've got to get through FaZe's attacks to begin with. We could well see them weaponize those shields to good effect and really put the screws to Falcons here, who start things out on the defense. We're going to kick things off by the looks of it. I think it's up and down in the basement, sorry. And that means probably a full map clear is going to have to be worked through at some point, because Falcons, they do like contesting around the map. And the Skopos being on side, to me, says we're going to see Robbie playing his life at different parts of this map.
Well, the main stage is almost set.
Well, very almost.
The upper bracket final, BDS Furia, that's a very fun prospect. You've got Razar Company, Unwanted in the lower bracket matchup and SSG by themselves, they are awaiting the winner of this matchup. Falcons, FaZe. This is quite literally, Des, as close as you can get to main stage. And if you fall short here, you are legitimately falling short at the very last hurdle of making phase 3, of making main stage and putting yourself just that close to the hammer. Falcons are up against it. They lose the opening map on Lair, 8-6 after a tremendous comeback. It was a 6-1 lead for FaZe. Falcons brought it back, forced OT, but unfortunately in OT, they couldn't bring that regulation form. They lose the map. We now go to the map pick of FaZe, where we know they are going to be very difficult to stop on Clubhouse. Falcons defense first up, and we see Robbie, in fact, on the Scopos.
Yes. See if that really gets any use here. I've mentioned that you'll probably have to see a full map clear coming out, so it will be a good way to stall out FaZe, which we said have been a pretty slow team. That's why Handy being on the blitz is going to speed things up here, accelerate it for them. But they need to really be starting to get that buck to work on that first floor by about the 1:30 mark here to be in a good spot to look towards their execute. Great start. Cyber's been taken down. It's the ace. They've also got Handy on his backside, not finished off, but already Falcons have sprung a trap here in round 1 on the top floor, almost removed 2 players. Dream start.
Handy's going to get brought back up by KDS, who made his way in towards bedroom.
The thing is now, you can't really use the blitz to be the spear of your attack, because he'll go down in a couple of shots. He'll go down in a single C4 that's half a map away from him. He's very, very fragile, like paper at this point. So at full HP, it gives you a lot more benefit. I just worry here that they haven't really got the tools to make the rest of this round work.
But he's not completely out of the round, so Handy can still have an impact. He can drone, he's got smokes, of course, the shield. He can play rather really defensive instead of going the super aggressive route, and lots of time for FaZe to formulate the plan of attack. Of course, Bates with the sight here for the opening round. Good kill from Robbie, gets rid of Souls, and KDS goes down as well. Tremendous start from Robbie to find those 2 kills over towards main stairs, and Bitter King probably was not anticipating that push from guards. And the irony in all of this is it's the low health blitz. The man that we thought was made of paper, he's actually the only one left alive.
At this point, you're playing rock, paper, scissors, and Falcons, they are going to be the scissors to that paper. Really not me long for this world. I mean, frankly, FaZe have looked terrible on their first attack, to put it in no light words. Falcons have bullied them with 2 kills almost up on that top floor. They've kept them busy around the map, giving them no room to even start looking at the site. And even left hatches open for them. They've been super kind and welcoming, and FaZe just weren't going to reciprocate that. Special welcome to Clubhouse. A solid first round. And I do worry that for FaZe, yes, it's only the first round, you're going to see more of the same building up where their attacks just lack any real teeth. Falcons fight back. The weird thing is FaZe's attacks, at least at this tournament, haven't been terrible. Their attacking win rate sits around the 44% mark. They're no slouches. But against Falcons, they look very unconfident. They look extremely slow, and really are paying the price. Like the fact there aren't drones going in early on to sniff out these players up on that top floor, when you still have so many. Like we're ending the round with 6 drones still on the field. There is no excuse for being blindsided by members of Falcons like this. But a very effective first round from Falcons. I thought we'd see that full 3-floor roam. We did see it. And that means now when we get onto the defense of that site next time round in round 4, they can play a much more defensive setup, and FaZe has still got to figure it all out all over again. Really successful first round. Now we go gym and bedroom here in round 2.
And don't forget about the predictions as well, closing out today. But then, of course, for phase 3, get your predictions in on the website, and that was just on your screen.
You can win loads of packs. I was seeing yesterday, there's tons that you can win through it, so it's 100% worth doing. What are your predictions?
My predictions have been in the bin. I mean, the amount of big teams that have been eliminated, Des, over the last 2 days alone has just been otherworldly. In fact, I've seen a lot of people posting their predictions online and things like that, and it's just shambolic. But I think that's the beauty and the fun of 6 Invitational, especially when it doesn't go the way everyone predicts.
I won't give you your predictions. I'm going to take yours and use them as mine later. So who are your top 3 teams? Let's go for that. Who wins it?
Overall for the event, I'm backing Infuria.
Me too.
I have to be.
Who do they beat in the grand final?
BDS.
And then who wins in the lower bracket final?
Well, lower bracket final would be BDS.
True. Who gets beaten in the lower bracket final? Sorry. SSG for me.
Yeah, SSG or FaZe, I think you could make the argument.
That is going to be an unreal game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to go off on the stage.
Well, I mean, to be fair, let's get there first, because Falcons could very well cause a bit of an upset. They're 1-0 up here on Club. They can still do something on the defensive side, get a nice early lead, and if we go to labs, then it's anyone's game at that point. So FaZe have still got to lock in. They've still got a job to do here.
That's very true. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself.
Oh, good
That first round was a good start for Falcons. However, still a bit of a slow start from FaZe, but you're not going to complain here. They've got the entry. I'll tell you what, Handy is built different this event. What is that kid on? He's looking so good.
Yeah, again, he is the jack of all trades. He can do it all. In this case, it's the double kill entry from Handy, despite playing the hard breach. That's what he is. The man that just is there for everything that this team needs. Whatever they need from him, he will be able to provide. Gym bedroom, now it's going to be far more difficult for Falcons. They've got one logistics, Ashton at main breach, and J-Lad just wandering on an island by himself inside the bedroom. And that gives all of this con, cash, side control over towards FaZe. They've got Jacuzzi. They can play the balcony. They are shredding Falcons' defense right now.
Yeah, Souls has been really patient here and just watched the Jacuzzi breach, and Hasham's come hunting to try and find something, as you'd expect, and they've unfortunately paid the price for it. 2 left standing, a big round needed from guards, which Lad here. In fact, mate, that just guards. Has got it all to do. Brings down one, stops being a flawless, but does get swung on. Handy finds his third. As I said, that kid's really on something this event. Actually, our most clutch player overall as well. He's got 6 1vx's at the tournament so far, more than anyone else. Jake, and he carries it on at the start of the round this time round, rather than needing a clutch. A big performance, just when you need it most, things are up at 1 apiece. And a much better round, it's worth stressing as well. Far more patient, and it feels weird to say that patience is a good thing for FaZe, given how slow the rounds have been. But this first kill, you'd probably expect Dov to get the shot back onto him there. Doesn't even get anywhere near it. This one is a great one, though. Robbie just was no idea it was coming. Once you've got a 5v3, unless you're really going to muck things up here, it's unlikely that FaZe let it slip away. Much more of the composed, sort of stifling, slow gameplay that you expect from them on the attack here in round 2. Far different to what we saw in round 1.
I mean, Robbie's mindset there is he's just lost his player, CC/Cash doorway. And if he just plays behind the shield, he's eventually going to get overwhelmed, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's lost a big part of what makes that hold so strong. So he thinks, okay, maybe I can just push, catch Handy off guard, who might be looking to play the shield. I'll play a little bit to the right of it, but Handy's just ready for it. Quick, sharp headshot.
More of the same for me in this round by the looks of it. Souls is attacker re-picking away from the Glaz onto that Nomad, just screams that they want control either of this bedroom side and to lock things down, stop Falcons getting on the flank to them, or get control of Garage to stop them doing the same. And it's a very typical thing for this site. Tends to get the main breach opened up. It's the easiest part of the round for most teams. I'd say some do really, really fail when trying to deal with a bandit tricker, but I don't expect FaZe to be that team. And then it's about getting one direction under your control, either looking to go south and take control of Garage, or go to the west and make sure that you get control of construction. A lot easier, I'd say, to attack in towards Garage side. It's a bit harder to take to begin with, but much easier to attack from later. This is that main breach being opened up. They will be able to bandit trip one of these away, I think, just in time. They will indeed, and now that other side has been opened up, and they take the Selma away. So for now, it stays closed up, and they will not be able to push on through. This is actually really good for Falcons to start things off, because there's only one Selma left, and I guarantee you they're not going to be able to get that second one down on that wall.
I like the way they're playing this round too. So you've got a pressure around the map, even though it's cached in CCTV, which at times you can play really much on site and close by, but you've got lurking players. You've got good lounge control, you've got garage control as well, top rafters with Dov on the Azami, and FaZe need to be mindful of the roam from the likes of Jalad, Robbie. And so you're offering a point of difference on the defense. Even guards over towards bedroom here, takes the swing, top main stairs, a little bit half and half. KDS, he wins it on 1 HP, Tez. That's not a fight he should be winning. Guards had him dead to rights, went for the final kill, went for that final swing, falls short, loses that one. Advantage for FaZe.
Real stinger. If they bring down KDS there, then they've got still full control of this west side of the map, and it becomes a real nuisance for FaZe to deal with. But at that point, hold on to a 5 versus 4. Worth stressing as well, actually, FaZe are a massive striker merchants, I've called him. In fact, Cyber, I think he's played striker more than anyone else at this tournament so far. His 3rd favorite operator overall. They really love the extra flexibility you get when you bring along the nades in back pocket to force players to move, but also the micro EMPs in place of something like a Thatcher.
60 seconds remaining. And of course, KDS is low, but still the player advantage for FaZe. Starting to get really good control over towards the con side of the map. Cyber and Souls just making their way through Logistic, and it seems as if they're going to completely ignore Garage.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to battle into Dov.
That's okay. You have to ignore one direction, really. You can't get all of them on your side, but they're doing the work here, pushing in from this master side by itself. Construction now fully in their control. You've got KDS planting on the west window. He's got to be careful because Dover's going to say he's dug in there, but Dover's gone for free. He's been picked off entirely for free. KDS has tried to make an impact and gone down to a shop, who also gets souls. Robbie into another, and like that, Falcons might be able to hold on, but then Cyber becomes Cyber. He hit 1,000 kills this tournament, and he ain't done just yet.
Well, hang on. KDS and Cyber are low. Robbie is as well, but the death mark not ideal. Gives away his location. Of course, they already knew that he was going to be inside a garage anyway, and this time as Robbie pushes up, Cyber gets the kill. FaZe make it to attacking rounds early in the half.
It's a really small thing, but what you've seen there is KDS on 1 HP, jump into a frost mat, get up out of the frost mat and have more HP than he went down. He became more of a man by tearing that bear trap off his foot and getting back up on more HP. Not that it made the difference really, because Cyber was the X factor in that round. 3 kills for himself. Hadn't found any across the first 2. This is that first little challenge that I spoke about from KDS. You want to watch his health bar here to see it get higher off the back of the frost mat, you can. It wasn't even actually the window that found the kill onto Dov. It was the kill from the master doorway instead. So no real requirement for KDS to work a little bit of magic. There's his HP back a little bit higher. But as mentioned, Cyber has done it all. There are 3K for them and FaZe up 2-1. I predicted before we came into the start of the map, we'd see FaZe walking away with 3 attacks and they'd just absolutely stonewall Falcons in the second. So far, they're off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Falcons on defense club. I really felt like if they were going to do anything on this map, 4-2-half at the minimum. Unfortunately, it's not already going to go that way. They'd have to win 3 straight on defense, and I just don't see how that's going to formulate against this FaZe roster, who are starting to win the early battles. They're getting the opening picks that go their favor, handy on the entries, or whether it be KDS finding an entry kill. Falcons are clearly trying to be aggressive on defense. You can see the way that they're positioning themselves. Even here, spawn peak potential towards Secret.
They know.
And they do know. Hasham needs to be careful. Sometimes you got to just not overstay your welcome.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's done here, showing that respect. All right, there's a fair chance to know where I am. I'm not going to hang around. I will touch on those last 2 rounds really quickly, though. Handy with the 3K and Cyber with the 4K. It comes back to those moments of hero plays, which you can't always rely on unless you are that good of a team that all of your players have got this possibility to keep on rolling out multi-kills. It was a good team played round as well, but it did come down to individuals having some big moments across both of them to get things over the line. Handy with the 3K that we spoke about back in round 2. When he was running around on, I believe it was the ace that he did a lot of work on, actually. So not far off getting ace himself.
Oh, hello.
The drop, a little bit of pace coming in. The blitz, right at the bottom of the stairs here. It is a Warden in front of his face. And look at that, the kill from above. Beautiful 2v1 set piece yet again coming out from FaZe. They're so good at these little movements together.
And Robbie wanted to play Vision for the Nitro Cell that they had pre-placed, but little did he know there was already a vert angle established by FaZe, and when he backed into a bad spot, dead immediately. Well played, a calculated attack from FaZe. Hasham does get fortunate, pushing out a Secret. Good little flank, and just to get one back, we see teams on the defense when they lose one early. Handy swing with the pistol. Guards was blinded, just had to run away. And it's another kill for FaZe to keep them in an advantageous position with so much time remaining in the round. Handy is low, yes, but you like the position that FaZe find themselves in with so much time on the clock.
That time is the most confusing part, right? FaZe are normally such a slow team as we saw across the first couple of rounds, but this round, man, someone really stuck a rocket up their ass because they have flown through, got rid of 2 players, got the vertical control they need, and still have got loads of time to play with. You've got to do this dance now with the Habana and the impacts that come out. There's only still 1 impact here. In fact, Veto King, I think, is out. Look, he's only got 2 left in back pocket. So they are not going to be able to open this kitchen hatch.
They might not need it. They might not need it. They've got Moto, they've got Secret. There's not a lot of utility either for this Falcons defense. And why do you need the hatch when you can walk in and find the kill? It's just that simple. Siege is a simple game sometimes. Hit the head, win the round. 50 seconds left, and that's exactly what Jalad and Hasham are going to need to try and do over the remaining 45 seconds or so. And unfortunately, waiting inside a Moto is not going to be the winning ticket here because it's a double stack through dirt.
Yep, Handy slightly push on forward. Souls finds a second. Veto King into the close, and FaZe, even if things have started to go wrong to begin with there, again, the team play that they coordinated across those last 60 seconds or so was brilliant. 2 players coming in through blue, 2 players coming in down dirt. Even though they were in a 4 versus 2, they didn't get crazy and start dropping hatches to give away free kills. Everything was just so well drilled and coordinated. That's 3 attacking rounds, though, over to FaZe, and unsurprisingly, it's going to be a timeout coming in here for Falcons. They need to get more out of this half. I thought a 3-3 half for FaZe was going to look excellent. They could be on here for a 4-2 or even a 5-1.
Or dare I say, keep up. Falcons just couldn't deal with the pace from FaZe that round, which is not something you probably think you would say all that often.
I never thought I'd hear that line in my career, I'm not going to lie.
Tactical timeout for Falcons. This just keeps them an extra minute within this tournament, but I think time might just be running out for them. a 3-1 position. Clubhouse defense is not where you want to be, where you've only got the one defensive round. It's a long way back. This is not even like Lair, Des, where if you want to use Lair as an example, okay, FaZe was 6-1 up, but Falcons then were on defense. You know what I mean? Like, they're on defense, it's a bit easier. The second half, they're not going to be on defense. They're going to be on attack, and quite frankly, this is already a winning half for FaZe. Even if Falcons make it 3-3 from here, you even said it before the map had begun. Oh, 3-3 half for FaZe, and then they'll clean house in the second half. Well, they're kind of already speedrunning that.
Yes. They're making it look a little bit too effortless. And I really hope now, after that tack timeout, we see Falcons come back with something. Back on Lair, it was very, very defender-sided so far. It's been all about the attack. So you would expect with Falcons to show something here on the defense of this map. Like, sure, coming into it, it's not a map that you play often. You brought it out against W7M. It went all the way to OT. 8-6 was how things ended. It went their way too. They've shown that they can do it against top LATAM teams. It's still weird thinking that W7M aren't here. They've been sent home. Everyone thought they'd be down as one of our top 3 teams, but now coming up against their slower cousin in FaZe, they are struggling to find a way through. Hopefully that changes over the next 2 rounds. Otherwise, I do think this game is probably going to be cooked for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win the next 2, and then quite frankly, you might even have to win the first attacking round just to put yourself back in a somewhat winning position. They're a long way back at the moment. Jim Veteran, 5th round coming up out of the tactical timeout for Falcons. What is their reasonably? What can you do now if you're Falcons? You've tried to be aggressive. You've tried to go for spawn peaks. You've played off-site. You've roamed. FaZe are just answering everything that you're setting for them as a task.
Fade this out. I'll do the little merry dance now, back and forth, aren't we, to try and get this wall opened up. I think actually the Bandit guards, he's had enough there. He's played it once and thought, you know what? Sophia can come below. I can get pressured in from warehouse side. Just not enough cover from his team here to be able to stand there and play Bandit Tricker all day long. But a bit of time wasted. It's an extra 20 seconds, and that can really count when you get down to the execute as the round moves on forward. No crazy swings this time around. No handy walking a 2K or a 3K. Things are a little bit slower from FaZe, and they've still got to unsettle Robbie that sat at top red. Got absolutely deleted by Handy last time around. But here he's dug in and ready for the offense to begin.
Yeah, but Robbie got deleted because he pushed forward as he lost his cash player. So Dov needs to make sure that he can be impactful from this position. And quite frankly, at 1 and 4, you are their highest rated EPS player at the tournament so far. Need to see more from Dov here for the remainder of this half. They fall back, they give Cash and Red up. That's fine, 1.5 minutes. It's around that point in the round that you can look to do that, fall back, play concise defense on site. It's a 5v5. FaZe now have to break down a lot of members who are huddled together.
What I like is they've focused on 2 things here, though, FaZe, because while all this dance was going on out towards Cash and CC, Jacuzzi Breach is open. Vida King solo went over there, opened that up so when they need it later in the round, it's already done for them. They haven't got to move players over later. At this point, there's still a little bit of a dance going on. This Valkyrie camera's been missed. They got the one that was very obvious in the open, but probably wrongly assumed the room is therefore clear. They could do some damage here if they get in the right position. There we go, second one gone. The last one now sits inside of CC, and everyone has already moved way past that point, Jake.
They already have seen enough members, though, to indicate it's that side push with a lot of balcony presence, even with Jacuzzi wall opened up. 1-for-1, good kill back from Dov. All tied up between these 2 teams in these trades, although slight advantage has now been established for Falcons. Still out in the sub-route, though, it's KDS and Vida King. So even though the trades, it's only that 1-player differential, Falcons win it out simply because they've still got site, map control, all of that. FaZe now are stuck outside the building.
The patience being shown by Robbie here. Again, back on Lair, we'd see Falcons peeking this kind of opportunity and looking to go aggressive.
What's Hashem doing over towards Cash? Get involved.
They've dug it so deep and just waited. I think he's hoping to try and play on towards that west window and get the south balk. But now that they've lost one, now that KDS has got a kill and it's a 2v2, he can't afford that risk anymore. KDS is still a little bit afraid of him, but they're going for it at this point. Vida King was trying to work his way forwards. And look at this, here comes a Sham. They've got no idea. Diffuser's down with 10 seconds to play. This one looks to be going Falcons' way. They have righted the ship and they get round 5 over the line.
I mean, yeah, Hasham times it perfectly in the end. I know I touched on it. He was sitting inside a Cash when Robbie was very much stuck inside a gym. Robbie goes down. That's when Hashem gets on the move. Good rotate back through logistic. And again, the timing of it is perfect. Vida King had no idea that Hashem got himself towards top main stairs. Swings around the corner. Easy kill. Kit on the ground. And at that point, the round is basically done because you can just play the time factor. 10 seconds left. You know, you got to go and get the kit, put it on the floor. There's just no time for that to happen. So you can just fall back, play angles, and not allow him to get the kills. But it's this moment here, Tess. You have 55 seconds left. FaZe go for the fight. But at no point could they get any semblance of map control. The last 2 players left alive, both outside of the building. So Falcons do an amazing job of clearing out the vast majority of that aggressive attack. And I think a large portion of that is no one went through Jacuzzi. It's wide open. There's no main stairs. So it's rather one-dimensional. It's all through con, it's all through the balcony. It's all too easy for Falcons to keep focused in that kind of one direction.
I don't really blame FaZe for wanting to stick to their play style, playing for trades as well, but I think from Falcons, it was that time wasting early in the round, right? We saw how much they were having to commit to hold on to this cash DC side and how much time FaZe were wasting, not really wasting, but investing, trying to get it cleared out. Valkyrie cameras feeding information back and forth, the attempted C4 denial onto a single Selma on that wall between Cash and CC. They really wanted to waste time out there, and it's worked out well for Falcons. They played together. When it came around to that big scrap in the mid-round around construction, just really good stuff, and clearly that tack timeout has done some wonders for them. They sorely need this round, though. They cannot afford to go down 4-2 on their defensive half. They need more, but FaZe are coming in fast, and they're trying to pinch this player that's holding around blue. Look at that, trying to swing and play for a trade at the same time. Akiva barrier blocks off the long angle. This is really good stuff. Falcons making sure their man got back safe there, and no one has taken a lick of damage. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, well done from Hashram to get that keeper barrier up and provide the added layer of protection that was certainly required. I don't imagine Falcons will suddenly just now huddle, play 5 on site. I'm expecting still that main stairs pressure where they're trying to contest FaZe off, maybe even play off of a Nitro cell. You can see Robbery lingering over towards main stairs on the Warden, gets rid of a drone. Of course, I think he definitely wants to stay active in that vicinity.
The key thing I was stressed after round 1, I said, you know, we've seen all these kills from around the map. We had 2 kills up on the second floor, and I was like, FaZe haven't even looked at sight. This is the best part. Falcons here can basically play a more turtle, a more defensive setup, and not really feel any pressure because FaZe haven't seen the setup. They haven't got an answer to what's going on site just yet. So there's not been a massive need to change away loads of stuff here. It is a much more of a dug-in comp. Their lineup has changed relatively substantially, but the actual setup on site and how they're going to be playing positions really hasn't got to change because FaZe didn't see it last time around. Half a round still to go, though. FaZe have got that first floor control. Things are starting to look up, and now Falcons are going to find themselves tested as FaZe begin to wrap themselves around this site. A player coming in towards Dirt. Players dancing around that first floor still. They could hit from 3 different angles here all at the same time.
Handy's already taken some damage as well. You've got 2 impacts, you've got 2 nitro cells, you know, so there's a bit of utility that can deal with
Nice
that blitz, I think, rather comfortably. So 60 seconds left. FaZe looking for potentially that Dirt side push. Diffuser hasn't been fully put into a position where it's going to... Okay, Handy's on the rappel back up now, so it might go down main. Could go through Kitchen, could go through Moto. I think they might fall away from the Dirt side push. With 50 seconds left, it is a rather late pivot into the round, but FaZe are very calculated in their decision-making. Once they make that decision, they all follow it.
Lineup ready. Souls approaches.
Got Kid.
And he's gone a bit too fast there. He's got past it and managed to avoid KDS, though, brought down by Robbie. Falcons starting off well, but they've got to get something more here. There we go. The second then, what a shot from Guards to bring down the blitz in a flawless round. Erupts for Falcons. They may have found form a little bit late, but it's 2 rounds on the bounce, and both of them in convincing fashion. 3-3. And now Falcons got to show us what their chops look like, what their talons are on the attacking side.
Have they left it a little too late, though, Des? Have they left it just a little too late? 3-3, probably not ideal. You can always get away with the 4-2 half, 4 on defense, 2 on attack, but 3-3 is going to leave them in a bit of a predicament. They're going to have to play really good siege now onto the attack. Again, job done. They got it back from 3-1. Things were looking completely awful. I felt like the map was getting away from them. But
Guards here. He's so good.
From the timeout, they definitely looked far more calculated. Double kill from Guards in that round. Flawless overall. And to be fair, as much as you can give the plaudits to Falcons, for me, it's FaZe just never looked set as to what they wanted to do in that round. You know, at one point you see Handy grab the kit on the blitz, he goes Dirt side, then it gets called away from that. No, we need to go main, so then they give the kit over to Souls. Souls just rushes down the hallway. Like, it just didn't seem like a really set round from FaZe's, at least from their, you know, high standards.
A decision was certainly made for the blitz to go pushing deep, and I'm not sure it was the one. Often what you'll see is the Buck steps forward, opens up a rotation hole on the left, you step through, the plant starts going down on pillar itself, and someone then pushes deep in towards Arsenal to stop someone changing in. You can have vertical cover on towards the plant itself, you can have someone bottom main, you can take over blue at the same time. There's lots of options that you have, really, as the attackers, to make that stick, but they felt like they were hunting kills a bit too much, and Guards, as we saw, just deleted them. It was really well played by Falcons, but for FaZe, maybe a little bit too ambitious in what they wanted to take away from that round. Bless you, Jake. Even I heard that one, even with you holding down the mute. Woo! All right, What I'm enjoying about this round already is that we've got the Sense, we've got the Blitz, we've got the Grim on side, we've also got that Deimos, so a lot of exciting tools coming out on the Falcons side. They mean business here in round 1. And for FaZe, a similar sort of story, not going too wild out on their spread around the map. They're playing much more defensive, looking towards, for example, the C4s they've got in back pocket, 2 of them to go behind, Denal away from the Vulcans and the Bandit. They're looking very dug in here. This is very much a classic FaZe style of setup. They aren't going hyper-aggressive on the roam around the map. That's more what they'll let Falcons have achieved back in that first half. But if Falcons get to site with all 5 alive here, they've got so many tools to get this done.
It's been a series as well of momentum swings. If you think back to Lair, of course, the 6-1 lead that was established by FaZe, and then ended up being 5 rounds in a row for Falcons. Even here on Clubhouse, 3 in a row for FaZe, then a couple in a row for Falcons. We're not seeing that kind of back and forth, and that's why there's this probably weird view of this series. The reality is, it was an 8-6 first map. It's a 3-3 second map. Regardless of sides, regardless of halves, or who should be doing what, this has actually been a rather close series between these 2 teams. Yes, FaZe have always felt like they've had the edge, or they've got defender side, all of these things, but Falcons are fighting, and that is the nature of that team. They will always go down fighting, even if they do lose. And this is what I want to see from them in this half. Back yourself in, be aggressive, play that style that you know does very well for you. Send guards in, have others follow him. Robbie on the Deimos, can he get some tracks going? A minute left, it's about this time. Falcons typically hit the go button.
What I like about this is where they fell down on Lair a bit, was trying to attack into FaZe, and FaZe always had a second layer to fall back to, or a third layer to fall back to. There was always trades ready, but they very much box FaZe in here. They're all very tight on site, all very static at the same time. They haven't really got anywhere to go. If you kill someone, it's not like there's an ability for a second player to retake that position. That position is then lost. It's ground game by Falcons. So it's going to be a real pinch execute. There's going to be a lot of kills flying incredibly quickly, but Falcons have still got the tools to get it done, particularly those light screens are what I'm keeping an eye on here from Jalad. When they start rolling, things are going to start flying.
My concern's the time, though. That's the only issue. I know it's Church Arsenal on Clubhouse, but you got 30 seconds and the fight hasn't even started yet. FaZe are in good positions. They got numbers on site. You also have to worry about getting the diffuser onto the ground. Jalad, at least in a good spot, still hasn't used any of these ROUs. There it goes. One out, drop from Hashim as well. In towards Bodo. Double stack. He does have the kit, but Handy finds the opening pick. Transition to the hallway. Unsuccessful because the numbers are with FaZe. They've still got 5 on up on the defense. 1 back for Falcons, but with low time remaining in the round, it's very much going the way of FaZe Clan. All too comfortable, Des. Falcons never really got going in this round. FaZe were really not that tested.
Good idea. Just really good defense against it, I think. If those light screens go on through and give you full cover in towards the south side of Church, they probably do get the plant down. Let's see, C4s come flying in which case there were 2 in FaZe's back pocket. But it was Handy, stood up on the table that they didn't account for, gets rid of the Grim, forces a player to push down towards main, and Vitter King's then already got a kill from that position, has swung out into main hall himself and got a second kill. They've completely shut down that west side attack coming out of Falcons. Nothing really to push towards it, and even with the drop coming in from Kitchen, from Guards, which I thought was a great idea, get the Blitz in there causing some chaos, 100%, but they've got the response to that as well. It all started around Moto, and these couple of kills that he gets here, the one kill that he gets, the damage that he gets in the second, and this immediate second kill afterwards, that's where this round was won on. And the Blitz can do nothing about it because it's challenged from 2 or 3 angles. Wonderful stuff, and FaZe were just ready there. And it goes to show that sometimes that one first kill that comes inside of Moto can be enough, but them not getting info inside of sight and knowing where Handy was is, for me, what cost them that attack.
I think you just get a good insight, though, as to how difficult this second half will be for Falcons, that it's not going to be an easy task to get themselves out of a relatively deep hole now. A 4-3 lead for FaZe on the scoreboard is not really all that extensive, but you're in defense side Clubhouse, you're already up a map in this series. They are 3 rounds away from now securing their place in main stage here for the 6th Invitational.
Vitter King almost being blasted there from the carriage rappel, I think it was. Fortunate to be alive. I think it was Robbie who had his number on the lineup on rappel very quickly. We've seen some crazy kills in this map. I think back to when we've seen someone spawn actually towards construction site. I think it was Urbana. Just took some spray through the construction single wall and caught a clash that was stood on the bedroom door. And we were just like, how has that even been a thing? And it just goes to show that you see players spraying at things sometimes. You never know who's on the other side. We, of course, have the beauty, the gift of being able to see outlines. But if you get a freebie like they almost got onto Vitter King there, just proves that it is worth it every day of the week.
And you need every freebie that you can get as well. Falcons, to be honest, they need everything. Vitter King.
Sees defeat, but can't find his man. Just too low.
Doesn't even get any of the toes of Dolph. He's able to back his way up as he's looking to put pressure towards Con Wall. That's going to be the exothermic from J-Lad. That will open it up successfully. So pressure in towards Con. Now can rotate over towards Jacuzzi, deal with that breach as well. So not too bad right now from Falcons. They've been able to slowly get through that checklist.
Still more to chew through. Half a round still to play though, certainly not out of time anytime soon. My main concern for them is they haven't got this east side set up, and without it, in fact, to say that, Guards has just declared his arrival on the Blackbeard straight into Cyber.
You've got Robbie as well that's outside. You could have waited.
It feels a bit unforgivable, because for Robbie there, you're thinking he should have the cover on this site. I should be coming in here to an empty room, and for Cyber to be stood there by that west window, it's either real bad mistiming or Robbie simply hasn't done his job. Now, Cyber's dug himself back a little bit, has tried to see for over the top, found nothing for it, but they need to get this side cleared out. There are two players out there. KDS and Cyber are here. Vitter King has removed the backstab threat from his shop. No idea what he's doing there, to be honest with you. But for me, Falcons here have gone a little bit out of step with each other. Again, desync has cost them, and they've lost two players.
Yeah. Falling apart for Falcons deep here at 6 Invitational. Just has that feeling their time may very well be up.
I did worry, coming onto the defensive side, that FaZe would just stonewall them out. Instead, I thought a 3-3-half and then a stonewall defense from FaZe was expected. We're seeing it build up, and the battle is there's no timeout available now for the side of Falcons. They can't course correct here. It's all on those 5 boys in the server to get the job done.
It's looking comfortable for FaZe.
Pedestrian almost. They haven't had to break into a run yet.
No. I think they were certainly tested in the back half of Flair. The comeback from Falcons really got the wheels spinning for FaZe. They had to figure out different things. They were trying different strategies and different lineups, so they were certainly exuding a little bit more. But here on Clubhouse, first half, you get off to that fast start, a 3-1 lead. You've put them on the back foot early. And now you go into defense, and really it's just cruise control from here. Dez, 5-3 lead, 2 rounds away from sending Falcons home. And it's that added pressure that is into the mind of these players for Falcons. As much as you don't want to go home, there is that fear. There is that doubt now creeping into your minds. You have to just brush it away, focus 1 round at a time, and do something that you know is difficult. And that is what takes a lot out of you, because you know full well, these players know that they are on the wrong side of this right now. They're not on defense. They're not leading. Things aren't working. So how do we magically now turn this around on very short notice? It's going to be a long way back for Falcons.
This is a big round, and one that Tim and I often speak about. Round 9 being the pivotal point when there's a 5-3 scoreline. FaZe win here, they're up to 6-3. You're going to see the same 3 sites again. You'd put good money on them being able to win one of those 3 sites out, given the success we've seen so far. If Falcons win, they're back within 1 round striking distance. It doesn't feel so far away or so crazy that if FaZe were to go up 6-4, that you can't win 2 rounds back-to-back to catch things up. It's a big mental breaker knowing you're going into match point if you lose, so it's so pivotal that Falcons get this done. They're almost a little bit, I don't want to say blessed, but it's on their side that we're going towards Cash and CC, one of the more direct sites that you've got in this game. They haven't got to worry about a huge map clear here or massive sync up amongst the team. I spoke about it earlier on. You've got to get the main breach open and then take your pick on whether or not you want construction side or if you want to get warehouse side. For now, I'm not really seeing very clearly what side they want because they're all focused on getting this main breach open.
They are bringing the stands once again, and while I'm very much enjoying seeing a lot more of the ROUs since the most recent buff, am I seeing enough to really have it selected?
Handy outplayed them last time, didn't he, with the vertical?
I don't know if I'm seeing Falcons really get the most out of it. Okay, there's a variety of ways in which you can use it. You could even post alt CC window, throw them in, whether it be from the breach itself or a con-side push in towards Cash. It is versatile, and it is KDS towards Rafters, and he's got many Kiba barriers, Vulcan canister, one outside of the garage doorway, which is guards, and does have the kit.
Ooh, and he's gonna get cooked. He's cooked. You gotta go. Oh, and he's gone. What I actually love here, and the real irony of it, is again the operator bands at the top of your screen have flipped. FaZe banned away the Capitao to stop just that happening, yet they've died there to their own fire. No need for a Capitao when you're bringing the fuel. Down he goes. They've managed to get it cleared out off the back of a single nade, and someone is holding the angle. Good stuff.
I think KDS realized he was going to die there, and it's like, okay, they're going to throw this nade and maybe push in. Can I get one to go with me? Take one to the grave. I think that was the mentality, but they were patient. They understood he was trapped. shots. Really good work from Falcons, and so far turning into one of their better rounds. But Handy does get one back, and he's always going to be someone that needs to be dealt with later into the round. 50 seconds too, so it has taken time. Yes, you did clear out Rafters. Guard's making his way slowly to site. Does have the kit. Did get tagged up. They know they haven't cleared out cash, but here comes Dov.
But they're all together. All three players on FaZe are on top of each other here. Plants going down, and they're dealing with the backstab from Dov. No, he's got rid of Handy. A smoke coming in, but Guards is going to stick it all the way through. The problem is, it's down to Jalad in a 1v2.
He's on the rappel, watching for the cross. No one has been able to cross so far. Vidiking and Souls playing together, both inside of cash. Jalad, of course, not fully aware of that, but now he's got the red pings. Vidiking, smart. He's actually going for the rotate. He's in towards Garage now. Went for the jump out, went down below, and he can actually go and try and take Jalad out. It is safe. He can run out. There are no claymores. Headshot from Jalad, but it has allowed Souls to get into a position where he is on full. Counted the fuse, went for the headshot, misses those shots. Jalad can now play the time, knows when to pop up, lands even more shots, no time at all for Souls. Well played and executed from Jalad to just keep things alive for Falcons.
So beautiful. I was really nervous when he peeked back up with 8 seconds to go, because Souls wins that 1v1. You're done. I don't think he was probably aware if he was disabling or not, but if he knew that he wasn't, that's a massive risk. Just let him stick it for a few seconds and then take the challenge. He's got no choice but to die or kill you. And if he kills you, there's not enough time to be able to stick the disable. Dude, really love that round from Falcons. They played it so well. The big factor for me was they played it together. Even starting with their initial push in towards Catwalk, as we saw, they were just ready. Everything about the main breach at the same time looks really good. Of course, Jalad was holding that spot forever. The backstab from Dov at the perfect time when all three players from FaZe was sat inside a cache on the tables. It was just far better communication coming out from Falcons. They look like maybe they figured it out here, but as I said at the start, that's the easier site for me. It's far more direct access.
That's the reality.
Haven't got to worry about the full map clear. Now we're back down in the basement. They've got to figure something out, because it was a real mess for them last time.
I mean, the reality is you got your tertiary site, but guess what? Now you've got to go win primary.
And you've got FaZe reinforcing the top floor. I didn't think we'd see FaZe going for much of a roam game here, but I imagine you might even see Souls, KDS, and Cyber on the go, trying to keep them busy, even Handy.
Yeah, Handy.
I love it. Rather than sitting dug in and giving Falcons all the time again, go and meet them like they met you back at the start of this game. Really good stuff.
KDS over towards Rafters as FaZe are going to try something a little different here. Very well could backfire. I mean, this is the risk-reward factor when you're playing the roam game, especially so extensively, as is the nature of FaZe this round, but it does not backfire for KDS. Free kill over towards top Rafters. Bye-bye to Dom. No Flores. And I think right now Falcons have got the picture. They've got to deal with the roam.
I don't know if he punched it open and got shot there, or just got shot through a fully barricaded up door. In which case, that's so unfortunate that the Flores has gone down so early on. To a degree, you're lucky it is the Flores, because you still get your shield online, you still got the Twitch to take out gadgetry. They've still got a lot of things on side they'd really struggle without, I think. But it does mean some of the setup coming out of the other side here is going to be a nuisance. Ooh. You can't reload, unfortunately, in front of a Blackbeard. He will punish you. And it's exactly what you've just seen. Cyber punish. You'd have had to get the one-tap headshot if you wanted anything out of that. Like that. Falcons are back in. It's a 4v4.
And that's actually one operator that is very, very good against this kind of roam defense. The Blackbeard is more capable of being able to walk around the map a lot safer as well, figure out where are these FaZe defenders, and beats out Cyber despite taking a couple of little leg shots. Initially, he is quite low. Because of that, Jalad steps on the Kumite. He'll have to take that one out. And hey, there's another one right in front of you.
Yeah, I was saying, please don't walk. If it had walked into the second one, I really would have cried. So I'm glad that's been taken out and dealt with. Got ourselves on blue then, and also got cover in case someone's coming down from top red. And it's the right idea, because Handy is dug at the top of those stairs, as you could see off the top left of your screen a second ago. I suspect they know that he's here. Can't easily get droned out because of that jammer in position as well, but at least good intuition being shown by Falcons. They're going to hit site here and just say, forget about Handy. We've got a man advantage on site. It's 4v3. Let's go.
Minute left. Must-win round for Falcons. Jalad gets the headshot onto Souls. Gives them an ever so slight advantage with double stack coming in on the dirt side, led by the Blackbeard. Jalad, though, has been dealt with. Amazing C4, but Handy's the one that gets the kills. 50 seconds left. There comes that push now. Robbie and Hashem together. After they've lost guards, they are the only two left remaining members of Falcons. They don't have a lot of control, and they don't have the diffuser down.
That's the problem. They've got to get kills here. That diffuser's down upstairs. So what can they do? They have to work their way through site, kill the players that are here.
But there's play upstairs.
And kill the players that are upstairs too. They will give them nothing here. FaZe are playing this so well.
Handy's in secret as well. I mean, they are spread beautifully right now, FaZe, to deny any kind of chance of that duo finding the kills necessary, of which now is down to the solo in Hashem. You know it. It's inevitable. It's FaZe Clan match and series point.
Thought Hashem might get one for free there, but Handy, ever trusty, coming down from blue, as you mentioned, gets that closing up kill. FaZe playing things really well once again. Falcons just making these small little mistakes. That diffuser being down on that first floor. When you're hitting site with shields, you can't be letting someone go down like that. It brings you back to what happened on Lair when they were trying to drop in from that top floor, and we almost saw the Dokkaebi go down with the diffuser in hand. Did drop, but straight into the waiting arms of FaZe, and it's happening again and again. Small little things here, letting FaZe get the advantages they need. 6-4, 2 sides left here for Falcons to stage a comeback, and even then it's a fight back to OT. There's no promising they win it. When we get into overtime, I'd expect FaZe to start things out on the defense there, but it would be a 3-3 half if it comes down to it, let's not forget. So God knows which way it goes when we get there. For now, it's Gym and Bedroom, FaZe to take it all.
Yeah, in the event that it does get to OT, you're right, FaZe will have double defense anyway, so Falcons are a long, long way down that rabbit hole now. 2 opportunities for FaZe to book their place main stage here at the Boston 6 Invitational. Falcons. It's been another great journey from them at one of these major events. They're once again now becoming, you know, one of the part and parcels in terms of teams that we expect to make runs and that we respect and that we, you know, almost expect them to finish top 8 at these kind of events. They were very close to a top 4 in Montreal. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to make top 6 here at SI.
They keep getting better and better is the key thing, right? And
well, they're certainly around. They're always around the mark, and that's all you can really want to be, because on your day, I think you said it before, you know, you're 20, 30% off here or there. Falcons are the kind of team, you know, FaZe are 10, 15% off. Falcons can beat them. You know, you've just got to put yourself in that position as best as possible. Of course, this is not over yet. You never count out any team. But my goodness, will it be a miraculous comeback if they can bring this series back from this sort of position? You just think FaZe too experienced, too qualified to lose it from here.
We always think that coming into a final, though. No. And then FaZe always find a way to just not get it over the line. They did it back in Sweden in 21. And since then, it's been an elusive... trophies have been very elusive to this team. They can't quite chase them down. They can't quite put on the performance when it matters most. I'll come back to what I said earlier, though. The teams that knock FaZe out always make it into a grand final. No surprise, given FaZe are right here towards the back end of the tournament. It's a big ask for Falcons to bounce their way back in, but that'll be one hell of an accolade to go into the next few games with. Starting things out well here, not being caught out by any of FaZe, and Handy's in a bit precarious position. Finished off by Dov. Good bit of team play again coming out from Falcons to punish him when he's in the wrong position.
It's only their 4th opening kill so far of the map as well for Falcons, so you got to take the wins where you can get them. And now it's all about the capitalization effect. There's one up above. Yellow ping. Robbie just tries with the vendetta to maybe find the kill through the floorboards, but not to be. Good lounge control, but then they start making their way over towards Gym Bedroom, having now dealt with Cash and top red stairs.
And here he is.
ADS, though, well, just quite literally runs into Robbie. I would have figured by now you would look to fall back to the side, but ADS went into the forefront and gets punished.
Call him Neo. Cyber's just ran his way through 2 or 3 players, spraying at him as he retreated towards side, and he's away with his life and barely taking any damage.
Bitter King's in lounge, by the way.
It's underneath, but I think at this point they're not going to be too fussed about it right now.
Pick up top red and try and come in on the backside through Cash. Con,
surely they know. Surely they know.
Well, they know now.
And he's out of here. I was going to say, we only had a track onto the Bandit for the entirety of it. I think Robbie probably looking at, well, who are track here, guys? We've only got one target. I can see Jalag going down. Guards with a wonderful shot on towards Souls, and they're in. It's a 4-man stack up for Falcons, and the diffuser is going down.
Double from Hashem. Little holes made by the Maverick on Jacuzzi. Hey, it doesn't matter if the breach hasn't been opened up. You can just make a few holes, a few bullet holes.
I tweeted about this earlier. I think it was in the SSG BDS game down in the basement of Labs. And Fultz was protecting Benja on the cover in the basement diffuse. And BDS just runs, I think it's BDS, runs around and swings around, sprays down Benja. And I was like, the wall's like got Swiss cheese on it. You should be able to see him, but didn't manage to get the angle or stop him. And BDS won the round, but Hasham affording nothing here. Yet again, Falcons have dug deep and brought us right back up to it. It's 6-5 to FaZe. One more round, and they're right back in this. We go into OT. Heaven knows what way it goes when we get there, because as said, if Falcons win this one, it's been 3-3 halves so far. The main thing you could probably count on is FaZe winning a defense in the basement. They have been rock solid down there so far, and I do expect they would win it out. It then starts to get precarious when we go into their second defense in round 15, because the other sides have looked a little bit more wobbly.
I mean, all you can really do as well is commend Falcons, regardless of what happens from here. They've shown that fighting spirit, and I think that's always their mantra, and they're never the kind of team that will just bow out. Dov was very fortunate with this spray over towards Secret, but it was Handy that doubled down and went for the push. And I just didn't know about that one from KDS. Was it the point in the round where you could have easily fallen back, played sight? And yeah, Hashem just cleans up, swinging side to side like the windscreen wiper. Gets rid of a few bugs inside of the building.
Calling the cleaner.
The cleaner?
That's an easy joke.
Hashem CCTV, though, is, I tell you what, Des, it's a good sight here for Falcons.
Ooh, okay. No repeat of Gym Bedroom. Preferring instead to go to that tertiary site, which is the other one that we saw Falcons win earlier. They won it back in round 9. It's kept them in the game. It did come down to Jalad 1v2 on the rappel. That was some magical stuff that he played that super, super well. FaZe not quite able to get the closeout they needed. Probably now aware that for Falcons, they've attacked once and towards catwalking towards warehouse, wanted that side of things. Do they now mix things up and try and instead take construction side to keep FaZe guessing?
They might.
Or do we see a repeat?
No, well, they didn't bring the Sens this time. Again, it didn't really get much use, did it? So I think I like the Blackbeard for this round as well. They do bring the Lion, didn't bring the Lion last time. So in terms of the change-up, it's the Sens out, the Lion in.
Yeah. No surprise, probably played that back in round 8 and a little bit of success with it. They played themselves back in round 10. I think it was Guards bringing it along back then too. We know that they like these operators, the Shields, the Aces up there, one of their favorites alongside. The Dockerbee is always a big one. Not seen tons of it so far on this map. Shom down to relatively low HP, and it looks like, yeah, they do want to get this clear in. It's the Blackbeard squaring up on this door. They want to push in and get rid of KDS again.
Yeah, don't forget, though, KDS went down really comfortably, really easily last time. So I don't imagine
fire as well.
Yeah, exactly. I don't imagine they're going to get a freebie on him again. So this time they're going to have to actually really work to clear out rafters.
And Handy's underneath. He's actually inside of oil here with a C4 in hand, waiting for this push to come through. They get rid of the Blackbeard. Oh, dare I say the game's over.
Or at least very, very difficult, although there's still time. You can always make something happen. Guards needs to be apprehensive here. And they bring Jalad on over as well with the kill. There it is. Careful, Nitrocell doesn't get the kill, but a whole heap of damage. But KDS is down top rafters, and he's not going to get brought back up. Finished off by the frag grenade of Robbie. Here we go. It might just be happening for Falcons. They get themselves an early lead in this pivotal final round of regulation on Clubhouse. Robbie sets himself up to play the vert. 90 seconds, plenty of time for Falcons to think their way through this round.
I love how teams are playing with nades these days. We saw it between BDS and SSG on Border, where you stack up a bunch of nades in one spot. The player is doomed no matter which way they run. Sure, you can't cook them anymore, but you can still use them to net kills. Now, Robbie's gone down. The E1D's offline. Not the end of the world, but facing him with a fighting chance to say it. Vitaking's fallen down. As you say, smokes are offline. No C4s to play behind. Falcons can do this, and they're underneath as well.
It's a pinch over towards Secret. Handy thought he maybe had a freebie there onto the Secret window, but no, coming in through blue. Good kill. They got it. Dom, they have indeed done it, Des. We're going to overtime for the second map in a row.
There is a series cooking here. The Falcons have a real chance to serve up a real special 3-course gourmet.
This is the thing.
Wow.
That it's either going to be a third map, or you are devastated for your Falcons to think, not only did we lose, but we lost OT this close.
OT to FaZe.
Exactly. And it could have been 2-0 to Falcons, because it's OT.
You know what? It won't sweeten the deal for them, but going home, if you do go home after this, knowing that you've taken a run FaZe that close, certainly zero complaints.
Well, this is the moment that changed around for me, because Handy could have probably got that kill Secret and then pushed up, maybe Lounge. I don't think he was ever going to back down, but then fortunately Guards, the timing of it was perfect. I love it. Love that passion.
I love how the twins as well. Bless their heart and soul. Guards and Dov are twins, and when they first turned up to their first event, Both had the same hairstyle, both had the same facial hair, and I was like, you guys are making this really hard for us. Whereas now Guards...
There's so many twins in Siege.
Guards has shaved his beard, so actually it's okay. You can really easily distinguish between the two of them now.
What about Handy and Nade? Can you distinguish them?
Yeah, those two you can a lot more. To be fair, their jerseys are different. That does help.
It does.
But I think when they're on the same team, it really makes things a bit difficult. 6-6 though, wow. I said earlier on I was concerned about this site though, right? Basement is where FaZe have absolutely stonewalled Falcons. They've given them nothing.
Yeah.
And so I'm nervous here about Falcons' likelihood of getting this done. They've seen defenses on it twice. If they're going to find an answer, it's going to be off the back of seeing those two site defenses and realizing, okay, here's where things are going wrong. Here's what FaZe are doing well. Here's the kind of operators we're encountering. We've got to change our tune a little bit here. And sure enough, no shield on side this time around. The Dockerby's back in. We've got the Ying on side. I like this as a really good flood overwhelm comp. They're not relying on a Sen's light wall to get the job done either. This to me feels much more about lethality. It's about making use of all the gadgetry on side to get some crucial kills.
So for all of the celebrations of Falcons for reaching overtime, they also have to be reminded FaZe have double defense OT, but Falcons have at least shown us they do have the capability to win these attacking rounds necessary here on Clubhouse. Heart in mouth if you're a Falcons fan, or even if you're a FaZe fan, despite having the one map buffer. And there's that belief, that sense of belief, I think, coming back for Falcons. You can see it. And you can even see it right now with the way they're communicating and the way they're moving around the map. They know full well FaZe playing down basement. Okay, they're not playing the roam game this time. Last time they did. But now they're very much back to that bunker defense style. But you've got really good operators to deal with that. You've got the Ying, you've got the Grim, and you've got the Dockerby. I like the setup for Falcons in dealing with this more bunker-style defensive phase.
Cyber and Azami's really across the map have been a bit of a nuisance in this position. We saw Falcons playing it back in the first half too. Just dug here around weapons. Such a hard spot to unseat teams from when they've got good keeper barriers dropped down. Normally you'd see things like deployable shields used in that position. We have seen in this map, but the keepers are enough by themselves. And I think Cyber is probably one of the big anchor points of this round that needs to be forced away. If he isn't cleared away from this position, he will just anchor down and force the other side in towards Church. But look, KDS has gone down. That feels unforgivable. You shouldn't be going down so early, especially here in towards Oil.
It's just a solo push. Hashim just decided, I'm going to drop Pit and just go for a solo push. And another peek coming from the Azami of Cyber. That could have been almost a second kill quickly found for Hashim. There's your final logic bomb. It's coming through to fruition. Nitro, oh, Handy. Massive Nitro onto Dov and gives the advantage back over to FaZe, but Jalad pushes in. Only 2 up though now for FaZe, losing out Salt. Plant going down successfully by Guards, and it only comes down to Handy. Gets one. In the flames, he runs through. Mono spots. Guards going back up main, but he couldn't get the down. Really needed that one, Dez.
They've got the vertical as the big challenge. And he's found one. Guards, he's sold himself a little bit. He's been holding the peak with a nade in hand and has paid the price. Jalad has already won out a 1v2 before. Now it's even easier. He's got to do a 1 versus 1. But Handy, as we know, a bit of a terror at the best of times.
Does he not know where he is?
He's guessing at this point. He'll drop in. The angle's there, and Jalad has done it again. They've broken open the fortress. They've taken the loot, and they're in the lead.
Match point Falcons. Didn't think I'd be saying that one, Dez. They're up 7-6. They win an attacking round. Now they get to go defense. Now they get to go Church Arsenal. Now they have an opportunity to send us to Nighthaven Labs for what would be the decider. Falcons look pumped. Guards looks pumped. They all feel as if it could be happening for them, despite what felt like a rather decent start to this map for FaZe. They were 3-1 up, 3 attacking rounds up as well. It seemed like they had it in the bag, but Falcons just kept fighting and plugging away. And some really good siege coming out of them here on Clubhouse. They're really having to give their absolute all.
What a series we could have cooking here to close out phase 2 as well. Only have the 4 games today as a reminder, and this of course is the last one here on the A stream that's running the distance. I'm gagging to see that third map. It'll be so neck and neck between both of them.
I think there's a really good opportunity as well for Falcons on Labs, if they get there, if we get there. But they still have to get it done.
KAG are normally the really loud team that can't shut the hell up. I think it's Falcons that challenge some of that energy out from the east and bringing it in with them. working a bit of magic, and look at this. We go back to a comp that we saw super early on from Falcons. You've got that Skopos on side. We've got the Tuberal. We've got the Azami. This is how everything started. And a reminder, back in round 1, Falcons walked away with a Church Arsenal win. FaZe didn't even get to look at the site on drones or with their own eyes. So I love that Falcons have gone back to what worked for them before and are hoping to catch FaZe off guard. It did require a lot of aggression in the early round. They swung out aggressively onto the balcony. They swung aggressively from CC window and managed to get a couple of kills. They're down towards Handy. That really netted the round up for them. I don't suspect FaZe will give them that opportunity again here, so it will be harder, but they can still waste a lot of time.
And then there's the doubts for FaZe too. You know, if you lose this map, you've got to reset everything to what is essentially a best of 1 on Nighthaven Labs, which statistically is not a bad map whatsoever for Falcons. But you've just got to stay focused on this round now. You're on attack, you win this, you get to go back defense. So this for FaZe, in their mind, probably almost still feels like the map winner, because if we get this, we go back defense. Of course, it's not a guarantee, but it's a good position to be in. Yeah, Church Arsenal here, overtime, match point for Falcons. Drop back towards site now, and I think Falcons will very much concede towards 5 on site.
That was a bit awkward for Gelati. He was stuck on the other side of friendly fire. Again, Dov's Vulcan canister was down, burning behind him. If he hung around inside of blue, probably gets pushed and pinched. Look at this. Will he find his man? No. Just not quite giving him enough. Has got to be careful, because if they see these holes open, soft spray through the wall here, Dov probably goes down.
Bitter King, he's just made the vault over. If he had been watching the initial
He's watching.
He's up close. There's 2 of them here.
Oh, KDS is 1.
Get out of there. Get out of there, Dov. Quickly run for your life. At least some time wasted. 60 seconds. A little bit of information that it could be potentially dirt side. Cyber towards main stairs. FaZe picking up the pace.
They would have all 5 Bs offline if it got KDS there. I can't believe that yet again. KDS has walked away with 5 HP and now he's down. Robbie finishing off what his teammate started. Falcons in the driving seat, but FaZe are starting to up the ante.
Dov has slipped back in towards dirt, so he's got that covered. Defense certainly has the numbers for Falcons now as FaZe find themselves down a player. It seems like they're struggling to figure out how they want to push this. Guards in lounge. How did he not die initially? In fact, how is he still alive? Eventually finished off by Bitter King, and just gives a very slight reprieve now to FaZe.
Could have been a big surprise to close out the game, but no, does get shut down here. A 4v4 to close things out. All eyes on Handy. Full HP, running around in the blitz, and here we go.
Lost souls, losing a couple more as well. Handy pulls out the pistol behind the bomb chassis, trying to finish off Jalad. The only thing finished off here, Daz, is this map. The series remains alive as we go to Nighthaven Labs for the last series of Phase 2 of playoffs. It comes down to this. 1 map to decide between Falcons and FaZe as to who goes to main stage.
And of course, FaZe go to Labs as the last map in the series. We have been here before. This is gonna go off on map 3. You don't want to miss it. We'll go to a break. See you in a few.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
What a game we've had. Falcons take it to map number 3. Alhamdulillah, as they say, definitely unbiased in this case. What a game that we've had between Falcons and FaZe to take it into Nighthaven Labs. That'll be for later, though. We have to break around what happened on the club. And I'm glad that dinner here for everybody tonight was their own words, at least for my wonderful analysts, Fox and Laxing here. Gentlemen, look, you both were saying that it's going to be a 2-0 for FaZe, but that's not what happened, did it, Lex?
Yeah, Milos, you know, what we were talking about that I really appreciated about Falcons was they found their stride on their attacks. Where they couldn't do it on the previous map of Lair, they did do it here, and that's really what persevered and had them push all the way through.
Gabe.
And specifically...
Turn.
Oh, specifically...
Turn.
Specifically was the fact that they got it done in the overtime, where that attack round was even more imperative than what it was before. They closed it out, and then they went on their defense and got it done.
Exactly as you said would happen.
Absolutely, we predicted Falcons to bring it back to 2-1. I mean, you know, we believed in them. I lost my glasses in the train of thought, so I couldn't really predict.
Yeah, you were squinting there. I thought something was going on.
The lights were too bright, and the lights were a little too bright for FaZe because Falcons played really good Siege in the way that they were able to trade off of each other and play aggressive, and they were managing FaZe's aggression very well, constantly bringing rounds back off of the fact of playing off of each other. And wow, I do gotta commend Falcons for their heart, you know, the motivation, the fact that they're not letting these close rounds differ and change them.
The problem solving from these guys just in the mid round was so crucial to their success, especially on those attack rounds, especially when they put the Blackbeard going through bottom blue, coming up and catching Vidiking. I mean, no, it wasn't Vidiking, it was Handy. And that round immediately fell apart from there because Handy couldn't get that pick. But it's just their mid to late round adaptations have been beautiful. So JLAD has been stepping up tremendously, now pushing them to a third map.
Yeah, I mean, every single gunfight that we saw Falcons take was so smart in the way that they were staying alive. They're always playing very cautious on cover of where they are, not to overexpose, not to give FaZe an easy run in this. They're constantly making FaZe have to fight to get a kill.
Now, Guards and Dov are twins in this game, and they're definitely twinning through it, not only on the server itself, but when it comes to lifting the spirits of Falcons to the point where when they beat FaZe on that second map, they got up. One was screaming in one language, the other was going in Portuguese. They had learned the secrets of the Brazilian teams to get their energy up and running. They were going with it. They were getting into it. I won't say the words on camera because a bit shaky on those, but you know what? It worked out so well for them.
Listen, this is what you need. You need to be hyped after that match. You need to be as hyped and thrilled going into that third map because like we were talking about, when you come off after the first loss, after a close game, you can easily bounce back. But then once you come back that second map, you regain, you get that momentum. That's a scary thing when you get into that next match.
What a way to end it. I mean, this is the final game before we head to the MGM Theater at Fenway Park on Friday. So let's see who makes it. It's All Mena versus FaZe in Brazil. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, we'll break it down for Nighthaven Labs.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
our final match and our final map in this series to decide who makes it as the final team at the MGM Theater Fenway Park this Friday. Fight between Falcons and FaZe Clan, and so far the conversation has been about the attackers. How well can you do? Both of these maps went to OT, 8-6 the two of them, and the halves were very much split to one side or the other.
They absolutely were, yeah. You know, if you're gonna end it here, this is where it's all gonna be written off on. Labs will be the map that Falcons can do it. Realistically, when they played it last, they beat Dark Zero on it. They had 5 attacking rounds won, so they were looking flawless on that side practically. They did find their 7th win overall, only losing it once throughout 2024. So again, this is a great map, but what it really comes down to is their defenses. Again, the aggression, then knowing when to reel it back in and play a more passive game because Labs allows that.
Yeah, a 7-1 map score for Falcons on Labs is a crazy stat to have, but the one saving point for FaZe is that they played Labs yesterday against Liquid, and they actually won them on it, and that's where they were able to get 5 defenses. So defense is what is important on Labs. And also, Cyber. Labs is Cyber's best map because it allows him so much versatility to be able to go through any avenue he wants to make those rat plays work.
It's gonna happen here, and I gotta cut it here. We're ready to go. Falcons versus FaZe. Our casters is set. It's Roll the Marbles for Friday. Enjoy.
Down to a best of one. One final map here for the playoffs to determine our final team as well, Des, as to who's making it to the main stage. Quite frankly, this is a series that could have been a 2-0 either way. That's the beauty of it. 8-6, 8-6, and it leads us to Nighthaven Labs, and even the fans are starting to have more belief in Falcons here. 42-58, probably about right heading into this one. Hopefully we can close this out with a Grand Slam finish to determine our final team to make Phase 3, to make main stage, to take on SSG.
This is what Siege is all about in my view. 2 teams down to a single map to see who makes it to that live stage. And it's a map that both have had a lot of history on, a lot of success on. Falcons 7-1 history on this over the last year or so. It's one of their favorite maps. FaZe, admittedly in a tougher region, have got a 6-5 record on it, but also love playing here at the same time. It's going to be a real slobber knocker to close things out. I just hope it's as close as the last 2 have been. Once again, we're going to see double shield bans coming away. Blackbeard and Monty being removed from the board. The Blitz still available, of course, if so required.
Throw in the Clash. Why not? They've done both maps at this point. And honestly, I think on Labs, it's not a bad idea, too.
That top floor, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
I think Falcons have to take it away.
Oh, it's a turnaround.
All right.
I wasn't expecting that one.
Tubbs is out. Not bad. What does it mean the last band's going to be? We're seeing an army band step in here. Maybe we're seeing all kinds of different bands coming up. Map-based stuff, non-map-based stuff. It's going to be the Mirror coming out from FaZe. So just a little bit back during map 1, we were speaking about it then, about how trying to unimpede a team. I think I once heard the phrase that Mirror makes good sites great. Sure enough, she can really slow down teams that are already quite slow. So I'm not surprised to see FaZe wanting to get that off the board and not have to deal with facing off against those Black Mirrors. Here we go, though, stepping into round 1. Falcons on the defense. FaZe kick things off on the defense, Falcons on the attack. And for FaZe, they had those 5 defenses the other day. I can't forget, though, like this on the desk, the Falcons had 5 attacks coming in against DZ. So unstoppable force, immovable objects. What happens?
An amazing game.
I hope so.
An amazing spectacle to close out the playoffs here for 6 Invitational, for what's been certainly one for the ages. So many upsets, so many big names that have already been sent home. What bigger than FaZe Clan to potentially also get sent home just before we make main stage. Shout out Medics, a wonderful observer for what's been this series. Done a tremendous job. All of our observers, all the production.
He's so used to having these like big max OT games with me and Tim. It's like either of us can be around and he just knows that he's in for a horrible time.
The one thing I do want to add...
horrible time. I'm sure he secretly enjoys it.
The one thing I want to add very early here. FaZe are on defense Labs, so expectations are for them to get defensive rounds. That's 2-pronged here. If Falcons can do well in the first half, really sets them up for that second half. But if FaZe do well to begin with, whether it be a 4-2 half or a 5-1 half, we have already seen that resolve and that fortitude from Falcons. They have quite literally played from behind on both of the opening 2 maps. Fell just short on the first one, and then they were able to close out on Clubhouse. So don't be too dismayed if there is that discrepancy once again. This has been a series of momentum swings.
Respect being shown as well, I think, by Falcons. FaZe, they hid the Kaid. I don't think he got droned out, but has still rolled up with a Maverick, with a Thatcher, and of course with Dov on the ace we've seen so often. Just not really want to chance it here and get blindsided by that. I think it's acknowledging, okay, we haven't seen that 5th player. He's up to something funny here. It could be a clash, it could be a Kaid. Bring along the tools to deal with that. Good stuff to start things off. And IT is being opened up to kick off the start of the round. I think the second part of that Selma gets destroyed away, so they've only managed to get the right side opened up here, which isn't the end of the world. It's certainly giving you a much narrower corridor to come charging in through. Have got Mav holes at the bottom, but Cyber with the C4 in back pocket can do a lot of damage when they come stepping through if they're not careful.
Just having a look at some of the stats overall through the first 2 maps, most impactful players. The best in the service so far has been Handy, winning out on entries, +8 KD, got highest DPS, so not too surprised. That again puts kind of maybe an emphasis on him. Dov, surprisingly, is the only one on Falcons at 100+ EPS or more, so you can still get more from some of the players, but they have been largely quite equal as a team.
It's all right, Jake, they've been saving it for map 3.
Yeah, maybe they've been
saving it. What a time to pop off here and now.
Best for last, although Jalad's not going to be able to do much in this round as Souls gets the opening kill. Good start for FaZe as Falcons wanted to try and test the waters a little bit. Guards on that blitz, over towards Rafters, in towards Garage. He's got Dov alongside him. And I think they might have to think about a second plan here, over towards Blue.
They got to do something. Robbie, I think, has EMP'd off the bulletproof camera that was watching IT because they couldn't get rid of it and has now got himself inside. But as I mentioned, Vitter King is sat nearby, ready to swing when the time rolls around. There's 3 smokes in the back pocket of Handy. Still, so much to work against Falcons here, and they're still being stalled out by FaZe.
It's one of the more trickier sites when it does come to Nighthaven Labs, especially if you like that more fast map control, put the pressure on sort of style that Falcons certainly do embody. Dov, a little roam towards control. More gas babes. Nitrocell does not land
as well.
And they do lose Dov, who added that little bit extra for Falcons, just being that flank option. But now they have to just brute force their way in towards the site without having found any kills. It is a total onslaught from FaZe to begin here on the deciding map. A flawless round to begin.
A few things working against them there. The smoke, I think, one big thing that impeded them, both at top Aqua and also trying to step in towards Catwalk, could never really get themselves moving. And that was even with, you know, the gadgetry being left up. I mentioned that bulletproof still inside of IT that was staring at Robbie the entire round. They couldn't play through IT because of that. And so I thought, okay, we'll put Robbie in there, we'll EMP the camera out, stick him in behind the little cupboard, and then see if we can catch anyone off guard stepping across. It just did not happen for them. Really solid first round coming out from FaZe, and so far, that immovable object looking pretty damn good. Going down to the basement for round 2, Falcons are going to have a lot of map to clear on their way through, and I'm seeing Cyber on that Vigil. Oh, a good old classic. I imagine charging around with the boss G as he has done a few times this competition. In fact, we've seen quite a few players doing it. Despite the nerf coming on through, can still pack a hell of a punch.
I mean, it's a personal opinion, but is it too much to say? This is one of my favorite sites in all of Siege. I genuinely say that because a lot of the site itself does not allow you like a Church Arsenal and Clubhouse where you just play 5 on site. Like, it really encourages that roam game. And even, depending on the team, of course, all the way to top floor. So you can have this like multi-layered battle. And it just gets the most out of these teams as to how to crack that roam and the way that they're playing. Look at Cyber here, aggressive, coming out of meeting, going for that spawn peak. No, just go for the hat reinforcement. Yep, okay.
Makes it a bit more frustrating to get into this part of the map. Yeah, it's going to force hard breach over towards this side. I'm with you though, I love this site because there's 4 or 5 ways that you can attack it as well. Verticals on the main breach, for example, an Animus push coming in, a hatch drop, a push from cargo side, you can come down Exo, there's 2 or 3 hatches you can work your way through. Just so many options afforded to the attackers, but the defenders also being able to play the entire map means that they can stop that ever being a thing before they get towards it. So just a variable site that you don't see the same thing every single round. I think it keeps it really fun to watch.
Robbie taken very low, almost losing his life to the boss G. Cyber's going to rotate away from top floor, and Robbie keeps himself alive, which is very important if he does want to use that skeleton key eventually. When they get first floor control, he can of course open up a lot of the floorboards, put pressure over towards basement, so he needs to stay alive. He doesn't really need to find any kills this round, just keep Robbie alive.
Speaking of Robbie, he's down to a slither of HP there. The initial dueling going on upstairs, almost catching him out. You have Handy and Cyber who are dancing around on that first floor. I believe KDS is also up here too, just looking to pick off drones. It reminds me a lot of the old days of Oregon up in Big Tower when you have a Jaeger just poking their head above the basement stairs. Pick up a couple of drones, then drop back in towards site. Similar story here. The more you can deny away from the attackers, the less options they're going to have when it comes to hitting the site itself. So FaZe so far playing it really well.
They are, and there's only 1 on site at the moment. In fact, Cyber looking to retake top floor too. So again, this is the beauty of this site, is it's just this constant evolving battle, multi-layered. Now Cyber says, okay, I'm back top floor. You're going to have to deal with me whether you like it or not, and whether you know it or not as well. Playing on the Vigil, they may not be aware of the fact that he has retaken that top floor position. Deathmark goes out. Jalad puts it on to Souls, playing the Warden.
Ooh, tags him.
Let's tag him a little bit, really not too much. More of a flesh wound.
More of a warning. I am here. I am hunting you down. You best get away.
Well, they're aware. They are aware of Cyber's position. He has been pinged out, so they're going hunting. And Robbie does get the opening kill. Deals with Cyber. Deals with the Vigil. Keeps 5 players up for Falcons. An early attacking round could be oh so instrumental for them to gain some momentum here in the opening half. Souls is still low. Surely he goes down. He can't take anyone with him. And with 40 seconds, Falcons have established a 2-player advantage.
Really slow and composed round so far from Falcons. It's gotten the 2 kills they need, but they are down on time. Only 30 seconds left to play, and I always say the clock becomes the 6th man on a roster. When you get down to these dying seconds, when the attacking team don't have full control, they might have a scan coming in onto Handy here, but they've got to get in and get this plant down. No C4s to worry about, but there is a couple of goo mines.
Yeah, double stack goo mine, annoying for Jalad, but a good pick from Robbie playing above in towards storage. And no nitros here for Vidiking, and no chance either. This is a very clinical response from Falcons. Flawless, then flawless, one apiece, as even as this series can be right now.
All right, they've taken a full-on deep straight right at each other here, put some real damage down the other side, showed what they can do. They are locked in. That is a great way to put it. Really sure what they're made of, and now the game can properly get underway. Really, really good attack from Falcons. Really can't stress it enough. They've dealt with the Romans incredibly well. They've drone through the entirety of the map. They've caught the retake on the top floor coming out from the Vigil. Just everything has been put together so well, including the hunt on towards Souls, who was stuck in storage there. 3 players gathering around him, made use of the verticals to protect the cover as the plant went down. Nothing really that FaZe could do there. It's, dare I say, to a degree, a bit uncharacteristic of them. It's not like them to play their lives out on their own. They'll often step back in towards site, as we saw against SSG. But here they were willing to be a bit more aggressive and ultimately paid the price.
Well, the big factor is that Cyber got pinged out. His location was revealed, and there was still enough time in the round for them to basically go and deal with him. Did so easily, so you get that kill. Then when the first contact over towards the site happens, bam, Vidiking also got stuck over towards storage. So you kind of got 2 free kills on that roam defense from FaZe. Maybe they did hold on to it for just a little too long, tried to maybe then bring bodies back, but really if you're committed, Cyber's top floor, not a super easy rotate to then get back to basement, and Vidiking was very much stuck towards storage, needed to just take one with him to the grave. Good response from Falcons. No, an amazing response from Falcons. It's an early attacking round for what's been a grueling series, but what's also, quite frankly, there's been a very grueling, 10 days for these 2 teams. They played a lot of Siege over the last week and a half, and it all comes down to the next, 30, 40 minutes to determine, can you make main stage?
It's heartbreaking because, of course, we see what happens on screen, but the prep these guys put in on the off days, they're putting in full 10, 12-hour shifts, analyzing their opponents and knowing, figuring out their habits, what they do on certain maps, and that's assuming you even get the maps you're going to right in the first place. It means you're dropping 5 of them potentially at the same time, almost finding the reverse vertical. What I love here is the FaZe are set up on the top floor, and Falcons have kind of just said, well, we're going to send a few players below because you haven't set up down here. We can do some work from below.
Yeah, and good work as well on the IQ. Look at Jalad, he's just having a field day. He's just popping balloons right now. It's like a little mini game for him on the IQ. They're really loving.
It's a very hard mini game when those things don't move.
That's true. Maybe I could play it.
Me and you both.
They're really loving the Blitz Deimos combo, especially with Hashim on the Dokkaebi. But Falcons don't change up too much, which does make them a little bit predictable in some ways, but they do it well, and they know then how to also play it. So they're really playing to their strengths.
There are other teams that run this as well. Like, I can probably think about half the teams at this tournament have played this trifecta at some point because, as you say, they're so powerful. Dokkaebi, a weakness largely being that, of course, you can hear things, but you don't see things. Whereas the Deimos brings that on side, only tracks 1 target. You can get sideswiped by a 2nd or 3rd player, using that as bait in essence. The best thing is when you've got the 2 coming together and then you've got someone like Guards on the blitz, ready to run down a target that you've identified. If they are isolated without cover from their team, which you help, lay away a bit with the Dokkaebi call coming through, the punishment is absolutely horrific to deal with.
I don't know if they've done enough to really clear out IT, get full top floor control right now. The way that
they need to get in, they need to be underneath and doing damage here, which is where I think the Deimos is.
Either above or below. You need to try and clear this out. There's 2 players inside as well. And Simon just goes for a super aggressive window swing. Jalad just completely caught off of that. Well, not even aware whatsoever. Guards is just sending it in. What is this, Falcons? You played amazingly in the previous round, but you're absolutely bottling it here.
I mean, FaZe have barely moved. What I'm confused about is Robbie's been in below for a while, but they haven't had him fishing up from below, trying to find kills on his way through. We'll get rid of Cyber at the very least, but Hasham's now down on his backside, a 2 versus 4 breaking out. And no way you get the win on this. They see you lock into the animation before you see the player. It's far too easy for KDS. Gets a second, Bitterking into one more, and this one should be done. Robbie was in, looking like he might start cooking, but KDS with the 3K to close the round, and FaZe back in fighting form there in round 3.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you consider Control Storage like one of the more tertiary sites when it comes to Nighthaven Labs, but so far at SI, it's actually the most defend-decided site that we have for Nighthaven Labs, and I think it's mainly because if you can play that site well, there is many ways in which attacks can be successful, and a large portion of that's based on the plant percentage. If you can get that plant down, you can play outside, it's very difficult for the defenders. But one thing that the defenders can do, of course, defend above or defend below, and the pressure on site itself here from FaZe is perfect. That position there is one of the hardest positions to play because you can have pressure from either below or above, and of course the window. So you're in the thick of the action, and they go and find 2 kills. The blitz is never involved. Kind of have to question a little bit there. Falcons just looked like they mismanaged that round.
It was a bit reductionist for sure. They were focused so heavily on site despite having that vertical control below, didn't worry about going in above, didn't put any focus into warehouse itself, and so you had 2 or 3 players from FaZe that were able to watch the window and play around it, and it was never really a point of threat for them. Still, around FaZe, up 2-1. Back on that top floor, we start the same 3-site rotation again, kicking things off up here. It was that flawless round back in round 1. For me, the IT bulletproof camera was the real point of frustration, I think, for the other side. Seeing the step across here to bringing along the Zero, an operator we really don't get to see all that often. Great for picking up a bunch of utility through the map, but of course, also feeding information across to the attackers.
Well, it's a real arm wrestle right now between these two, and the boxing match analogy probably works too. There's a lot of rounds that have been certainly played out, and they're both just landing blow after blow. But that
I feel like FaZe got a bit of a free hit in the last round. That
they
little
certainly did. I mean, the Falcons just kind of left themselves defenseless. That was a poor round from them, but they can, of course, rebound. They bring the Zero this time. We go back top floor. Robbie onto the Maverick, so, of course, they need to deal with IT. You got the Ace as well. And with the Zero cams, you can get some information. You can also deal with the Electric Law.
That's what they were after.
But shot out.
Yes. But now that they know they're against the Zero, they'll all be far more cognizant of that and be ready to try and deal with it at the same time. Doesn't matter all that much as the Maverick has also done the work required. Robbie rocking along on that one here and forcing it open up. They'll be able to get rid of it this way. They took it into the back of the cabinet where they can't shoot it and then get rid of it, no problem at all. And now you can have Dovakin if you want to step up and get it open, but the blitz is down. That's not ideal. As the spearhead of the attack, you need him up.
And
they should
get
be
him
able to
back up.
recover him though, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. But then it's that case of the blitz is then very low, hard to send forward.
He's
bit of a weak focal point, you know, so it's not ideal either for Falcons, even if they do bring him back into the round, which I think will be likely. 90 seconds too. I mean, it's taken them a long while, of course, to deal with that wall over towards IT. They haven't really got any map control, nothing over towards Garage, Rafters. It's almost this like con meeting side push now, but you still got to deal with that reinforced and electrified wall. So that's more that needs to be done for Falcons before they're even in a position to think about attacking the site.
All right, man ain't Picasso anytime soon. Did a struggle to get this opened up. We'll get there in the end though. There we go. We've all been there before. Should be able to step on through, but it probably will take some shock damage on the step through in towards site. Main concern is to show we've got things opened up here. We've dealt with IT, for example. We've got ourselves inside a connector, but not a lot of other control being established by Falcons at this point. I think if that reinforced wall is getting opened up, which it is, in towards site from connector, it's not so bad. That's where Bitterking's got to be careful he doesn't start getting squeezed from behind us. And too many players swinging onto pillar from connector breach and get that player for free. Has to be respectful of that.
Yeah, we see so many times as well, this kind of con-side push can get choked out really easily. You try and slip in towards electrical, but then that's being covered. It's a small little box area. It's still set up nicely for FaZe, and I think they're just going to start cleaning house very shortly here. Darts is low, just stepped on a goo mine, can't really step it anymore, and didn't have the time to pull the goo mine out because of the pressure from Souls. Deals with him comfortably. Dov will go down, and Hashram in electrical completely by himself. And in the end, a bit of a sloppy round again for Falcons, 2 in a row, after they did find that flawless attacking round in the second. It has been FaZe to then answer back over the next 2. It will be a 3-1 lead for FaZe. Again, it's Defense Labs. They have those expectations and tap away for Hasham.
Gets it down.
But who cares? FaZe get the round, and that matters more.
It's another strong shutout for sure. Up 3-1 now. We had this back on Club. Of course, the sides were reversed. It was FaZe being on the attacking side of things, but it was a timeout at this point that saw things balance back to 3 apiece. I'd like to see Falcons have a timeout here. I think it's the time that you want it, unless they're saving it for the second. You said it yourself earlier during the break, though, Jake. They've bounced back across both of our last 2 maps, despite being down to FaZe at some point. No reason to believe why it's all wrapped up and done here, just because FaZe are up 3-1 on their defensive half of Labs. A bit more bite needs to their attacks, I think, though. Where I've seen other teams do more on this map, or on this site, sorry, than what we're seeing Falcons do here, is it's much more of a team-wide push. There's not a lot of pressure. You've got guards on 20 HP pushing up through warehouse and trying to make something happen back there. It's like, cool, so what? You are literally by yourself. There is no aqua push coming in. Everyone's stacked up inside a connector, 3 or 4 players. And so FaZe can point 3 guns that way and just worry about playing for trades. It was a bit too easy. So Falcons need to add a few more angles to their attack, I think, if they're really going to look to try and overwhelm the Brazilians.
It was a 4-0 start on Lair, straight for FaZe, and culminated eventually with a 6-1 lead. And then, of course, on Clubhouse as well, it was a 3-1 start for FaZe. So for the 3rd map in a row, it's FaZe that have just shot out of the blocks. But as we now know, we have the script in our hands, Des. And it says, FaZe start well, Falcons bring it back. We've seen that 2 maps in a row now. I have no reason to believe it can't happen for a 3rd, especially with Falcons then eventually going on defense labs. So right now, the goal hasn't changed for Falcons. It's just a matter of steal as many attacking rounds as possible. They still have 2 more opportunities.
They do, but we all know things can get a little bit hectic. We've had real close games throughout the tournament where it's been close to overtime, if not all rounds of regulation, throughout the first couple of maps. And the 3rd one, then one team just completely falls off, and it's almost like they've run out of steam. But you look at the record on this map for both teams, it should be one that goes down to the wire. Should. The keyword I'll put in there, should.
Been a bit of a rough series for Jalad. -7 KD, -3 on the entry. And I say that because he's actually been very impressive. +14 and +12 on the entry throughout the tournament so far. So you can see the number discrepancy there for a player of his quality hasn't quite been there in this series. Starts this one 0-3. If there's anyone to look to eventually be revitalized, it could be Jalad later on in this map. Or maybe even right now, he has the chance to get the opening kill onto Cypher, but it might just be one of those kind of days for Jalad where things just aren't connecting.
I will stress us to remember, and you'll remember very well, how this map started back in the grand final of SI last year. It was a 6-1 lead to FaZe. They built up, had a real solid defensive half, the same way they had here. In fact, in round 5, they walked away with a flawless round. They were rock solid. They're looking that way now. There might be the odd kill or so coming over to Falcons, but they are not looking very present in this game so far. But I can't help but feel nervous about how that second half goes. One towards his left, one in front of him, one to his right. Never walking away from that one alive. FaZe looking good here so far. 4-1 now to the Brazilians. Falcons surely thinking, do we get anything else this half?
Well, their attack is petering out a little bit, isn't it? Like, I mean, I think you got to remember as well, it's been a long series. We already mentioned, of course, how long this tournament has been going for as well. So there's that thought in terms of stamina. You know, there's that thought about how much juice do you even have left in the tank to keep going. 4-1 down, timeout from Falcons, and I agree with this timeout. In fact, you could have even taken it prior to the previous one. Your goal here is to get as many attacking rounds as possible, because you know full well that on defensive side, you can be stronger. FaZe attacking on this map, well, historically isn't the greatest. So naturally here, I think from Mad Skills, the idea is we get this round. This one round right here. That second attack could be the difference between either OT or even winning the map outright. So the emphasis for Falcons is this round right now. Now, if they lose this, 5-1 is still possible to bring it back. I mean, we saw a 6-1 already that was brought back on Lair. By no means you counting them out, but it becomes a lot harder and certainly less room for error. But right now, the last 2 rounds, FaZe have looked a lot stronger on defense.
Should they'll let it carry on as well. I think the timeout was around late, to be honest. I would like to see.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look back at Clubhouse, and they were down 3-1. We called them that tack timeout. They won the next 2 rounds. They bounced things back to a 3-3, and we all saw how that ended. They went on to have a good second half and recovered things for OT and won there.
I agree.
I'm just concerned they'll concede themselves an extra round than they need to here.
If they get at least this round, I think it's all fine.
Yeah.
Going into the half, you can kind of just say, well, there's 2-4 lead for FaZe. Yep, but Falcons gone defense. Kind of then job done for Falcons at the very least. But yeah, you're right. I do agree. I think you could say it's a round late. The one positive then, it's for this round.
Yeah.
Entirely. I mean, of course, we can't understand what Mad Skills is kind of relaying to the team. It might be purely strategical for this round, for this site. and therefore then that's a positive in itself. But to be fair, again, they're not changing too much in terms of their lineup. They bring the Lion with the Blitz. Need to see them, though, have more of an aid for that Blitz. The site itself needs to be takeable because you've either put pressure above or down below, or you've got numbers. You can't just send the Blitz in by himself.
They've gone for a lean back towards Globals in the Dockerby and the Lion, dropping away that Deimos instead. So I think they've got the right sort of idea here. I mean, I played this one last time around, if you recall. They were really trying to funnel in towards storage window and lost 3 players in the process. KDS, the bastion of hope for FaZe to get that one over the line. Nothing really coming the other way. IT going to be a big part of the denial here. If they get more of this bottom layer soaked away, they've got the right sort of idea going on and what they're trying to look for, but no one's going to give them an inch by the looks of it.
I mean, there's no need to. FaZe, you don't want to be losing players up above. This is an area that you need to contest. You don't need to take the fight right now. You just need to hold bodies, force them to have to clear command and server in the regular fashion.
Fun stat from this map. Every round has been won by the team that secured the entry as well. Yep, Falcons on their round win, they did get the entry. It's the only thing that went well for them, it feels, across those last few rounds, at least in the early stages.
You know, another fun stat is on the previous map of Clubhouse, only one single round did the team get the opening kill but not win the round. So it's been quite the trend, actually, throughout the series, and it even goes far back as Lair, where it's very much in favor of the team that gets the opening kill, goes on, and potentially wins the round. So not a good sign there for Falcons, let alone double down with a second kill quickly. Needs a swift response, and while Dub does get one, immediately shut down. Good flick from Handy. And FaZe are closing out this first half as strong as you possibly can. Hasham has to force the fight. He does win the battle against Cyber to establish a little bit of storage control, but Jalad is not there. He's over towards Electrical with the kit.
I swear he saw the gun barrel for a second sticking out to the side of the pillar. He does know that there's a player there. It's Handy, he's already got a 2 in the round. Swung on, you have to anticipate these things. Souls bringing it down to a 3v1 for FaZe. Falcons 5-1, half down. It's not looking pretty. Do you believe in a repeat of scripts, Jake? Because we're certainly heading towards it. This is how things went last year.
Well, scripts usually come with refills, so you can always go back and get more if you want. But for FaZe, 5-1 up. That's as good as a half that you can ask for, right? From their perspective, they come into this map and they say, if we can get 5 defensive rounds, we're happy. That's good for us. We only need to get 1 to at least force overtime. So I think they're in a real commanding position. But as we know, especially when it comes to labs, let alone even labs, but even in this series back on Lair, they were 6-1 up, and that still wasn't enough. Falcons were still able to win 5 rounds in a row. They can certainly do that here on labs. Now, you asked the question. You didn't ask it. I'll give you the answer anyway. Falcons have double defense in overtime. So that's the tiny little caveat, the tiny little asterisk here, where typically you might say, well, FaZe only need 1 more for OT. They don't really want OT, Des. If it gets to that kind of point, Falcons will be in good position. FaZe want to win this outright. They are 2 rounds away from doing it.
You don't want to see it. We want to see it go to OT. We'd love to see it go to OT, but the players in the server most definitely don't. Even Falcons would much prefer a 7-5 than having it come down to a nail-biting final 3. As well, we could be heading. For now, Falcons going to start us up on the top floor. Said it earlier on during the series, 2 halves to a game of Siege. I really want to see what FaZe bring to the party here on the attack. I hope it's a bit better than what we saw out of Falcons in that first half. Leaning themselves quite heavily again, showing respect towards Falcons in bringing along the Thatcher, the Ace, as well as the Maverick, wanting to guarantee that these walls get opened up. You've got Hasham on the other side with an Electroclaw in hand, ready to drop it on, but they've seen him on a drone here as well. Goes so helpful that they're trying to clear away the drone that I thought for a second they were just going to toss the Salmon at the wall anyway and say, you know what, this will work just fine. Instead of peeled themselves away, got the focus going on to IT here with Handy. Cyber's now got that long angle through IT. If anyone steps across, they're in a bit of trouble.
Well, the pressure rises now for Falcons. Well, you do get to go defense. You cannot really make many mistakes. It's not as if it is a given. You don't just automatically win these defensive rounds. FaZe are capable, and FaZe have been in this position far too many times for their liking, where they have these leads and they watch them get squandered away. They will know full well. Time to lock in, boys. This is where things actually get difficult for us. This is where we need to focus that little 10, 15% more and make sure that it doesn't happen again. That history does not repeat.
A lot of drones coming in out towards the east here from FaZe 2. I think Falcons are going to understand what that likely means, and they would be correct. There are 3 players stacking up here towards meeting. Bitter King, Souls, and KDS all starting their march on towards that side of the map. The expansion, the backstab. Well, we saw about guards back in the first half when things really didn't go well from his backstab onto Catwalk. Could be the similar story for Falcons here. I believe it's Cyber who's currently holding out towards IT. Indeed it is, as you can see on your screen. No one else supporting him in this push, and just like Falcons came up against it, there's a bulletproof cam in IT that sees everything, and they can't easily get rid of it.
And you get a reminder as well, when it comes to FaZe, they do have that slow build-up, even coupled more. When it's command and server, they can't really do too much around the map itself. So don't be too surprised if that time, dwindles down a bit.
It's KDS underneath on that Deimos that you got to watch out for as well. Lots of soft flooring on both sides. Very little room that you can hide yourself away. In fact, the only area is behind the desk inside of A site. Otherwise, you are susceptible to being blasted out from below. See the first red ping coming on through, but it's waiting for the track to come out of KDS more than anything else. Jalab put nice and low here. FaZe starting things out and forcing Falcons back, but the first kill goes the way of Falcons.
Yeah, it's just a little too easy right now for Falcons because FaZe aren't giving them too much elsewhere. It's all that kind of con meeting side along with electrical. Handy though in through IT, did get one kill onto Dov, offers that point of difference. You've still got Souls as well over towards servers, so you've got a little bit of control now. FaZe, despite being one player down, they can start to take some of these fights, and that is exactly what Handy does.
Hisham is the problem here inside of Electric though. He's got Souls pinned down somewhat, and he's also stopping Handy on the cross. Robbie into one more. Souls taken off a pillar. Not a bad spot to be in, and just like that.
Here we go.
Oh boy. Are you ready for a comeback, Jake? Because that was a good round from Falcons.
That was a good round. Very, very good. FaZe tried to play their style, tried to play their way. They did end up getting Handy over towards IT. I was a little bit worried that for FaZe it was going to be too one-dimensional, too one-focused for Falcons to then deal with. But then Handy opened things up, gets the kill onto Dov, offers that point of pressure from IT. That means that there are some eyes of Falcons on the defense that need to be detracted away from meeting, be detracted away from electrical. But I think the damage had already been done. This is a really, really good opener from Jalad. At that point, he's 0-5. He couldn't make anything work on the attacking half. At the very least, he gets the opening kill of the second half. That's good for his own inner confidence as well. At the end of the day, it's a solid round for Falcons, but it is also command server.
It is. Upstairs where we've seen everything be successful so far for FaZe. Why wouldn't it carry on for Falcons? Where we have seen a site go the other way. It's been down in basement, and look at where we're going to in round 8. There'll be a basement defense coming out for Falcons. Spoke a lot about round 9 and the importance of it when you're down 5-3. You give 3 rounds to the other side to claw things back, or do you bring things within striking distance, just 1 round shy. But even worse here if FaZe get the win, because then it's 4 rounds for Falcons to have to claw back, and it is a big ask to be able to push through. Okay, a big ask for us to be able to push through and get that one done. Thank you very much, observers. A lot of fun to be had. Down in this basement though, looking, I wouldn't say entirely defensive, but looking in towards things like the Vulcan canisters, in towards the Yokais, that is defensive. The other 3 operators, they want to get out around the map. They want to be busy. You've got the Solus and the Mozzie to deal with drones that will run after them, and the Castle to open up these avenues for the defenders to work their way through. It's going to take a bit of time for FaZe to have to chew through everything. It's a big map, there's a lot to get done, and that is where Falcons might find the clock jumping on their side.
And that fun stat you brought up as well, Des, before, that is still in play, actually, through the 7 rounds that have been played. Opening kills, 100% still round conversion rate for both teams. So 2 to Falcons, 5 to FaZe, heading into the 8th round. There is importance, there is significance. There is a Mozzie Pest. He's just blocking the doorway from Souls. Ashot being a nuisance towards electrical, rotates away and can play the drop.
Oh, starts spraying half a second earlier. He probably gets himself a free headshot through the wall there as well. But has wasted time. He's drawn out a Dockerby Cool, he's drawn out drones. They've got rid of half of them in this round already. Now FaZe is starting their entry through this top floor. Looking like they know that they've got control of it at this point. Key thing I will stress is that King here with those Rams is focusing entirely on the top floor and giving visibility onto the first floor. We're not even looking at the site at this point, relying on the Buck to get that one done, so it's really pivotal that Souls stays alive.
I think Falcons are doing a decent job right now, and he's got to be careful. He's got the blitz of old, and he knows that. He can't lose his life and doesn't overextend it.
Robbie's off towards his left, so he can't easily push through, though, is the problem. He can kind of bait the push, but there's 2 of them ready with a bit of a crossfire on the go. And look at that, Jalad and Dovakin still up on this floor at the same time. A lot of damage on towards Handy, down to just above half HP. It's a good start for Falcons here. They've wasted about 2 minutes of time, lost no one to it, drawn out both Dockerby calls, and chewed through a lot of drones in the process.
You can still get the Buck involved. Souls has got a lot in the chamber of the Skeleton Key, but they do need to start making their way towards site. But hello, Hasham, little lurk, top blue. Can he offer a point of difference now for Falcons in a round that, quite frankly, they're already doing very well in? It could just be the cherry on the cake here. 50 seconds left, and FaZe has still not really made their way. They've got over towards EXO, handy on the blitz. That's about it. The rest of it's first floor control, and they've still got to worry about Hasham later in the round.
And worry about guards later in the round. On the Yokais, let's not forget. I can see him rolling them around the map a little bit as we go. And here we go from the top floor down. He comes, Hasham. They're still playing the entire map, and there's the Yokais. The fire burning out. Handy. Burnt to a crisp, but roasted ready for dinner.
Yeah.
Looking good for Falcons.
That's a good way to put it, Des. 20 seconds, and I think the rest of FaZe are going to be roasting very, very shortly. It may not be flames, but bullets coming their way. Soulslow, dead. Yep, there's there goes. That might be another flawless round for Falcons as they're starting to just get going here on Labs. Defense, defense, defense on this map, Des, and they're on defensive side.
FaZe have got to be just begging to any god out there that will listen. What do we have to do to win Labs in an elimination series? Last year, they couldn't get it over the line. I'm not saying they can't here, but Falcons are very quickly building momentum, and FaZe are probably looking at this thinking, oh, what do we do? We've played our slow, composed style that we're really good at. We've worked our way through the map. We've forced these roamers away, and yet they've still lost numbers. When it came around to hitting the site, they had no drones left. All the utility was gone. It was beautiful from Falcons, showing that on this map, that roam game, due to the size of the map, can be so effective, and also giving a great demonstration of just how to play it. Here we go for the offside. It's going to be Kitchen for the first time, actually. We didn't play it across on control and storage for the previous half. Kitchen, always an interesting site to play into.
Kitchen?
We are. One way to cook a little bit, I guess. Falcons clearly fancying themselves, and FaZe, I'd imagine, will probably look towards some craziness like a Ying to force their way in through Kitchen window and get a plant down. Of course, many of the ways that you can attack onto this site, but I'm seeing things like the EMPs coming out from Handy, and once again wonder, is that more towards C4 Denial? There are none on the other side, but there is a clash for guards. It's been banned away all series long by them, and now they're bringing it out, Jake.
It's the 5th time for the entirety of SI that we're going to get this particular site, and it's at a 50% attack and 50% defensive win rate.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin, and this is a bold call from Falcons. We'll see if it does work out. The clash has been employed. They've got the scope pods. To me, Des, I don't have any insider information here. This looks like it's straight out of a strat book. This looks like something that you've worked on, that you've said, okay, if we are playing Labs, let's have this up the sleeve. We can play Kitchen, do this. Teams might not know how to deal with it.
I do love this site because we saw a lot of evolution for it in EU when Labs first came into the map pool. A really cool one that we saw from, I want to say it was ITB at the time, may have been a different team, but I remember Kendry was playing in the game. They set up a shield at the very top of main stairs, also set a Yokai up there, had a player supporting in meeting, reinforced off the single wall, and teams couldn't really figure out how to break it. They had to go super heavy on nades, yeah. And so I'm looking at this round and thinking again, they're cooking a bit with the strat here. Guards on side, shield facing towards front door, reinforcement at the top of the stairs, with electrification also coming on through. There is a lot for FaZe to chew through.
I saw an APAC team pick this once, they got flawless.
On defense?
Yes.
Not so good.
Not so good.
They didn't cook hard enough. There's work to be done.
Get back into the kitchen, quite literally. 90 seconds left, 5 versus 5. Here we go. FaZe, how are they ready for this one? Pushing over towards vending. Cyber makes contact. Robbie could go to the other shell if he wants to. If it is still up. I haven't actually looked before. Yeah, it is. Over towards the hallway. Oh, Guards gets the kill onto Vidiking.
I love that.
There was that shell of Robbie as well, just sitting there watching.
They can't get it from below because they haven't got control of front lobby. So you've got the shield there being both the shield and the camera for you, so you know exactly when to swing from connector and get a free kill. Really smart stuff. Haven't seen that with the Skopos before, but it's worked out for Falcons. They've got that entry. This map keeps on cooking in terms of the entry kill. Always goes the way of the team that secured it. May have given away a lot of this top floor, but you can see a player up there as well as a Skopos shell ready to come in for a swing. They've now found Cyber. FaZe, they cannot get around over the line, it feels here, Jake.
It just feels like a flurry of punches right now from Falcons, and FaZe just can't land anything back. There's that shell. Handy knows it's watching him over towards the hallway, but he cannot proceed forward, and there's little time remaining in the round. You've still got to go and claim that diffuser, and it's in a bad spot. This round is in a bad spot. And quite honestly, if FaZe don't pick up their attacking nature on this map could be in a bad spot for them. That's a nice kill, but so much still needs to be done. They need to kill their way through this site. And suddenly, they've opened up the front door, and through the back, they get Robbie just caught napping, and Hasham in Kitchen. His position is known. Legs to headshot, and with 10 seconds, it's a straight brawl. A straight 1 versus 1, of which KDS wins an absolute classic round.
Você é monstro, moleque.
Sometimes you need moments of magic, and KDS has waved that wand and delivered his team an attacking round win. Great setup from Falcons, and I thought for sure they were destined to win that round. Instead, FaZe have come out on top. They're still going to have attack timeout. Not surprised, it's required a player to pull off some brilliance there to get it over the line. The team, as a unit, is still not attacking here too successfully, and that is where the boys want a conversation about the best way to get through these next 3 rounds. I mean, they don't want to see this go to OT.
Dare I say, that feels like a very heartbreaking round for Falcons. They probably should have won that. Now, I will say they should have won that. They set themselves up beautifully, good opening kills. They've now also lost out on that trend regarding the entry kill stats. That's now done. That's been broken. Huge round for FaZe. They call a tactical timeout and say, guys, let's just settle. We've got 3 rounds to close this out. We've been in this position too often, too many times before. Here's what we need to do to finish this off and book our place over and towards main stage.
They get 3 swings of the bat, 3 bites of the cherry here to try something a little bit crazy. We've seen FaZe try rushes throughout this series, and it hasn't really worked out. We've seen them play slower, more composed play. More often than not, it's worked out sometimes, but more often than not, it has not. They've really got to dig deep here into the strat book to get this one over the line. In this final quarter of regulation, we'll start things again. Back up on the top floor. Saw them do it pretty well last time around, but Falcons found the answer when it was most required and got things done, and that sent them onto that 2-round win streak that we saw before FaZe just wrenched that last one away from them. This time around, hiding the Valkyrie. We saw Kai tucked away last time. Thank you very much, observers. Valkyrie could be really pivotal to this round if they find a way to upset the other side. And normally you'll see teams that didn't call the timeout do something a little bit mental. I know it sounds a bit weird to say, oh yeah, bringing a Valkyrie is mental here, but it's the best time to upset the other side. We've had a conversation about a given strat. If you can get a spawn peek off or do something to surprise the other side, it can help you an absolute bucket load. I would be shocked here, given where Jalad just put down that first camera, to see IT, I won't say concede it for free, but they won't play their lives to defend it. They'll let them have it and then make use of the information above them to punish them. Valkyrie wasn't seen. There are no IQs on side. We've got to keep a close eye on those black eye cameras and the damage they do in the rounds.
Unfortunately for Jalad, having probably his worst performance of the tournament so far and probably the most crucial game that you could be playing in. But hey, you can be 1-7, and guess what? You could then be 10-7 if you just lock in over the next 3 rounds. You know, there's always that ability for you to have your moment, to have your time. You can't be worried about what's been. You can only worry about what's still to come. 3 opportunities for Falcons. You're on defense, lads. You just had a timeout, courtesy of FaZe. Talk things over and just try and rebound off a round that you felt like maybe you should have won. It's getting a little bit eerie towards IT. Anytime you peek, anytime you go for something, you've just got to have in that back of your mind, if I die here, we could be out of SI.
A lot of risk on Robbie to peek onto that softball. You know there's going to be a player on the stairs, as there always have been. You've heard soft shots coming through before, but steps down, gets a couple of tag shots, a couple of love bites almost, you could say, onto Cyber. Not enough to put significant threat on his life, but you hit the head, you know, an inch or 2 higher, and they're down a Grim. That's one way to break the back. Hello? Hello? Jalad has no idea that he's walked past him in the same way that Buck doesn't know either. The call's come through. Has he seen him in EXO? He's been so focused on the ceiling that he's just wandered on past, and I bet even Jalad now is like, did I just see that right? Has a guy just gone off EXO?
What has just happened? That is actually peak comical siege in such a crucial match at such a crucial time.
I was pausing for the outline, but like, is that Bug back again? But no, it wasn't. They've got one here. Will we see the stab coming in for Jalad? Oh, he comes up and gets one.
They got him.
It was a bit delayed, but they still get the kill they need. Oh. Now swing. They're into a second. Soul's trading it back. They're fighting through, but a C4 connects. Falcons have shut down the post-timeout round from FaZe. They hold on. We're up to 6-4.
Oh, Dez, we could still get that spicy finish for this elimination game. Falcons only just barely lost that kitchen, right? Like, this is the thing, just barely by very small margins. They are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. In all the other rounds so far on defense, they've looked pretty calculated. They've been in control. It was just that one kitchen round that they couldn't quite finish it off. 4-6, still 2 match point opportunities for FaZe, yes, but Falcons are on defense.
I didn't quite clock the Buck. I wonder if he walked into the room looking upwards. I imagine he did. There's no way you missed the Valkyrie else. But he must have come in from the main room, gun to the ceiling, and just completely missed that there was a Valkyrie stood in front of him. It was crazy.
That would have been the freest kill. That could be, you imagine a world that FaZe lose this map and you just think we could have had the absolute easiest start to that round.
I bet he's thinking, where the hell did the Valk come from? What happened? Where was he?
Him.
And he's like, oh, I made sure EXO was clear, guys. I've got no idea where he came from.
I cleared it, guys. It's clear.
Until they watch the replay later, and then he's in deep shit for that one. All right, 2 more rounds to go, and Falcons could give us another OT. It'll be the 3rd in a row. 8-6, 8-6.
We need it. We deserve it.
Let's make it 8-7 on this one, boys. Let's see it go the full distance. Is what we want to see.
Would it count on the bingo card, though?
What? It's half.
It's not quite
I
Ace
think
and
you
Dares
can't
OT
put a
map
cross
3.
in it, but I think you can put a line.
You can put one line.
It's like a spare at box.
Exactly.
Bowling, sorry. Not going for a strike, but you're halfway there.
Oh, well, Falcons still need 2 more for what's been certainly one of the more entertaining series that we've had easily today. 6-8, 8-6. Now it's 4-6, and FaZe find themselves in a peculiar position, one that they have been in before and one that they do not want to remember. Falcons just continue to keep FaZe honest here. Again, for those that maybe have only just tuned in, not quite sure what's going on, you lose this map, you are out of 6 Invitational. You win, you are playing at the main stage here.
They've got the pinch.
Freebie.
It's good play by FaZe. Again, 2 or 3 players working together to punish a would-be roamer. Hasham sort of overstayed his welcome. Handy. Oh, they've got him through the soft wall with a pistol? What? They might have it done here, Jake. It's 5 versus 2, and Falcons have crumbled in the most critical round of them all.
And so quickly as well, so early into this round, it feels as if for Robbie and Guards, an eternity is left in this round. If it was 10, 15 seconds, maybe they could manage something, but you would imagine with so much time still left in the round for FaZe, that even they couldn't mess this one up. Just so much damage done so quickly into the round. Robbie and Guards will absolutely need to pull something very crazy here if Falcons are to stay alive at the 6th Invitational.
No C4s or any craziness. They have got the impacts and they'll go for it, but the support is there. Almost Pokeballs if he's on 1 HP. That is heartbreaking. Looks at the soft floor, misses his man again. I thought Robbie.
Down to Robbie, and he needs an ace. He needs the ace in a 1 versus 5. With 1 minute remaining, FaZe are now this close to securing their place on main stage here for 6th Invitational. They are seeking that redemption of last year's grand final in some way. The way in which they can close this map out could dispel a couple of demons, sends them to main stage 6th Invitational. Awaiting them is SSG, but FaZe will be more than happy to give them some of their revenge. FaZe Clan knock out Team Falcons in a 3-map banger.
Absolute banger. It's a shame the last round had to go the way it did. But let's not take it away from Falcons. They've given us a phenomenal show against one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. FaZe will be ecstatic it didn't need overtime to get there. They're putting in the work and there's still smiles on their faces. I'm not surprised. They put on a wonderful show, but they go home and FaZe, they move on. We have our final 6, and I'm sure our analysts will have loads to say about this map after a break.
Hello, everybody. I'm joined with KDS, FaZe Clan. Make it to the main stage. You'll get to play SSG. We'll talk about that in a second. But first, how do you feel after this close game against Falcons?
Yeah, we are feeling amazing because the first objective of FaZe is qualified to stage. So now we are in stage, so we are very happy. In the close game against Falcons, Falcons are playing very well. So we are not expected to be so difficult to play against them. So amazing to be MENA playing very well. And yeah, I think
it makes me personally very happy to hear that as someone from MENA personally. I definitely understand it compared to when Brazil started off in Siege. But, you get to play against SSG, right? We all know the Ashen story, the relationship you have with SSG in general. How were you looking forward to that game on the main stage?
I think we are going to destroy SSG, so to scream Ash again, because they scream to us, and it will be a fun game to play against them.
Do you think the crowd here in the US is going to be cheering for you or for SSG, or it doesn't matter to you?
I think probably to SSG because they are all Americans, FaZe is an American organization, but I think SSG is the big crowd,
I mean, you went through Brazilian crowd, so let's go. SSG is not going to be as good as what we heard in Brazil last year, right?
Yeah, not too loud like Brazil, because the crowd in Brazil is different, but it will be amazing to play in Boston.
We're very much looking forward to it. That's for Friday. Anything you'd like to say to your fans and FaZe fans out there that have watched you through this run and down in the lower bracket?
Thank you everyone to support FaZe and send a message and buy the skins.
Please, they got a cut out of it at the end of the day. Thank you so very much. That it is. FaZe Clan victorious against Falcons. What a game it was. It took it all the way to map 3, but FaZe and their experience won it out at the end of the day, Fox.
Yeah, FaZe, they looked very dominant on their defenses, and I thought it was going to be a swift one. But obviously, once the side swapped, it looked like the growing pains on attack still persist, regardless of these two teams. I mean, FaZe is going to make sure that they have to tweak that before they go into their game on the main stage, because obviously, I mean, the attacks that we saw today, they need definitely some work. But FaZe were able to close it out, and then towards the end, once they were able to start getting some attacks cooking, it only got better and better. I believe it just was about the confidence on attack, because there was so much going on. It's so difficult, such an aggressive, decided defender map.
Well, it's good to know, too, as you touched up, they got 5 defensive rounds the last time they played this. Now they started with 5 attack rounds. So they were looking flawless. It almost looked like the exact replication of what it looked like SI 2024 against Furia. They went up. They didn't choke it out here. I was curious if that mental game was going to start to come back and be like, all right, we have it. It's coming close. And kind of it did. It went 7-4. It came down to that last round where, honestly, they just played that last round flawlessly. But for me, with FaZe, I think they still have a lot to improve once they actually get to that stage now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the stats from the series. I mean, what big player that I just want to highlight again, just because of how difficult we were on to him at the start of the game throughout the whole tournament, was Cyber. I mean, the entries were definitely there today. That was the big deciding factor for Cyber. It doesn't need to worry about the stats. Just needs to get those opening kills to give his team that advantage, that push up. And obviously, he did his job today. He came to play. So, great progress from him.
Regardless, if you're Falcons or a Falcons fan, you also have to be proud of the team and how far they went. Top 8 at the Invitational. First time that you get to perform this way. That is a lot to applaud it. No matter who you are as a team that qualifies to the Invitational, any one of the 20, you're one of the best that will ever get to play this game ever in the history of it all. And so to make it into the top 8 is a massive achievement. Same applies to not just Falcons, but of course every other team that is here.
I think not only to mention, making top 8, but how well they started in the beginning and then where they ended. This was a new and improved Falcons in my mind, where we can see them. I can see them being at majors looking even stronger than what we're seeing them now.
Yeah, I think the biggest quality for Falcons is they didn't let the bigger teams or the teams that have been there before affect them. The pressure never really got to them. The mental game for Falcons is definitely on par with some of the top teams, and I think that's the little bit of push that gets these teams to these main stages. Hopefully next event, we'll be able to see Falcons on that main stage.
Inshallah. Anyways, we have to keep our eyes open, whether out of the server or inside of it. Let's roll back to one moment here on Night Heaven Labs where there was a bit of a check.
Listen, I was at a loss for words here, Milos. Like, this also impacted FaZe's round success drastically.
Tunnel
because
vision.
This got rid of the buck. That got rid of that vertical pressure that they easily could have used to constrict that entire site and put the moving pieces in motion. But just because KDS was so focused on what the goal was, what the objective was, he misses a free kill and possibly ending that round early in a 7-3.
Yeah, sometimes always being on your phone isn't a bad thing, definitely survived him through that one, and I agree. Once he was able to reflank up, the Buck had no idea that the flank could possibly be there, and I think that's a moment that just comes down to the pressure of the stakes of the game, because both teams on attacks had their own blunders and were overlooking certain things just because of how important that game was.
That's one of those moments where you have those horse blinders on and you're just so focused in. And you know what? It's all in the details. And of course here, the details are brought to you by our great sponsor, Blacklight, at the Invitational 2025. The detail for this one, Lax.
Yes, this was the last round. It was FaZe's last attack that they needed to persevere, and it was a flawless one at that. They were just catching the Falcons players off guard, not knowing what to do. And we talk about pressure. This is where pressure definitely set for Falcons. They just couldn't seem to get a hold of what FaZe was trying to do. And again, it goes into what I was talking about in the early game. They were just overly aggressive there. They should have been playing off one another. They should have been playing a trade game. But again, I think the pressure ultimately just got to them in that last round of trying to be picture perfect.
Absolutely. And it happens with being such a young team. And obviously, the roam got busted apart. So that was great from FaZe, the step-by-step. The wall bang also on the last round. We're trying to get away.
Andy.
I mean, that was just written in the stars for FaZe to win that round. And then you just play the 5v3. You play your man advantage, something FaZe is known to be good at, and they just close it out.
Well, I want to take a look at the bracket of broken dreams. That's what I'm going to call it here. The bracket of upsets in many ways. Here's what we're left with for our playoffs. At the tippity top, it's BDS and Furia that will make it onto the main stage to play the upper bracket final. FaZe Unwanted also. They're going to be progressing forward. SSG and Raza Company as well.
I just want to say this. I said this last night. I was looking at Raza Company to actually put up a good fight against Furia. Furia is by far, out of the top 4 right now, Furia is looking to be the most dominant. They are speed running teams as of right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think even the games that we have in the lower bracket are still very interesting just because the underdog story of this event has been strong. And to see Raza Company, Unwanted playing each other on the main stage is something that I don't think many people would have believed them to get there. And obviously, anything is possible, especially at the 6th Invitational.
Yeah.
You never know who's going to make it to the finals.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of having teams that came in from those open quals and have a lot of things that kind of shift the power balance here at SI. Now, BDS, just for information, if you're in the upper bracket, you get 2 lives to get to that grand final. If you're in lower bracket, it's the classic. You lose 1 game, you're out. It's best of 3s till you hit the BO5 grand final. But we have to say goodbye to plenty of teams. We're down to only 6 from 2014 have been eliminated, and that is only from playoffs that you are seeing. Of course, 4 were knocked out in the first set of group stage last week. W7M, Liquid, Shopify, Rebellion, M80, Dark Zero, VP, G2, CAG, Falcons, and OXG. I mean, look, how many times we talk about Shopify, Rebellion? How many times we'll keep screaming that this year is the Liquid year? How many times will we say, G2, we're back, baby? But no, it's not. Nobody's
That was only
back.
2 out of 3 of those.
Everybody's back in the bin, because that's what's happening here at SI.
So many tournament favorites that are falling short, and it brings a tear to my eye to see 4 North American teams getting eliminated out.
I was about to say, we were talking about throughout this entire group stage and a little bit into playoffs that, you look, America's looking great, and now they're all gone.
We got 1
outside
left.
of Unwanted and SS.
2 left. We got 2 left.
Brothers, count them out early.
EU's not doing too hot either.
Oh, yeah, you guys got BDS.
Definitely near airport, but I have faith. I have faith.
Faith is the most important thing. And also, some of the teams that also making it this far, I mean, like Cyclops, I think it's a very commendable thing to see these teams slowly improve as the events go on. I mean, it's taken 10 years of Siege, but finally, we almost got an APAC team that could make it a little bit farther. But it's definitely nice to see the progress. That's something you got to account for, you know?
Did you forget an APAC team that was on the other end of the bracket when you guys were getting trounced by G2? Remember that?
I mean, those teams
The Empire game versus Norengo on the other end at 2019?
Back then, we only had main stage, so there was a free invite for those guys.
No, that's 2019. You're thinking of 2017 and 18, buddy. You're just too young to remember this sort of stuff.
Too old now.
Anyways, that's pretty much it. We're just going to recap one more time. Here is our schedule. We'll be taking tomorrow and Thursday off to make sure that we can all get on stage and really fill everything with all the goodies that you want to see, because we're going to be seeing you in person come Friday and this entire weekend here at the MGM Theater in Boston at Fenway Park. Raza Company plays Unwanted, a battle that everybody wants to see because it guarantees one of them deeper into the bracket, which has never happened before. FaZe versus SSG, a rematch, the Ashen play that everybody wants to see, the screaming and all behind it, and then BDS versus Furia, a grand final quality game, potentially in the upper bracket, which sometimes means that it's going to be very one-sided, but we'll have to see what happens. Any really one that you're looking forward to, just from your own mind?
I mean, I think you said it best. I was literally going to say the exact same thing. You really set the tempo for every single matchup. The battle of the underdogs, the battle of the beef, and then the battle of the best teams, 2 tournament favorites. I mean, I'm excited to see how those teams match up and who ends up playing one step further. But for me, I always love seeing an underdog story. Raza Company has improved so much since the last time we saw them getting 3-0'd by 3 APAC teams inside Manchester. And obviously them going up against Unwanted, previous Manchester winners, well, some of them. And so that matchup, in my opinion, is still, I think that is the one that I'm going to be looking for the most.
Ah, man, there's just so much to look forward to for that day on Friday. If anything, you can look forward to winning in-game prizes using our predictions. They've been active over this year since the start of the Manchester Major through all the year. Of course, you can just go to r6esports.com/SI25 predictions and lock in your votes. You win in-game stuff. There's a lot of things that are going through it. It's a track. You have to make as many correct predictions as possible throughout it all. But hey, even if you're only going to be predicting for the final stage, you'll at least be getting something out of it if you guess right. There's so much to talk about over the weekend. We got new stuff coming to the game. We got our finals. We got community stuff to talk about. We got us to kind of live that experience one more time. But I gotta say, this event, Invitational, every single year is not just about esports. It's about the community. It's about the people that make this game what it is, and our common Ds are always part of it. I was proud to be part of that last year. There's a new batch that we'll be talking about over this weekend, and I'm so proud to be part of a community that has people like that. Stick around for the weekend to know more. That is all it from us here in Boston. We'll be seeing you on Friday. We love you so very much. Thank you to the entire team. Take care and goodbye.
Check, check, 1, 2. In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.